This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Kingdom of Sails, a LitRPG GameLit series. By Levi, Werner. Narrated by Gary Tiedemann. Chapter 1. Sweat ran into Locke's eyes, and he had to blink rapidly to clear his suddenly stinging eyes. With a final effort, he finished the solid spell he had been working on. Releasing the spell's twisting pattern, he watched it flicker and become mostly transparent as it floated out behind the Audacious. Locke had spent almost all of his mana pool charging the solid spell, and the exertion left him panting as his body worked to recover his lost mana. Climbing up to the helm, he found Vannessa and Cleopatra directing the ship. He looked back out behind them. "All done?" Cleopatra moved over and joined him, watching the ships pursuing them. "Yup. Best one yet, I think." Locke examined the two ships, chasing them up the channel between cliff faces. Under his scrutiny, his eyes of the gods triggered, and a pair of tags appeared floating next to the two ships. Locke read them to remind him what they were up against. Level 3 Pirate Caravel. Level 4 Pirate Caravel. The Audacious had gained several levels over the last week as they had hunted pirates around the old pirate stronghold, and was now a level 4 ship. Locke wasn't sure what levels on ships were for, since they lacked stats like people did, but Vannessa assured him that things would make more sense at level 5. Felix and Xerxes climbed out of the cabin and took up positions where he had been building his spell. They both had taken a break from casting while Locke worked, since their spells and arrows would have interfered with his solid spell construction. As Xerxes took careful aim with his bow, tendrils of magic twisted around his arrow as he cast his new spell. His arrow streaked away, and it picked off a pirate standing on the bow of the level 4 caravel. With the aid of his magic, the pursuing ship was barely in range of his bow, though if the chase continued much longer, Felix and Locke would have to put their efforts into raising shields. As the arrow struck, Felix began to channel freezing magic in the water behind the Audacious through the staff Locke had given him when they left Marcrece. Locke had been wrong, assuming Felix was a wizard. He was actually a mage, which explained his rather small selection of spells. Mages, unlike wizards, channeled different element magics instead of forming spells. While this meant they lacked a wizard's versatility, it did mean that their individual spells, while simple, were quite powerful. Soon, large chunks of ice were floating behind the Audacious, and they raced up the causeway. Locke had just turned back to see how close they were to exiting the causeway when a loud explosion behind them caused him to snap his head back around. An explosion had gone off on the level 4 caravel's side, causing a large water spout to shoot up. Locke snorted with satisfaction, seeing the damage his mind spell had wrought. As the water cleared, Locke saw a gaping hole in the front quarter of the pirate ship. The pirate caravel noticeably began to slow as it took on water. Still, even now, Locke could see the casters aboard the vessel were already sealing the breach with barriers and ice. The leading pirate ship, now the level 3 one, was just coming to range of standard spells and weapons when the Audacious shot out of the causeway. As they did, Locke waved at the two small crews they had stationed on either side of the exit of the causeway on the beach. Instantly, the crews grabbed the heavy ropes lying on the beach and started running in opposite directions. As he watched, Locke saw a rope rise up out of the water. Right before the leading vessel arrived at the rope, the two crews hooked the loops on their rope's ends around thick tree stumps. The rope caught the first vessel, and then the second one, straining under the weight. More beached crew members began raining a hail of arrows and small spells down on the now trapped pirates from high cover. Looking away, Locke called out, "Drop the anchor!" A large splash came off the aft starboard side of the Audacious, and the party had to brace themselves to keep their feet as the anchor snagged and the ship began to make a sharp hairpin turn. As they swung around, the crew cut the anchor loose, leaving a buoy behind with it. Lox, along with Felix and Xerxes, rushed to the front of their vessel. As they came back into range of the pirate vessels, Lox saw the dome barrier around the pirate ship beginning to flicker. The wave of magic and arrows from the Audacious was enough to break the barrier, and their attacks washed over the pirate vessels. Vannessa carefully aimed their pass so that they passed near enough so they could grapple the trapped vessels. As the ships slammed together, Cleopatra, with Vannessa, led the charge onto the pirate ship. Following behind the initial wave, Lox, Xerxes, and Felix supported the rushing crew and washed over the pirate ship's deck. Seeing a man wearing a three-pointed captain's hat, Lox blasted him with a frigid burst of magic. He then activated vampiric speed and monstrous strength, his latest soul vampire ability. Blurring across the deck, he grabbed the captain by the throat right as he was about to plunge his cutlass into one of his crew. Lox ripped the captain's soul energy out of him as quickly as he could, draining him. The captain briefly grasped at Lox's wrist before succumbing to the drain's paralytic effect and falling limp. When the captain was fully drained, Lox dropped the pirate's empty husk to the ground. Looking around, he saw the crew of the pirate vessel watching him in fear as they surrendered. Still in the clutches of the high that came with the rush of draining, Lox roared, "To the next ship!" Rushing across the pirate ship's deck they had just captured, Lox followed Cleopatra in leaping across to the second pirate vessel, spell already forming on his wand. The second vessel had been under a withering fire as they cleared the first, and had caught fire in a couple of places. The crew aboard the second ship was all already straining under the fire from the shore. The additional wave of enemies caused their morale to break, and they began to throw down their weapons. After securing the prisoners, Lox returned over to the Audacious. He had drained many of the stronger-looking pirates to the point just before they would have passed out. This rendered them as weak as kittens for at least a day as their bodies replenished the stolen energy. As he stepped back aboard the Audacious, Lox felt a wave of energy wash over the vessel. He knew that they had finally reached level 5. Knowing it was better to wait until they were docked to make his way to the core, Lox instead opened his character menu to review his gains from the fight. Character soul level 36. Name Lox Stellicus. Race half-human, Nalcor. Unspent stat points 0. Spent stat point 180. 5 stat points per level. Health 345. Health regeneration 8.6 per second. Equipment modifiers 2 per second. Total 10.6 per second. Stamina 249. Stamina regeneration 12 per second. Equipment modifiers 2 per second. Total 14 per second. Mana 810. Mana regeneration 27.2 per second. Equipment modifiers 1 per second. Total 28.2 per second. Carrying pounds 200. Stats: Intelligence 95, Spirit 71, Equipment modifiers 1, Total 72. Vitality 14, Equipment modifiers 20, Total 34. Resilience 16, Strength 20, Endurance 24, Agility 38, Dexterity 34. Actual level 58.6. Experience 4,562.1 of 21,600. Lox had used the last couple of levels along with some training to increase his endurance and resilience. He had had a few close calls because of his weakness in those stats, so he had determined to fix it. This fight had only netted him 1,000 experience, and Lox took this as a sign it was getting to be time for them to leave this hunting area. Next, he opened the soul energy menu to confirm he wasn't over capacity. He could feel he wasn't. Still, It was always nice to be certain with such a valuable resource. Soul energy, 100 XP equals 1. Stored energy, 511 out of 520. Talent point, cost 200, times purchased 3. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Stat point, cost 20, times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. 50 XP, cost 1, times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Decrease rate of loss by 10%. Cost, 50. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Ability to store 10 stolen SE. Cost, 10. Times purchased, 50. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Vampiric speed, 2 times plus 1 time per level. Move 2 times faster for 5 minutes. Cost, 750. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 50. Monstrous strength, 2 times plus 1 time per level. Gain 2 times strength for 5 minutes. Cost, 750. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 50. Aura of Fear, 5 yards. Emit an aura of fear that will unnerve opponents that get within 5 yards of you. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Eternal Endurance, plus 25% reduction in remaining per level. Decreases need for sleep by 50% and increases stamina by 50%. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Enchanting Eyes, 5 minutes increase power per level. Enchant a person to follow your will for 5 minutes when they look into your eyes. Cost, 750. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 10. Spirit form, 5 minutes plus 2.5 minutes per level. Turn into a spirit form for 5 minutes. Cost, 1,500. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 150. Predatory Sense, plus 5 meters per level. Detect consumable souls within 10 meters. Cost, 100. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Paralytic Feedback, minus 10% total cost per level. At the cost of 25% of soul energy, the soul vampire can enhance the paralytic effect of the drain greatly. Cost, 1,000. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Rapid Healing, plus 25 per level. Heal 200 health points. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 200. Protected Reaping, minus 10% of total remaining cost per level. Further protects you from harm when in the process of reaping at the cost of 50% of soul energy. Cost, 1,000. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Blinking the screens away, he refocused on the world around him and saw Vannessa looking down at him from the top of the central cabin. One of the modifications they had made over the last week was to turn the top of the cabin into a platform where the crew could fire down. Lox had not expected Vannessa to be back aboard yet and shot her a smile. "We hit level 5 yet?" she asked in a cheerful voice. "Just did. Casualties from the fight? A few hundred, but no deaths." She looked over the 2 captured vessels. "I think we need to scuttle the one that your mind spell hit. Too much damage to save." "I was worried about that." Lox snorted a little. "That worked much better than expected." He shrugged. If only they weren't so blasted hard to make. I am sure they will get easier as you make more of them. Lox made his way up the ladder to the upper deck, joining her, looking over the pirate vessels. I have already started beaching the pirates, and we can be underway back to the stronghold. They sailed into the former pirate stronghold, leading the captured pirate ship. At the one remaining dock, a half-dozen former pirate ships lay tied up to the dock. Only a few of the vessels they had captured in the last week had survived with minor enough damage to be still sailable. Once we are tied up, I will get the crew off while you crawl your way to the core, Vannessa told Lox. You guys want to join me? Lox looked over at Cleopatra and Xerxes. You two have just as much stake in this ship as me. I am good. Xerxes waved his question off. I trust you to make good choices for us. Cleopatra grunted in agreement. Once the Audacious was empty of the crew, Lox began the uncomfortable crawl in toward the core. Saul hovered with him, illuminating the cramped cabin with his internal light. After a couple of minutes of crawling, Lox finally saw the core. He paused for a moment, briefly mesmerized by the swirling clouds of magic deep within the baseball-sized core. Reaching out to the core, Lox placed his hands on it, and his vision was suddenly filled by dozens of windows opened before his eyes. Wow, Lox muttered as he began to sift through the information on the screens. Congratulations, your ship has reached level 5. Since your ship is a magical class ship, you receive 4 ship points per level to improve your ship with additional magical abilities. At level 5, the ability to change the build of your ship will be available every 10 levels after this, so choose wisely. Lox pushed past the initial text and began to examine his options, starting with the available builds for his ship. After all, that was why they had been bothering to capture the pirate vessels instead of just sinking them. Available ship builds. Available material for ship builds. 6 small-size pirate vessels. Wood value, 6,052 common oak wood. To be effectively used in the modification of a magical vessel, this material must be converted to magical material. This can be accomplished in one of 2 ways. One is the conversion of the material through the infusion of magic from the core. The other is the condensing of the material's natural magical properties into higher quality material. This is done at a 1-to-4 ratio. Lox picked to convert the wood via compression. It was why they had captured as many vessels as they had. Vannessa had told him that the small-size standard vessel was typically built with about 1,000 wood units. Any upgrades they use would not take much more than that. Several minutes passed after Lox made his choice, and he saw a counter telling him as the material was converted. You have 1,513 magical oak converted, 0 wasted in the conversion. Below the material listed, Lox saw a dozen or so images of different vessel builds he could pick. Under each was a tonnage, speed, crew size, combat, and handling ratings and charts that showed how these ratings varied with speed and tonnage. He began by picking a hull type. The current ship was a small, dual-hulled catamaran. The first thing that surprised Lox was how much more tonnage single-hulled vessels could conceivably handle and how that weight affected the speed. While he did not plan to become a merchant, the amount of tonnage single-hulled vessels could handle compared to dual-hulled vessels was massive. The rating that surprised him most was the vessel's speed. He had expected that dual-hulled vessels would be faster than single-hulled vessels since they had a shallower draft, but that appeared to only be partially true. While dual-hulled vessels definitely tended to have a higher top speed, they gained speed slower than single-hulled vessels. The biggest advantage Lox knew dual-hull vessels had was their stability in high seas. That stability had been what allowed the Polynesians of Earth to explore the Pacific Ocean with much less technological sophistication when compared with European and the Far East's attempts at sailing. But as far as Lox knew, and what Vannessa had said, this far into the shattered continent, the waters never got as fierce as open ocean, so the advantage in stability wasn't needed. The handling seemed to vary solely based on the ship's size and sails and had little overall to do with hull's numbers. With this in mind, Locks eliminated the dual-hulled vessels from the list. Knowing that he needed a bigger ship, Locks eliminated all vessels of similar size to his own and smaller. That left him with 4 different options: a brig, brigantine, junk, and a large schooner. The schooner was the fastest vessel, while the junk was the slowest, but the largest. He eliminated both of them. That left him with the brig and the brigantine. The brig was a size between his current ship size and the brigantine, and was just big enough for all the crew Locks had available. Both had roughly the same handling and speed, with the brigantine being a little faster thanks to the larger sails it could support. After a moment longer, Locks picked the brigantine. It gave room for his crew to grow, even if they were a little short now, and was a medium-sized vessel. The upgrade cost 1,200 of the available magical oak. Out of curiosity, Locks looked at the large vessels, wondering how much material they would be. He had just enough time for his eyes to boggle at the enormous cost of small galleons before some movement around him caused him to close out of the menus as quickly as possible. Blinking to refocus on the cabin around him, Locks heard Saul cry out in surprise. Looking over where Saul hovered, Locks just had time to see a gap open in the ship leading to the outside before he and Saul were captured in a bubble of force and lifted up into the air. The vessel opened above them as they passed through it. Coming clear of the top of the Audacious, Locks and Saul hovered in the center of a maelstrom of whirling material. As they watched, a vessel began to form below them. The process continued to speed up until finally the vessel was completed. The force bubble holding them slowly lowered them down onto the deck of the new Audacious. Locks slowly looked around and saw some ropes still moving on their own, tying and weaving themselves into place with snapping sounds. Locks heard footsteps and saw Cleopatra, Xerxes, Vannessa, and Felix walking up a gangplank onto the deck. "That was sick!" Felix looked around at the still wriggling ropes and shook his. "First, it was like the 6 other ships exploded. The material stacked itself in neat piles on the dock, though it seemed like there wasn't enough for how big the ships were. Then, suddenly, everything started moving again, and then this beauty just built itself." "That is a magical vessel for you." Vannessa had a huge smile split her face as she looked around the new ship. "Some say they eventually become self-aware." Locks explained to the group about the material being condensed in the magical wood before they all took themselves on a tour of the ship. The steering wheel, up on the quarterdeck, was a large 2-meter-wide, simple-looking wheel raised to allow the helmsman to see over the forecastle at the front of the ship. Under the quarterdeck were the captain's cabin and a pair of small but still spacious cabins. Below the main deck was a bunk room with more than enough hammocks for all the available crew. There were also 2 large storage holds at both the fore and aft of the vessel down there. Under the forecastle was another pair of moderately sized quarters. The forecastle was arranged in such a way so that multiple casters could work their magic without interfering with each other. "Now this is really a ship," Vannessa called down at them, and Locks looked up to see her standing on a crow's nest high above the main deck. Realizing he still had the ship points to spend, Locks made his way back to the captain's cabin, where he had seen the core mounted in the wall. When he reached out and touched the core, his vision was again flooded with windows. He navigated to the window that showed the current abilities of the Audacious and upgrades available. Core abilities. These abilities are tied to the nature of the magical core of the vessel. Ability 1. The Harvest. Creatures or objects with soul energy slain within 100 meters of the ship by the crew or itself will have a proportion of their soul energy absorbed by the core, raising both its and the ship's strength. The ability will be upgraded with time as the core and ship grow. Ability 2, Magical Conduit. All magic casts created on this ship are 25% more powerful, easier to use, and cost-effective. This effect will grow in strength up to 50% and eventually allow the ship to cast its own spells once it has its own mana pool. Ability 3, Soul Anchor, allows bound souls to anchor their souls to the core so they can respawn at the core when they are slain. If the ship is destroyed or stored in a bottle, the bound soul can choose to respawn at the previously bound altar, shrine, temple of creation, rather than aboard the ship. Available abilities for purchase. Currently available ship points, 20. Smooth Hull, Level 1, 1 point. Reduces the rate at which the hull will foul and slow the ship's passage through the water. Reinforced Hull Level 1, 1 point. Increases the durability of the hull of the vessel. Wind-Blessed Sail, Level 1, 1 point. Sails are easier to deploy and maneuver. The list of abilities stretched on, offering improvements for dozens of different facets of the ship. Lox tried not to let his eyes glaze over as he read through them. Finally, he started to get some more interesting abilities, and he perked back up. Passive Mana Regeneration Aura, Level 1, 10 points. Increases the passive mana regeneration for all crew members aboard. Passive Health Regeneration Aura, Level 1, 10 points. Increases the passive health generation for all crew members aboard. Passive Stamina Regeneration Aura, Level 1, 10 points. Increases the passive stamina regeneration for all crew members aboard. Propelled by Magic, Level 1, 5 points. The ship's sails now capture a small amount of magical currents and use them to increase the force generated by the wind. Force Shield Level 1, 20 points. The ship generates its own force shield that blocks incoming attacks while still allowing the crew to fire back through the shield. Passive Hull Regeneration Level 1, 10 points. The hull will slowly self-repair any not critical damage on its own. Scrying Map Table Level 1, 20 points. Installs a scrying table on the quarterdeck that gives a bird's-eye view of the ship and anything within 1 kilometer. Salvager Level 1, 15 points. Allows the crew to harvest 15% of a captured vessel's ship points, destroying the vessel. Reaver Level 1, Core Ability, Cost 15 points. When a vessel is sunk within half a kilometer of this ship, the core will harvest 10% of the vessel's ship points. Fog Bank Level 1, Costs 10 points. The captain will gain the ability to summon a concealing fog bank once per day to hide the ship completely. A couple more abilities were available, along with dozens more grayed out behind. They indicated the vessel needed to be a higher level to access, but Lox already knew the ability he wanted. While many were promising, the Reaver ability was just too good to pass up. After all, it would allow him to get all the abilities he ever wanted eventually. The 5% trade-off, when compared with the Salvager ability, was clearly worth it. He purchased it and the Propelled by Magic abilities for all 20 of his points. Chapter 2. Sail ho! The call came down from the crow's nest, breaking Lox's concentration as he was working on a new solid spell on the ship's forecastle. Barely keeping the spell he was working on from losing cohesion and exploding, Lox looked around the forecastle. He saw Felix and Cleopatra running for cover while shooting panicked looks in his direction. Tying off his spell to save his progress, Lox stepped away from the glowing framework of the spell. "We are all good. No explosion this time. You know, I am glad I got the simple abilities of a mage from the trails." Felix walked toward Lox, shaking his head. "Your abilities seem a little too self-destructive for my tastes. Oh, trust me, they are." Locks gestured at the solid spell he had been working on. "But that's not what this is. This is something else that is even more explosive and hard to use." "He is a glutton for punishment," Cleopatra snorted as he looked up at Xerxes in the crow's nest. "Another pirate?" "And a big one," Xerxes agreed. They were a day out from the former pirate stronghold and working their way south, following Vannessa's directions, looking for her home. Being eager to try out the new Reaver ability, they had hunted down as many pirates as they had seen. To Lox's disappointment, they had only received 1 ship point, despite sinking 6 smaller pirate vessels. Vannessa, who had been thrilled by the Reaver ability, told Lox that the vessels they had sunk all had less than 10 ship points, which meant there was only a chance to harvest a shipping point. From her explanation, Lox had deduced that if a vessel had 1 ship point, there was only a 1 in 10 chance they would succeed in harvesting the point when the vessel sank, whereas if the vessel had 6 ship points, there was a 60% chance they would harvest a point. Lox had initially been disappointed by this revelation, thinking he should have waited to buy the ability, but Vannessa had assured him it would be worth it. She told him that the salvager ability was definitely not worth it at their current level. However, the ability to harvest without capturing the other vessel definitely made it worth it, since they could just sink vessels and keep moving. "Where is she at?" Lox called up to Xerxes. "I can see her sail on the other side of the low island to our right. Pretty sure they have seen us as well." A moment passed before Xerxes continued. "I just used my long sight. The watchman in its crow's nest is looking right at me." Lox moved to the front of the forecastle and eyed the island Xerxes had indicated. It appeared to be a long, winding island. The spot they were in was likely the lowest spot, and the only reason Xerxes had been able to see the pirate vessel. They still had a ways to go before the island ended, and nothing would separate their vessels. "Xerx, how big is it?" "I am not sure, but at least our size, I would guess, based on the height of the crow's nest. It is flying a white flag with a black, laughing skull in the middle of it." "That's Captain Darth's flag," Vannessa called across the ship. "His ship was the second strongest in the armada and definitely bigger than ours." Lox, Cleopatra, and Felix ran across the main deck and climbed on the quarterdeck where Vannessa stood at the helm. "Can we take him?" "I am not sure we have a choice," Vannessa grimaced. "The channel has a strong current, and the wind is at our back. I am not sure we can stop." "You think this was intentional?" Cleopatra asked. "Likely he was probably watching for a vessel to take this passage. He probably planned to ambush the unaware vessel when the island vanished. It is just luck Xerxes saw his mast." They could all see the worry on Vannessa's face. "How screwed are we?" Felix looked towards the winding island. "Well, his crew is larger and better trained, and his ship is larger and better armored. So we are pretty screwed," Vannessa sighed. "What if we dropped anchor here and waited him out?" Locke suggested. Vannessa shook her head at the idea. "All that would mean is when we finally left, he would have had time to get into the perfect position to attack us. Outrun him, then?" Cleopatra brandished her axe. "I love a fight, but if we can't win it, no point in fighting it. That is likely our best option." "Then let's do it," Lox called to Vannessa as he headed back toward the forecastle. Behind him, he heard Vannessa begin calling out orders to the crew. "Let's get every piece of fabric out, boys." Pushing the growing racket out of his mind, Lox went back to his spell work. Knowing he had little time and great need, Lox moved much faster than he had been, drawing the pattern with swift, sure strokes of his wand. Any little mistake, Lox knew, could end in disaster. Finishing the spell, Lox looked over the patterns, barely reviewing them before he began filling the solid spell with his magic. He worked quickly and recklessly, but Lox knew this spell could be their salvation. The buff from the arcane conduit of the Audacious allowed him to fill the spell with mana much quicker than he could have otherwise. As he was approaching the end of his task, he started to hear the sounds of men shouting and feet pounding on the deck, but he ignored it and focused solely on his task. With a final gasp, Lox finished his spell and staggered back from it. Before him was the largest solid spell he had ever made. Its helical pattern started a meter in diameter and narrowed down to less than his hand in width over the course of about 2 meters. It was attached to the deck by several spindly legs Lox had made out of mana. Looking away from his work, Lox saw that Darth's ship was bearing down on them from their rear port side. Hoping this wasn't about to end in a fiery explosion, Lox rotated his spell toward the incoming ship. Pressing the activation pattern, the gathering patterns built into the spell began to suck in power, and Lox was able to see the gathering mana thanks to his arcane sight. Once the power had built up, the solid spell visibly bucked, and a basketball-sized ball of fire arced out over the water. The ball collided with a shield dome over the larger ship, washing over it. The second ball of fire was already launching before the fire faded from the first. Stepping away from the activated spell, Lox watched it fire as his mana recharged. The third ball of fire caused the shield dome to flicker around the larger ship, and the fourth broke it just as it came in range of the crew's fire. Now in range of each other, both ships began to exchange a withering fire of magic and arrows. Felix was maintaining a shield of his own, but Lox could see it wouldn't last long unless he helped. Though his mana was still greatly depleted, Lox began casting counterspells at a few of the slower-moving incoming spells, taking Felix's shield's burden. As he did, Lox saw a fireball land from his solid spell in the middle of the enemy vessel's forecastle. As the fire washed over the deck, Lox saw at least one pirate get coated in the sticky fire. The mages on the enemy forecastle began to cast frost spells to put out the fire. Xerxes used the opportunity to snipe one of the distracted mages, putting a dark arrow into their head. Suddenly, there was a surge from the other vessel, and it lunged forward, coming within grappling range of the Audacious. Immediately, Lox saw grappling hooks being thrown across the small distance. Lox saw Saul fire out a pair of draining beams with the closer range, attaching them to a pair of wizards near the rail, making it harder for them to cast while Saul drained them. Seeing a cluster of boarders gather on the enemy's main deck, Lox moved back to his solid spell and aimed it toward the cluster. As the spell fired, the patterns shattered as the ball of fire was launched across the short distance. Lox was thankful the rushed spell had held together long enough to discharge its mana before coming apart. Lox watched as the ball landed in the middle of the pirates and coated them in a sticky film of fire. As the vessel came alongside another, tied together by dozens of grappling hooks, he saw Darth's crew mustering behind wide planks. As the enemy crew suddenly rushed forward, carrying the planks, Lox released a hail of ice spikes into the charging crew. His barrage caused the first man to stumble. Then, in a chain, all of the plank bearers on one side stumbled and fell, causing the wide planks to careen off to the side and partly fall in the gap between the two vessels. Turning his attention to the rest of the fight, Lox saw Darth's crew had succeeded in pushing the other two planks across the gap between the ships and were in the process of rushing across. Cleopatra charged to the head of one of the planks just as the enemy pirates arrived, her countercharge knocking several into the water. Felix met the onrushing pirates on the other plank with a barrage of magic, slowing them enough for their crew to get into position to receive the charge. Knowing that the enemy casters were the biggest threat, Lox began to scan the deck of the enemy vessel for them. As he did, he saw one in the middle of casting a spell on the aft castle take an arrow to the head and collapse. Glancing up, Lox saw Xerxes in the crow nest do the same as him. His momentary glance caused Lox to miss the casting of a lightning spell from the forecastle. The spell shattered Felix's protective barrier, and Lox heard the mage swearing. Tracing the spell back to its origins, Lox saw a female caster beginning to form another spell. Quickly building a spell using death and ice aspects, Lox launched a bolt of crimson energy across the two ships' gap. His bolt caught the caster in the chest, causing her to stagger as her spell came apart. Seeing the necrotic damage beginning to spread across her chest, Lox turned his attention back to the battle at hand. Lox proceeded to disable another pair of mages before a bolt suddenly took him in the shoulder. The impact caused him to spin and fall to the ground, clutching the wound in pain. Lox felt a growing numbness in his arm to his growing alarm as he tried to regain his senses while sprawled on the deck. Turning his head towards the bolt, Lox saw tendrils of ice spreading out from it. The numbness allowed him to grasp and attempt to pull the bolt free, but he lacked the strength, and all he ended up doing was screaming in pain. Ah! He saw an archer standing near him. "You!" The archer looked back at him. "Pull this bolt out of me, now!" Lox's teeth had already begun chattering. He knew normally that pulling the bolt out would be a bad idea, but if he didn't get the bolt out, the magic it contained would spell his doom. The archer came over and placed a hand on Lox's chest and gripped the arrow in the other. "I got you, Cap!" He met Lox's eyes, and Lox thought he might have seen a glimmer of something, but it faded quickly. "On 3!" Lox nodded, his chattering teeth preventing him from responding. 1! The archer tensed. 2! He yanked hard, and Lox felt the bolt tug free of his shoulder bone. He screamed in pain as the bolt pulled free, and his vision went black for a second. When he came to, the archer was still looking down at him. "What happened to 3? Lox could already feel the cold fading, being replaced by more pain and a warm, wet feeling. The archer just shrugged. "I only know 2 numbers. He winked at Lox and stood, picking his bow back up, and returned to the fight. Grumbling to himself, Lox fought through the pain and began to pour healing magic into his shoulder, the soothing magic washing away some of the pain. Healing himself reminded him of what Cleopatra had said about them being a team. While his magic was not super effective at healing, it was still better than nothing. Climbing back to his feet, Lox glanced up to see Xerxes engaged in a ranged duel with a man with a heavy crossbow. They both were climbing around the rigging of their respective ships while exchanging a constant barrage. Looking down at the main deck, Lox saw Felix's group was about to get overrun. "Saul, support Felix!" Lox ordered, and a moment later, Saul began firing rapid stunning blasts at the invader. Doing his best to ignore the pain in his shoulder, Lox began building a large healing spell. Taking an idea from his ice shard barrage, Lox cast a new healing spell. From the tip of his wand burst forth a hail of lime-green bolts of magic. He targeted the rear of their crew. Each of the bolts only healed the person they hit a small amount, but each person was hit by several at once. Moving the spell carefully, Lox took care to make sure as few of the healing blasts hit the enemies while covering as many of his crew as possible. The effect was evident immediately as Felix's fight began to swing in their favor. Lox let the spell end before using most of his remaining mana to cast it again, this time targeting Cleopatra and the group she was leading. The spell had an even greater effect on her fight, since they had already been pushing the pirates back some. With a roar, Lox saw Cleopatra suddenly burst forward with a fiery explosion. Her charge took her almost halfway across the plank, knocking several pirates into the water. The crew she had been fighting with cheered and charged behind. Downing a mana potion, Lox winced at the sour taste and began casting another round of healing spells, the enhanced mana regeneration from the potion barely keeping ahead of his mana consumption. As the second healing barrage ended, Lox staggered to a knee, breathing hard as his body recoiled from the heavy magical expenditure. Getting back to his feet, Lox saw that Felix's group had started pushing their way across the plank, while Cleopatra had just about reached the other ship. Lox downed another pair of mana potions, only barely managing to keep them down as his body tried to vomit them back out. As he waited for his mana to restore itself, he saw the archers were winning the exchange with the casters and ranged fighters on the pirate vessel. As he watched, an arrow from Xerxes managed to wound a caster just enough for him to lose control of the spell he was casting. The caster was unable to fully contain the unstable spell. The feedback of the spell collapsing caused the spell to detonate in front of him, sending him tumbling off the side of the ship. Trying to conserve his mana and take as much advantage as possible of the Audacious's buff to spellcasting, Lox joined the archers in their fight. The addition of his spell quickly had them wiping out the remaining ranged fighters on the other ship. Lox saw one enterprising pirate attempt to swing across the distance between the ships. He timed his attack perfectly, and a hand-sized icicle hit the swinging pirate in the chest. Suddenly, Xerxes' body hit the ground beside him, a bolt buried in his chest. Lox looked over to see the pirate he had been dueling standing on one of the spars, looking down at them smugly as he reloaded his crossbow. Wasting no time, Lox began to form a spell, and just before the pirate could take aim at them, a beam of death and disorder energy leapt from his wand. The agile pirate dodged to the side, but Lox continued the spell, chasing him with it through the rigging. The spell cut ropes, sails, and ate into the spar beams and mast of the ship. Lox strained to keep the beam going and bottomed out his mana pool, the beam fading right as it would have cut into the agile pirate. Gasping in pain, Lox dropped like a log to the deck. He felt something warm on his neck and reached up and felt blood running from his ears. He looked up at the pirate who was taking careful aim at him just in time to see Vannessa appear in a puff of smoke behind him and stab him through the chest with her rapier. The pirate staggered and fell off the spar beam he had been on. His body hit the ship's deck. Lox, with the help of a nearby crewman, staggered back to his feet. He attempted to drink another mana potion, but his body rebelled and vomited the valuable potion out onto the deck, the liquid bubbling into vapor as it evaporated in the air. After a moment, Lox regained some of his strength and turned his attention back to the fighting. Cleopatra had pushed her way out onto the other ship's deck and was in the middle of a desperate fight. On the other hand, Felix was starting to be pushed back, lacking the raw power of Cleopatra. Checking his soul energy, Lox was surprised to see he was almost 50 points over his ability to store it for a moment. He wondered why, but then he remembered the ship's ability, the harvest. He had tweaked its settings a while ago to feed the energy into him, since the vessel had no way to use it right now. Spending 100 of his soul energy, Lox activated both vampiric speed and monstrous strength. The surge of power made him feel invincible. Grabbing a javelin from a nearby weapons rack, Lox dashed to the edge of the forecastle and leaped out toward the pirate ship's lower main deck. Leading with the javelin, he impaled a pirate to the deck. As he did, he saw Saul come flying up over to him. "Drain everything!" Lox yelled as he grabbed the two nearest pirates in his hands and began to suck out their soul energy. Saul, hovering above Lox's head, began launching draining beam after draining beam to as many pirates as he could. It took only a few moments for his beam to have the paralytic effect on the relatively low-leveled pirates, when compared to them anyway. They had spent Saul's upgrade points, giving him as many draining beams as possible, and Lox now stood in the middle of 6 people being drained, not counting the 2 he held in his hands. The trade-off for so many beams was that they drained their targets much slower, though the stunning effect of the beam was still enough to hold them in place. Using the stunned and paralyzed pirates' bodies as human shields, Lox fully drained the 2 pirates he held, killing them. He then reached past a stunned pirate that Saul was draining and grabbed another. As he did, the pirates overcame their shock and horror, and one began trying to push their way to Locks. The pirate he had grabbed also did not succumb to the paralytic effect of his drain, and stabbed Locks in the stomach, causing him to stagger back, losing his grip on the large pirate. "Locks!" Saul cried out in alarm. As Locks stumbled, clutching his stomach, Locks looked up to see the pirate raising his bloody cutlass to finish him off when a lightning bolt struck him in the chest. The pirate reeled back, and Locks lunged forward again, both hands grabbing for the pirate's neck. There was a battle cry behind him as he drained and paralyzed the pirate. The stunning effect of the lightning bolt and the paralytic effect of the drain were too much for the pirate to resist. All around him, his crew charged, meeting the incoming pirates in a bloody melee. "Darth is dead!" Vannessa's voice rang out over the fight. "Darth is dead! Throw down your weapons!" Locks looked up to where Vannessa was hanging from the rigging with the head of the agile crossbowman held by its hair as blood dripped from the severed neck. All around her, the rigging was dangling in ruins. Slowly at first, the pirates began throwing down their weapons. Then, the clatter of weapons hitting the deck was all they heard for several seconds as the crew surrendered. Locks snarled at the pirate who had stabbed him and crushed his windpipe in his grip. "Not you." Chapter 3. "How bad is it?" Locks glanced at Vannessa as they stood on the Audacious's quarterdeck. "We lost 10 crew, in either the fight or to wounds after it." She looked over at the other ship. "We likely would have lost a lot more if you hadn't used your healing magic when you did." Locks winced. He knew he should have been using his healing magic from the start. He, after all, was the only healer on the ship. "Any chance we can recruit some of Darth's former crew to join us? In particular, any of the casters?" "I can look into it." Vannessa shrugged. "It is likely all would join you, but the question is whether or not we could trust them. While they are still asleep, many have personality types that would make them quite unreliable." "Go ahead and do that. Any we don't want, we will beach like normal." Locks was again inwardly thankful he had gotten as lucky as he had with Vannessa. When he had awakened her, it had been a massive risk for both her and him. He hadn't known just how big of a risk it had been at the time, else he likely would have never taken it in the first place. While the risk had been great, Vannessa's insight into unawakened NPCs was a huge asset to them on their journey. The presence of magic users aboard Darth's ship spoke to the strength of the foe they had conquered and presented a great opportunity for the group. NPC magic users, like players, typically didn't show up until at least level 30. From what Vannessa had told him, NPC magic users often had more complicated personalities and tasks. From what Locks had seen so far, they would awaken much faster than standard NPCs. So the opportunity to recruit some additional casters to his ship was valuable in the short term, and even more so in the long term. Cleopatra joined him a few minutes later with a wide smile splitting her face. "What a great haul!" She and Xerxes had been going over the cargo of Darth's vessel, while Felix had been checking for damage to the Audacious. "We had to leave a few things behind because of the lack of storage space in the Audacious, but what we did take will be worth a lot in the next city we come to." "Good." Locks held up his hand, indicating a ring on his index finger. "Would the storage inside this be enough for the rest?" Cleopatra slapped her forehead. "I completely forgot you had that. Yes, that will help a lot." Locks began to work the ring off his finger. "We will put the gold and other higher value items in it. That should just barely give us enough room for everything we want." Locks handed her the ring. "I will want that back, you know." Yeah. Cleopatra waved him off. Storage devices like this ring were exceedingly rare, and they both knew it. "I will get this full and bring it right back." Locks followed her down to the main deck, just as Felix was climbing back over the side of the Audacious. "Any serious damage down there?" "Not that I can see." Felix took Lox's proffered hand and pulled himself up. "We are just lucky we caught all the spells they threw at us." Lox nodded in agreement, surveying the damage their own spells had done to Darth's ship. The ship's rigging and sails were shredded, and many parts of the deck and hull were charred black from fire. It was a close thing there for a few moments, but that fireball in the middle of their casters really swung things in our favor. Was that a solid spell? It was, though it self-destructed after its last shot, and we got lucky it didn't cause any damage to us. Lox, followed by Felix, moved up to the foredeck where the spell had been built. On the deck around where the spell had been, you could see some small scoring where the disintegrating spell had damaged the deck. "Well, I am glad it worked out in our favor." Felix patted Lox on the back. "Without it, the fight would have been pretty bad for us." He paused for a moment. "You ever consider adding a physical component to the solid spells to reinforce them?" Lox thought about it for several moments. "I had not. I guess it just seemed like the point of solid spells was to have them completely made of mana, but I actually don't see any reason why you couldn't." An hour later, Vannessa, Cleopatra, and Xerxes joined them on the foredeck. "You two having fun?" Her words interrupted Lox in the middle of a dialogue on what Regis had told him about solid spells. Yes? We were just discussing using metal rings to make Lox's fire cannon more stable," Felix explained, as Lox's brain caught back up. "You mean that thing that shot fireballs during the fight? Wasn't that a solid spell?" Lox nodded in response to Xerxes' question. "So, by adding physical items into it, would that just make it an enchanted item?" "No, I don't believe so." Lox shook his head. "First off, I don't know if you could make an enchanted item do what that spell was doing. Secondly, the rings would be more of an anchor for the magic versus containing the magic inside them." "But wouldn't that mean—" Xerxes began. "Nope, not now. We aren't interested," Cleopatra cut in, gesturing to herself and Vannessa. "First, let us tell you what we came to." Lox met Vannessa's eyes, which were twinkling with mirth. "Any crew joining us?" She nodded. "Almost all the casters that lived through the fight will be joining us. There was one that made my skin crawl when I talked to him, so I put him ashore with the rest of the crew we couldn't take or was untrustworthy. Good to hear. I will have to chat with our new casters to see what they can do." Lox turned to Cleopatra. She handed his ring back to him. "We got all the cargo. Your ring is a little stuffed now." It is worth it." Lox could feel the additional weight settle on him as he took the ring. It was a strange feeling since it was just on his finger, but his overall body just felt heavier. The ring reduced the weight of the items in it greatly, but not completely. "So we are done with the ship then?" "It's empty," Vannessa assured him. "Then let's cut loose and have some target practice." Lox smiled at the others. Several minutes later, their anchor had been raised, and Lox stood with Felix, Xerxes, and the 5 casters that just joined his crew on the rear of the Audacious. "Fire at will!" he called out, and a barrage of 3 fireballs, a hail of dark missiles, a pair of lightning bolts, and a pair of beams of fire shot from the group. The attacks shredded the side of the other vessel, since it now lacked any magical defense. Lox and Felix continued to channel their fire beams into the vessel. At the same time, Xerxes and another caster let loose another wave. Soon, the other ship was being consumed in a conflagration of magical fire. Watching the blaze, Lox smiled when he saw a pair of swirls of translucent energy depart the sinking vessel and enter the Audacious. He knew from past experience that they were representations of the ship point he had just received. Lox saw the object hurtling through the sky above them. As he watched, the object seemed to change direction and move toward them. "You see that?" "Yeah, I wonder what it is." Xerxes scratched the back of his head. As the object closed with them, Lox just had time as it flashed by to see it was roughly human-sized. The unknown object impacted the water next to the Audacious, sending out large waves of water that caused the vessel to rock. As the vessel quit rocking, a deep male voice called up. "Hail, ship! Hail, unknown flying human!" Xerxes called down without missing a beat as he and Lox moved over to the rail to look down at the unknown person. As they looked over the railing, Lox saw the man standing there hovering just over the water's surface. He was a tall, broadly built man with dark skin and wings made of light coming from his back. He wore a simple light tan robe and nothing else. "Permission to come aboard?" Lox nodded. "Sure." He saw no reason to deny the man. It was not like they could stop him. The aura of power washing off him made it clear that he was likely strong enough to sink the Audacious without even an effort, despite his lack of weapons. The man's wings snapped, and he hopped up onto the quarterdeck with them. As his feet touched down, the wings on his back faded out of existence, like snow melting in the sun. He smiled at their slack-jawed gazes at his wings. "Wings of light. I found them when I was around level 100 as a dungeon reward." "So you are a player, then?" Lox did his best to keep his eyes from bulging at the level. "My name is Lox, and this," he elbowed the stunned Xerxes, "is Xerxes." "Ah, so this is the right ship." The man beamed. "I have been searching this entirely too complicated region for a week now." Cleopatra, Felix, and Vannessa came hurrying onto the deck at that moment. "And this is Felix, Cleopatra, and Vannessa." Lox pointed each of them out. "Both of you are here. Thank Altor." He looked between Felix and Lox. "My name is Cirrus. I am a member of the Immortals, and I am here to extend an invitation to both of you to join us." The Immortals? The name was familiar, but he wasn't sure. "That is a player guild, right?" Cirrus gazed at the others, his gaze pausing on Vannessa for a second. "I guess there is little risk in telling you." He took a breath to begin. Lox held up his finger. "Wait! Saul, kill the stream." Saul, who had been hovering nearby, blinked his internal light, indicating he had killed the stream, or at least made it impossible to see or hear what was going on. "You guys stream?" Cirrus looked surprised at the group. "We have a contract with a producer to make a TV show based on our adventures," Xerxes explained. "Risky." Cirrus shook his head slowly. "Precautions have been taken for both Felix and Lox," Cleopatra assured him. "So you know, then." Cirrus looked at the two of them, and they nodded. "I guess that makes this easier, then. You are right. The Immortals is a guild of second-chance players who have come together to protect against the player-killer guilds. We have several other guilds, including the Vanguard, who also help us in this mission." "You guys are tied to Vanguard?" Cleopatra's voice got a little higher in surprise. "You mean the number 3 guild in WOM?" Cirrus nodded. "One and the same." Lox looked at Felix, who just shrugged, so Lox turned back to Cirrus. I am hesitant to join up with a guild who I just met. We are quite happy with what we are doing right now and don't want to change it." Cirrus nodded in understanding. "That is understandable. Either way, I have something for you." He opened a rift with a finger and reached into it. He pulled out a pair of small notebooks. "These books are tied to a pair of books back in our home base. They are simply so you can write a roll call in, assuming you have both made the transition and lost access to the standard player chat menus. We have a team of scholars who keep track of people's entries. If they haven't seen a message from you in the last week, we will reach out to you, and if they haven't heard from you within 2 weeks, we will assume PKers have got you." "Roll call?" Felix took the book and turned it over in his hands. "Yes, roll call," Cirrus affirmed. "These books are tied to a large magical book that syncs them all together so others can see what is written in them. It is a type of chat for those who have made the transition." "So have you not made the transition, then?" Lox asked. Cirrus chuckled. "No, I have not. I could not have found you if I had. When the transition was first introduced, half the guild immediately made the switch. In contrast, the others have held off, so we would still have the ability to protect and find new second-chance players." Vannessa, who had been listening to the whole conversation, looked between all of them. "What are you all talking about?" An awkward silence spread in the group as they looked at Vannessa, just now realizing how what they were talking about must sound to her. After a moment, Lox did his best to explain what they were talking about and exactly what the bound souls were. After several minutes of them answering her questions, a thought occurred to Lox, and he turned to Cirrus. "I only share this because of the importance of it for second chance players to know." Cirrus instantly gave him his full attention. "I guess the first part of this is a question. Has anyone developed their mindscape much?" "You mean the place we go when we are waiting to respawn?" Cirrus asked. Lox nodded. "Some people have pretty amazing houses they bought with the vouchers or have built themselves." "But has anyone broken out of the shell?" Lox pressed. "I am not sure what you mean by that." Cirrus had a frown cross his face. "The mindscape is much more than the small space that you have likely experienced. Once the shell that you start in is broken out of, the mindscape is a vast place where you can touch the minds of the people around you." Lox began his explanation. Felix listened in, while Xerxes and Cleopatra chatted with Vannessa. "Once the shell is broken, your mind is vulnerable at first, but you can make it more protected than it was by the shell, given time. But that's not the important part." Cirrus was paying careful attention to Lox as he spoke, and had actually taken out a notepad and pen. "The important part is the focus points you get when you level up in place of talent points. You can use them in a building in your mindscape to increase your innate skills with your talents. This allows you to excel in the skills much faster than you would normally. It can also, from what I hear, allow you to innately branch off into related skills or abilities as you progress." "And these points are only accessible in the mindscape?" Cirrus checked. Lox nodded. "How does one go about breaking out of the shell?" "That I am a little unclear on," Lox answered. "I got lucky. I used my voucher to summon a relatively powerful assistant who did it for me. We have been trying to do it for Felix, but it is a struggle to enter the mindscape by meditation. I guess I should warn you too. The mindscape is one of the places that can do lasting harm, and if you ever run into a hostile psionic, you should just run away. I can think of nothing worse than being trapped in a broken mind for all of eternity." Lox saw Cirrus pale a little. "I see why that would be bad. Are focus points worth the risk, then?" "Yeah, they are." Lox leaned on the rail and watched the passing island. "For two reasons. One, like I said before, they will allow you to develop skills much faster than normal. The second is that the shell is not impenetrable. A powerful enough psionic can break into it, and then you would be boned. So opening the mindscape is something all second-chance players should do at some point." Cirrus joined him on the railing. "I see your point. If I can get the three of us into the mindscape, can you open our minds?" "I can." Lox had asked Regis if they could do that for Felix, and he told him it would take time but could be possible if they all remain in the mindscape for several days. "It will take us being in a comatose state for several days. I am not a powerful psionic, so it will take us time." Cirrus opened his rift again and rummaged in it for several seconds before producing 3 vials that held a thick purple solution. "These are something called death slumber. They will put you in a coma until the antidote is fed to you. I figure we could take them and have your friends feed us the potion in a week. You are placing a lot of faith in people you just met." Lox eyed him. If you kill me, I will just respawn. And Altor is pretty selective in who he allows into the second chance program, so I feel pretty safe." Cirrus shot him a lopsided smile. "It works for me." Lox turned back to the ship, looking at Xerxes and Cleopatra. "I don't suppose you have another set of the vials, so I can use them with Cleo and Xerx?" Cirrus nodded. "I have a couple more doses, though I have the feeling they will become a lot more valuable in the next little while. If the focus points really work like you say, then they will give us a huge advantage." Lox knocked back the vial of the thick purple liquid. Almost as soon as the vial substance touched his tongue, he felt the effects pulling him down. He barely managed to grab Felix's and Cirrus's hands, not even conscious of his body falling toward the bed. What only felt like a moment for Lox passed. He found himself in his mindscape, standing outside the entrance leading the library in the volcano's crater. Looking around, he saw Regis approaching him. "You up to speed on what we are aiming to do?" "Of course! Saul filled me in on why you slumbered." Regis grasped Lox's outstretched hand. "It has been a bit since you were here." "I know." Lox let out an annoyed sigh. "While Saul can bring me here sometimes, it is hard for both him and me. I have been trying to figure out meditation, but that doesn't seem to be working well for me." "Well, you are making progress, I can tell you that much. A few times when you were trying, I felt your presence beginning to manifest, so that is encouraging." "Good to know. I will have to get you to show me what you have changed with the place. But first, we should get on with opening up the other two." Regis bobbed his head in agreement. "You told them to also be trying to break out on their own, right?" Lox nodded. "Good. That will help. I already know where their shells are, so we can go get right to work." Regis rocketed into the air, and Lox shot after him. Flying through the mountains of his mindscape, Lox caught sight of the mountain that had been converted into an octagonal pyramid. That was where he could spend his focus points, and aside from the library, was the most important structure in his mindscape. As they flew, Lox saw a few of the aggregation towers that Regis had built to passively gather psych points from slain enemies. They didn't gather very much, but Regis told Lox that unless he wanted to invade other people's minds, this was one of the only ways to get the valuable energy. As they passed by the outermost ring of mountains representing his mindscape, Lox saw one of the large magical railguns Regis was building for his defense. This one looked to be about half completed, with the base built, but only a framework of the gun completed. Landing, Regis and Lox walked out onto the flat, barren plains that surrounded his mindscape. It took them a few minutes to come to a dome of material made to blend into the plains the size of a small house. Regis gestured at it. "This is the shell. If I am correct in my orientation, this should be Felix." "Okay. Well, what do we do?" Lox asked, looking at the dome before them. "Well, we attack it." Regis trailed off, as suddenly the dome shattered and the plains around them changed. "What the heck?" As the ground shifted under Lox's feet, he stumbled and fell to a knee. Regis grabbed his arm, and forming spells around them, lifted them into the air. Hovering several hundred meters about the plains, Lox watched in amazement as they changed in a blur. The flat, barren plains twisted with small hills and valleys appearing. Almost as soon as they appeared, the hills and valleys were covered in plant life, small groves of trees growing in the forest covering most of the land Lox could see. At least as big around as his own mindscape, the area was large, and in the middle, a large clearing opened up. Regis led them toward the clearing, using magic to propel them. As they approached, Lox saw the clearing was actually a lake with a perfectly round island in the middle. A massive tree started growing out of the island, quickly swallowing it whole as it stretched into the sky as they finished their approach. As they approached the trunk of the tree, Lox saw Felix standing perfectly still with another figure beside him. Suddenly, the figure's attention snapped to them, and spells began to form around it. "Regis, is that you?" "I guess it is." Regis barked a laugh. "But we better dodge." He dove down toward the lake as a beam of black energy erupted from the other Regis. His Regis dragged him around like a doll as he dodged the beam of power. Suddenly, the beam cut off, and Lox caught the final words coming from Felix. "They are here to help." Regis leveled off their flight and brought them to land near the pair. As they landed, Lox saw a wide smile spread on the other Regis's face, looking. He saw a matched smile on his Regis's face. "Been a while since this happened." The two of them just stood there smiling, perfect mirrors of each other. Lox shook his head. "How did you get your own Regis?" I thought I spent the vouchers, Felix answered, but I guess I hadn't confirmed my choices before I respawned. So when I awoke in my mindscape, I searched for Regis and acquired my own. Lox turned his attention to the pair of Regises. When he focused, he could tell the difference from an innate connection he had with his version. You think we broke them? He asked Felix out of the side of his mouth. Oh no, we are fine, Lox's Regis answered. Just enjoying the moment. He met the other Regis's eye. So you aware what these two are? No, what do you mean? The other responded. Well, they are bound souls, so they can't actually die ever. Lox saw Felix's Regis's eyes get wide at this. Yep, I know what you are thinking, but for now we would love your help in breaking another shell open. It is why we are here. Felix nodded to the unasked question when his Regis looked at him. All right then, let's go. He held out his hand to Felix. The four of them rocketed over Felix's mindscape, Lox and his Regis being propelled by magic and the others using the power of Felix's mindscape. Lox heard the pair of Regises talking to each other. What is it with you bound souls and amazing mindscapes? His Regis shook his head. Is yours this way too? The other Regis asked. This is amazing. Who has ever heard of a newly opened mind having plant life? No, it is different, and in my opinion, even more spectacular, Lox's Regis answered, and the other snorted. No doubt you would see it that way. But the other Regis trailed off as they approached Lox's towering mountains. Entering them, he heard the other Regis mutter, I thought these were hills. They wove through the massive mountains before landing on the other side. Damn, Felix looked at Lox. I know little of this place, but even I can tell that was incredible. You don't know the half of it, his Regis told him, as the four of them walked out onto the barren plain. Soon, the group came to another dome outside it. Lox saw Saul channeling a beam of power into the side of the dome. He could see it was doing some damage, but it was a slow process. I was wondering where you had gotten to. Lox stood next to the floating collection of cubes. Regis sent me here to get to work. Saul cut the beam off his internal light, slowly recharging. Felix is already free. Wait, is that another Regis? This will be confusing. It is a little weird, Lox agreed. Lox heard Felix's Regis ask, Is that a freaking soul AI? Yep. Lox heard the smugness in his Regis's tone. So what do we do next? Felix asked. We need to bore a hole through the shell, Lox's Regis answered. Normally this would take a while, but it will be quick with 5 of us. The Regis pair showed Felix an effective spell to use, and their group of them set to work. It took almost 8 hours for them to burn a hole in the shell. When they were close, the Regises took turns using a weaker beam to not cause any damage to the mindscape inside. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, and the shell vanished. The same process repeated as before, and Lox watched the barren plain change beneath him as Regis held him in the air above. This time, the barren plain below them rippled as deep crevices opened and then began to fill with water. As the crevices filled, rivers spread out and connected many of the bodies of water together. Small amounts of shrubbery grew between the water. At the center of the mindscape was a plateau, and Lox watched a large castle with banners waving in the air and beautiful swirling lights. As they lowered closer to the ground, Lox saw the water was crystal clear. He saw fish and aquatic plant life slowly waving in the unseen currents. Passing over the castle walls on the plateau, they were greeted by a beautiful courtyard filled with fountains and lush green plant life. Touching down, Lox saw the Regises looking around in not quite disgust. Cirrus saw them and walked over. What do you guys think? I think all of this is a giant waste of mental energy. Lox's Regis only partially kept the derision from his voice. Cirrus winced. I can see that. Up until now, I had no idea what it was used for. Well, we can fix some of it. Felix's Regis looked around. We can break down a lot of this and convert it back to psych energy, though you will lose like half the energy. Then I can get my own one of you? Cirrus looked between the two Regises. No, Lox's Regis answered. We work great for these two because they are magic users, but there are better choices for you and your skill set. A day later, the group stood in a now barren courtyard. All right, you should have the energy to summon a powerful assistant now, one Regis told Cirrus. Look for one that has some synergy with your chosen style of advancement. Cirrus's vision got distant as he began to search through the soul energy menu. After almost 15 minutes, he refocused on them. I got one. It says he is something called an arcane sniper and an arcane blacksmith. If it fits, summon him, Lox's Regis told him. Regardless if it is perfect or not, an arcane sniper will be a powerful defender for your mindscape. Cirrus nodded, and then suddenly a new figure materialized beside him. The figure wore a quiver on his hip full of arrows. On his back, he wore a black cloak that flowed almost like liquid around him. His armor looked to be made of black steel scales that fit him almost seamlessly. In one hand, he held a long recurve bow made of an ebony black wood that had spiraling golden runes running up and down it. The figure's vision suddenly snapped to the group, and in a blur, he drew an arrow and took aim. The arrow was made of the same dark wood, but its tip looked to be a map of pure magical energy. Easy there, friend, Lox's Regis held out his hands. We are here to help. Cirrus waved the figure off, who slowly stood and moved back next to Cirrus. Guys, this is Perium. He appears to be a quiet one. Chapter 4. So, once this last gun installment is completed, we will have a full field of fire covering all approaches. Regis stood with Lox looking down at the railgun currently under construction. I will be working on a second overlapping ring of installments. Probably a good idea, Lox agreed. Feel free to look for other weapon ideas if you want. Will do. Regis looked out at Felix's mindscape stretching out below them. It still boggles my mind with how amazing your mindscapes are. Well, I think that has something to do with Altor. He is very selective in who he lets into the program. You think they are safe from attack? They had spent the last 2 days summoning defenders for the others' mindscapes and helping them create some simple defenses. They are better off than you were at first. That is true. Lox felt a shift. I guess it is time to go. I feel my body waking. Be safe! Regis waved as Lox began to fade. It was good to have you here. Lox sat up from his bed, his muscles protesting for the long time he had been unmoving. His mouth felt dry as a desert, and he began to work it slowly. Here you go. Vannessa held out a flask of water to him. He took a careful sip, knowing gulping it down would be a bad idea. As he did, the other two beside him began to stir, each groaning as he had as they sat up. Lox passed the flask of water to Felix, who immediately began gulping it down. Wait! Lox's voice cracked, and he coughed some. It was too late, though, and Felix was clenching his stomach and coughing. Lox stood from the bed with a pang of growing hunger, making him seek out food. Vannessa handed Cirrus another flask of water as she moved beside Lox to lead him out of the cabin. We have some light broths in the galley for you, she told them as they left. Lox was surprised by how weak he felt and was grateful for Vannessa's assistance in moving to the galley. There, he sipped on the simple broth Cleopatra had made, slowly feeling strength returning to his body. It didn't take long for Felix and Cirrus to join him. Saul floated in a few minutes later. When you feel up to it, Cleo says you should come up to the forecastle. Lox nodded. What is going on? We entered kingdom-controlled waters yesterday, Vannessa told him. I think she wants to chat about our plans. We heading for your family city? Vannessa nodded, a complex look crossing her face. We are about a day out. Lox saw the worry and stress of returning to her family wash over her, and he reached out and gently squeezed her hand. "Regardless of what happens, you will always be welcome to stay with us, even if I have to steal you away." She smiled at him. "That means a lot, Lux. I wish I felt joy at returning, but my father abandoned me to those pirates. If you hadn't come along, I would have eventually been just like them. Those accords would have slowly changed me until I no longer recognized myself." Lux ate the meal of light broth, sitting with Vannessa in companionable silence, Felix and Cirrus giving them some space. When Lux made his way up the forecastle with Vannessa, he found Cleopatra and Saul there. Looking back to the wheel, he saw Xerxes on it. "Good to see you up and moving," Cleopatra greeted him. "Everything go well in there?" "As well as it could have." Lux came up beside Cleopatra. "Vannessa tells me we entered the kingdom yesterday. Any trouble so far?" "We had a border guard cutter stop us, but Vannessa talked us past them." Cleopatra smiled at Vannessa in appreciation. "Since then, we have seen several other sails and have been harassed by a privateer, but managed to ward them off with our new spellcasters. Glad they have worked out for us." Lux had been a little concerned about recruiting pirate spellcasters. Cleopatra spent the next half hour filling him in on different details he had missed. Halfway through, Vannessa headed over and took the wheel over from Xerxes, who then climbed up into the crow's nest. "You know she's into you, right?" Cleopatra eyed Lux. "Who is?" Lux met her gaze, a little baffled. "Vannessa?" "Yes, you numbnuts. Vannessa likes you." Cleopatra rolled her eyes. "How do you know?" "She literally spent the time you were out watching over you. Then there are all the looks she gives you." Cleopatra sighed and looked up at the sky. "Why are men so dense?" "I just assumed it was gratitude from awakening her and freeing her from the pirates." "It likely started as that," Cleopatra nodded, "but it has definitely grown from that." "Oh." "Oh?" Cleopatra threw up her arms. "Oh, he says. Just be aware of it, and don't lead her on if you are uninterested, else I will throw you off the blasted ship." "I will help her," Saul chimed in. "Traitor." Lux mock glared at Saul. "What? I like Vannessa." Saul hovered over next to Cleopatra. "I will keep it in mind," Lux assured her. He honestly had never thought about it. Part of him still saw Vannessa as a regular NPC and had never seen her as a potential partner. Later that day, Lux stood in the crow's nest in the dark of night. He had sent Saul away, so the glow did not disturb his night vision. Looking out across the dark waters, he saw a few faint glimmers of light on the shores of a nearby island representing a few farmers' or fishermen's isolated homes. Far in front of them, on the other side of a low-lying island, Locke saw the glow of a city sitting in the dark, the collection of city lights faintly illuminating a few ships anchored in the harbor, their sails furled and gently bobbing in the gentle waves of the shattered continent. His eyes of the gods allowed him a clearer view of the distant city than most people, and he strained them. He pressed their abilities to their limits in the hopes of being able to see more and maybe even increasing his eyes' strength. "You know your eyes glow in the dark?" Vannessa's voice surprised him, and Locke turned toward her, deactivating his eyes' ability. "Oh, it is gone now." "What are you doing up here?" Locke asked, trying to keep his conversation with Cleopatra earlier out of his mind. "I saw the glow of your eyes and decided to see what was going on." "The glow is an ability called Eyes of the Gods. Here, let me show you." Locke activated his ability again as he was looking into Vannessa's face. Locke saw some of the shadows fade ever so slightly as the light from his eyes spread. "That is beautiful," Vannessa whispered. "There is a simple pattern in your eyes that gives off a soft light as it slowly turns." Locke felt her hand touch the side of his head. "What can your eyes do?" Locke pulled away from her hand and turned toward the city. "They can do a lot of things. They allow me to see further, see magic, and tell me the soul's strength of things we come across." "Sounds useful." Vannessa leaned on the railing around the crow's nest beside him, her shorter stature making it the perfect height for her. "You see anything interesting over there? It is a little far for me, but I do see a few fairly large ships at anchor." "What was the city's name again?" "Vatras, named after my great-great-great-grandfather who founded the city. If you can see the ships, then you might be able to see my family's estates." She paused, thinking for a moment. "From this direction, they should be above the city to the right. The estates of House Gilthan always have a large party thrown when the galleons are in port." Locke squinted for a moment. "I think I see it." Suddenly, there was a large, colorful explosion over the city. "My father must have made quite the profit on his last trade for him to have broken out the fireworks." Locke ended his ability and watched as several more fireworks began to go off over the city. Despite their distance, the fireworks were still quite visible and pretty, and he enjoyed them as he leaned back against the mast. "You decided what you are going to do?" he asked, after several minutes of silence. Vannessa didn't answer him right away. When she did, Locke could hear the turmoil inside her. "You know, nights like this, when my father had made a good deal or was in a good mood for some reason, always were full of joy and fun, even for an unwanted daughter. Though I was unwanted, I still thought my family loved me enough to come for me. But I guess I learned just how wrong I was in that." Locke put a comforting hand on her shoulder and felt her holding back a sob. "I need to go there so that the bastard knows I am alive. But I don't think I can bring myself to stay and fall back into the position life had forced upon me, especially not when I am fully aware of myself and that I can change what I was meant to be. Like I said before, you are welcome to stay with us," Locke assured her. "I know. I will make my father give you a privateering license for his house." Vannessa looked back at Locke. "It is the least of what he owes you for doing his job for him." "Privateering license? Like a pirate?" "Not exactly. A privateering license would allow you to target enemies of the Gilthan House free of reprisals from other houses or the Royal Navy." Vannessa sighed. "It is a fine line. But the practice of licensing privateers became popular under a king several generations ago. It is a way for the different royal houses to sort their differences out without resorting to open warfare. It is likely part of what has kept the kingdom together for so long. It also establishes a corps of well-trained ships that the king can call upon during times of war against external forces. As a privateer, you can only target ships of houses hostile to the one where you hold your licenses." "Licenses? You can get multiple?" "It is tricky, but you can. There have been a few privateers over the course of history who have gotten licenses from all the ducal houses and were only answerable to the king. Those privateers established the royal privateers. If a house was targeted by them, all that house could do was hope their own privateers could hold them off or beg forgiveness from the king." The Audacious smoothly slid up beside the dock, her crew quickly securing her in place. Hopping on to the dock, Locke tossed the approaching harbormaster a small bag of coins. The man poured the coins out into his hand to count them. "You are 10 silver pieces short." His nasally voice instantly grated on Locke's nerves. "No, he is not, Roderick," Vannessa retorted as he hopped onto the deck behind Locke. "You can keep your sticky fingers to yourself today." "Vannessa!" Roderick staggered back in surprise. "You escaped the pirates?" "In a manner of speaking." Vannessa shot Locke a look. "Now run along. I am sure my father will be thrilled to hear of my safe return." "Yes, mistress." Roderick turned and bolted back down the dock. "I guess we should head for the mansion, then?" Locke watched the harbormaster reach the end of the dock and send a messenger boy running into the city. "You two good to take care of resupplying?" Vannessa glanced back at Cleopatra and Xerxes, who were just hopping onto the deck. "We got it," Cleopatra assured her. "I will be taking care of supplies while Xerxes visits the places you recommended for finding more crew." Good. And if Roderick tries to squeeze any more coin out of you, kick him in the balls, and tell him it was from me." Vannessa smiled at them before taking Locks by the arm and heading down the dock. Vannessa had told him earlier that walking arm in arm through the city would be a good message for her father to receive before he met Locks. Though it made him a little uncomfortable, Locks quickly grew accustomed to it as they climbed through the city, passing out of the harbor district. Vatras was a much bigger city than Marcrese, and it took them most of the morning to make their way through the winding streets. As they approached the top of the hill Vatras was built on, the houses became bigger and the streets more organized. Soon, the houses began to be separated by small vineyards and even further apart. When they finally reached the Gilthan mansion, they had been walking through a large vineyard for the last 10 minutes or so. Locks had initially been surprised by the lack of walls around Vatras, but Vannessa had just laughed at the idea when he had asked about it. Vatras was built on a relatively small island, and her family's naval power was all the protection it needed. She told him that unless the city was on one of the large islands, they seldom had walls around them. As they passed through the main entrance to the mansion's interior ground, a large barrel-chested man saw her and rushed over. Vannessa let go of Locks's arm and greeted the man with a hug. "Oh, Vannessa, we missed you dearly and have been so worried about you." "I missed you as well, Geoffrey." She pulled away, and Locks thought he saw a shining tear or two in her eyes as she turned back to him. "Geoffrey, this is Locks. He is the captain of the ship Audacious, and the man responsible for rescuing me from the Pirate Queen. Locks, this is Geoffrey, the head butler for the mansion." Locks stretched out his hand and greeted, but suddenly found himself pulled into a hug from the giant man. "Thank you so much for saving our dear Vannessa." Stunned, Locks didn't know quite what to say as he was released from the bear hug. You're welcome. Though I do have to admit, Vannessa hadn't been our goal." "No, his goal was to save 2 children he had never met from the clutches of that bitch," Vannessa answered. Geoffrey clucked his tongue at Vannessa's language, and she blushed a little. "So, you have found yourself quite the valiant knight, then." "Indeed I have." Vannessa shot Locks a smile. "In fact, he is even a bound soul and sails a magical ship, so even if his heroic adventures get him killed, he will just show back up." "Is that so?" Geoffrey eyed him appraisingly. "I wouldn't go that far," Locks hedged. "I am not quite altruistic enough to be a knight, at least not in the romanticized versions of them." Geoffrey gave him a knowing smile. "I have delayed you long enough. Your father wants to meet with you in his study." "Well, far be it from us to keep the great Earl Gilthan waiting," Vannessa drawled. "Vannessa," Geoffrey sighed. "He was worried about you." "But not enough to pay the ransom, or even try and save me in any way," she snapped. Both Geoffrey and Locks knew enough to keep their mouths shut, and they entered the main building of the mansion in silence. The interior of the mansion was decorated with wood carvings, paintings, and thick rugs. Her father's study was on the second floor and overlooked the courtyard they had just entered through. Sitting behind a desk next to a window sat a man Locks could only assume was Vannessa's father, though they looked little alike. He had jet-black hair and broad shoulders. When he looked up at Geoffrey, clearing his throat, Locks saw he shared Vannessa's emerald eyes, but had sharp, angular features shaping his face. "Milord, I have brought Vannessa to you," Geoffrey intoned, as he bowed and took a step back. "Thank you, Geoffrey." Vannessa's father's voice was deep and full of authority. "You may leave us now." "Thank you, milord." Geoffrey turned and left through the double doors they had entered through, closing them behind him as he left. Locks felt the lack of his presence almost immediately as the room filled with tension. "I had heard whispers you might have escaped," Vannessa's father spoke after a moment. "Yes, and no thanks to you," Vannessa almost snarled. "This is Lox, captain of the magical ship, the Audacious, and the man who saved me. Lox, this is my father, Earl Halax Gilthan." Halax stood from his desk and met Vannessa's gaze as he came around the desk. Lox noticed how tall he was, having at least a hand's width on himself. "You know, it wasn't that simple. My rivals were waiting for me to make a move to help you so they could pounce." "So if it had been any of my brothers or older sisters, you wouldn't have thought twice about it," Vannessa snapped. "Yes, but they offer some benefit to the family, either as captains or as bargaining chips for alliances." Halax eyed her with no emotions showing. "The price of saving you was greater than any value you could provide to the family." Lox saw Vannessa wince at his words, and before she could respond, Halax turned to Lox. "What would you want in reward for saving her? Gold? Vannessa said you have a ship. A captainship in my fleet as either a trader or warship?" Lox felt his mouth go dry. The situation was charged enough, and the last thing he wanted to do was say anything. Fortunately for him, Vannessa stepped in. "He wants a privateering license." Halax paused, and before he said anything, Vannessa pressed. "And not just an Earl-level one. He wants a ducal license. I know you haven't given one out yet this year." Vannessa had explained to Lox last night the different levels of the privateering license. The lowest level was the Earl level of license. This authorized the privateer to conduct his privateering practices within the dukedom's borders of the earldom it was issued in, or in the rival earldoms of the earl who had issued the license. With this license, the privateer could only take 20% of the value of whatever cargo that was aboard the vessel he had captured. Assuming it belonged to a house he was allowed to target. A privateer could get multiple earl licenses within the dukedom he was in. If he managed to obtain licenses from all the earls in the dukedom, he received a ducal license. This was uncommon, though, because earls rarely gave out licenses to privateers who already held one earl's license. Every year, an earl could offer a privateer a recommendation to the duke for the ducal privateering license, skipping the process of obtaining licenses from all the earls. This was done to keep the ducal privateering fleet strong, since ducal privateers often were slain by the other dukes' fleets. Ducal privateering licenses allowed a privateer to take up to 50% of the value of the cargo of any ship they captured from rival ducal houses. This license prohibited privateers from operating the privateering capacity against ships belonging to the ducal house that issued the license. Earls often used their right to give out a ducal license once a year as a way to get rid of troublesome privateers from their waters. The highest level was the royal license. Vannessa told Lox it allowed privateers to take full possession of any captured vessel. They then could ransom the vessel back to the dukedom they took it from, or sell it to another power. "That is quite the reward you ask for." Halax met his daughter's eyes. "You sure you want it? You know the danger it would put him in." "I know," Vannessa nodded. "He can handle it." They had determined not to tell her father that Lox was a bound soul until after the license was given. "Okay, if you say so." Halax went back to his desk and retrieved a wooden coin the size of Lox's hand. In the middle of it was an inlaid symbol of a cluster of grapes. The coin glowed ever so slightly. As Halax handed it to Lox, he held on to it for a moment longer. "Give this to the head harbor master in Harding. He will make sure you get your license from there." Lox flipped the coin over in his hand, examining both sides. "Thank you. We will set sail for Harding as soon as we are resupplied and crewed." "You are short crewed?" Halax asked in surprise. "We had a run-in with a particularly nasty pirate named Darth on our way here." Lox shrugged. "While we won the fight, and he now sits at the bottom of the sea with his ship, we lost a fair chunk of our crew in the process." That is blessed news you have. Sorry about your crew, though. Halax pulled out a slip of paper and jotted a few things down on it. Darth was a hazard for trade with Marquise. His death will make the route much more profitable. A small notification tried to appear, but Lox ignored it. I will make you a deal. I will help you recruit a strong crew here in Vatras if you hunt down the privateer I was going to use that ducal license to get rid of. He has been a giant pain in my ass for a while. Another notification tried to appear, but Lox continued to ignore it. That sounds acceptable, assuming he isn't too strong for us. If you managed to slay Darth, this one will be no problem for you to handle. I will send a runner to your quartermaster now to help with your recruitment. Lox nodded in acceptance, and Halax rang a bell. A moment later, a boy appeared, and he handed a letter to him and told him where to take it. The boy took the letter and vanished in a sprint. After the boy left, Halax gave him a contract to hunt down Darth. Glancing through it, Lox saw that completion of the contract was required for the coin to be of use. He placed the coin in his storage ring, and the bounty for the privateer Halax wanted him to hunt. He had emptied all the goods onto the deck to be sold before they had docked. One more thing, Father. Halax looked at Vannessa as he sat back down at his desk. I guess two, actually. Lox is a bound soul. Halax's eyes widened a little at that. And I will be joining his crew when he leaves port. I feel it has been made clear that I am not worth having around. Lox thought her father's eyes were going to pop out of his head, and a dark storm crossed his face. Jeffrey rescued Lox from the screaming match that had broken out after Vannessa's last words an hour later. As Lox fled with him, they both could still hear the yells echoing around the house. I am glad that she will be joining you, Jeffrey told him as they entered the kitchen. She has always been like a caged bird here. While we will all worry about her, she will be much happier out on the water with you. Ah, this must be the captain you told me about. An aging woman with kind eyes and blonde hair streaked with gray bustled into the kitchen. She wore an apron with flower handprints on it. Lox, this is my wife, Marissa. She is the head cook for the family. Jeffrey turned to his wife. Dear, I just rescued Lox from that conflict of wills happening upstairs. Yes, that makes sense. I could hear them while I was fetching some eggs. Marissa shot Lox an apologetic look. Those two have always fought. Vannessa has always been a stubborn one. What are they fighting about this time? Vannessa is going to join Lox's crew when he leaves port. Jeffrey took her hand. In many ways, that is for the best. Are you planning on becoming a merchant? Marissa nodded in understanding. No, Lox shook his head. No, I don't think so. I have received a letter granting me a position as a ducal privateer. No. Marissa's eyes bored into Lox. But that will put her in great danger. Easy there, love. Jeffrey cut his wife off before she could get too worked up. Lox is not just a captain. He is the captain of a magical vessel, and a bound soul to boot. If anyone can make it as a ducal privateer, he can. Marissa met Lox's eyes. You make sure that is true. Lox felt his mouth dry slightly, and he nodded. I will do my best. Vannessa is something special. I would not see harm come to her. Marissa held his gaze for several more seconds before she nodded. Good. Now, does your ship have a cook? And not just some oaf who can make something edible. Chapter 5. I am so glad you agreed to let me join you, Miss Vannessa. Thomas walked behind them through the city. Thomas, just call me Vannessa. Vannessa looked back at him. Aboard the ship, we will more or less be equals, and I don't think my father ever wants me to come back. Thomas shifted the large pack slung on his back. But Miss Vannessa, Miss Marissa told me that, given time, he will miss you and want you to come visit." "That may be, Thomas, but I get the feeling it will be a long time before we do." "You sure you want to come with us?" "Of course I do, Miss Vannessa. Adventuring among the islands sounds delightfully wonderful." "Just Vannessa, Thomas. For heaven's sake, we grew up together running around the estate gardens and getting into trouble." Locks tuned them out as they made their way back to the Audacious. He carried both the contract for the privateer Vannessa's father wanted him to hunt down and the letter that would get him a commission as a ducal privateer in his ring. The letter required him to show proof of having completed the contract on the other privateer to be valid, so Locks knew he had no choice but to hunt this Farad down. When they arrived back at the Audacious, they found it a busy hive of activity, even as the sun was setting behind the island. The dock was covered in a sundry of items. Some he recognized as loot they had captured, some was marked as foodstuffs. Cleopatra was in the middle of it all, organizing and directing the traffic, and crew hauling some items on and others off. She saw him approaching. "Locks, glad you're back. Everything work out?" Locks nodded, looking around in amazement. "I could use your help keeping stuff running smoothly. Xerxes is off getting crew with the harbor's captain of the garrison. He came running when the boy arrived from Vannessa's father." "Good. How can I help?" Locks looked around at all the stuff. "I was hoping Vannessa could handle the final negotiations on the price of the goods we are buying, while you went to the cargo hold and organized the chest there. I managed to snag a pair of dimensional chests that can hold about 3 times their own volume. Not as good as your ring, but they help. The one marked with a blue square is for perishables, since stored items in it are stored in limited suspension animation." "Can do." Locks headed for the gangplank. "Just let me take Thomas here to the galley. He is our new cook." After he dropped Thomas off in the galley, Locks made his way down to storage. There, he found all sorts of goods had just been stacked in piles by the simple-minded NPCs. He set to work putting fruits and other perishables into the chest Cleopatra had talked about, while storing the flour and other dry goods in the other chests. After organizing the first storage hold, Locks moved to the second. He found bundles of arrows, harpoons, and other weapons and materials for maintaining the ship. It took him several hours, but he eventually managed to get everything fully organized. Climbing back up onto the main deck, Locks saw Vannessa shaking hands with a tired-looking merchant. Locks saw Xerxes leading an organized-looking troop of sailors down the dock to the Audacious in the fading light. It looked to be more than enough to replace all they had lost when fighting Darth. As they boarded, Locks was happy to see at least 6 of the new crew were magic users of some sort, as they all carried holstered wands or staves. Locks knew the rarity of getting magic users this early, and with the addition of these 6, it meant they had 10 casters in all. The other 30 men all looked well-disciplined, and all carried short swords and bucklers. As Xerxes dismissed them, the crew almost seamlessly joined the movement of the current crew. "Where did you find these guys?" Locks asked Xerxes. "The captain took me to the barracks, where there was an assortment of crew to pick from," Xerxes answered. "They weren't the cheapest crew, but I think they will be worth it." "What did they cost?" "About 20 gold for each of the standard, and 50 for the casters." Locks winced as Xerxes answered. "Between them and our supplies, it ate a bunch of our total available money." "Don't you two worry about it." Vannessa skipped over to them. "I managed to sell our goods off at a reasonable price, so we will be set for money for a little bit. Enough for us to purchase some more supplies for repairs?" Locks knew they would need them. It would be nice to have some spare parts, cloth, and other material. "I will look into it tomorrow," Vannessa told them, as she walked over to the group with Felix in tow. "For now, though, the harbor is shutting down for the night." "Have you two decided what you want to do yet?" Cyrus's voice reached them as he crossed the gangplank. "I think for me, personally, I am going to hold off on joining." Locks met Cyrus's gaze. "I don't want to get involved in guild politics and that kind of stuff yet." "I am with him on that," Felix nodded at Locks. "I am just not ready to get tied into a guild just yet. "That is perfectly understandable." Cirrus smiled at them. "The books will still work for chatting with other Second Chance players and checking in, so make sure to check in." "You still want us to check in, even though we aren't joining?" Lox was a little taken aback by this. "Of course," Cirrus nodded. "It is the whole reason we created the guild, so even if you don't join, we will make sure you are safe. After all, no one else will look after us. We will make sure to follow up with that." Lox pulled out his book and simply wrote, "Hello, world," before closing the book. "If you put a drop of blood on the spine, it will make it so only you can write in the book," Cirrus told them. "But I must go." The wings of light began to form on his back again. "I like this region, though, and we'll try to get the guild to establish a post here, so hopefully I will see you again. Have a safe trip." Lox shook his hand before stepping off the deck. "Don't eat too many bugs up there." Felix smiled as he grasped Cirrus's wrist. The others waved as Cirrus launched into the air, quickly gaining height before shooting off and chasing the setting sun. The next morning, Vannessa quickly acquired the material Lox had asked her for. Before long, they were casting off their moorings and pushing away from the docks. As they left the harbor, they unfurled their sails, and the Audacious began to pick up speed. Standing at the helm with Vannessa, Lox checked the ship's map. The last location that Farad had been spotted was not quite on their way to the ducal capital. It was a little south of a straight course, but the fastest route to someplace was not always the most direct line in the shattered continent. Vannessa had managed to purchase a detailed map of the duchy. When they added the map to the ship map, it had updated and now showed the information that had been contained on the map. With it, Vannessa had plotted them a course through the maze of islands that took advantage of as many currents as possible. The route would take a little more than a day to put them where Farad had been spotted. "You know you need a flag if you are going to be an official privateer," Vannessa told Lox from the wheel, pulling him away from the map. "Really? I hadn't thought about that. Any ideas? I am not very artistic." Vannessa thought about it for a moment. "Well, we don't want something too complex. What about a dark blue circle with beams of a light blue coming off it?" Felix, who had just climbed up onto the quarterdeck with them, suggested. "On a black background. Wouldn't that make it hard to see the circle in the middle?" Lox tried to picture it in his mind. "Maybe, but we could accent the circle with the same color we use for the beams," Felix suggested. "I like that idea." Vannessa shot Lox a questioning look. "You are the captain. It's your call." "I don't know, guys." Lox shrugged. "Like I said, not an artist. Why don't you two go ahead and make it? And if it works, we can fly a painted version until we can get a cloth one made. Done. Come tell me what you think." Felix pulled Lox's attention away from the solid spell he had been working on with Sol. Lox carefully tied off the spell, ever thankful for the ability to pause the long projects. He moved over and looked at the design Felix had painted on a piece of cloth. He had masterfully made it so the circle in the middle looked like an orb and was floating in blackness. The orb was outlined by an icy blue that shot off in 8 evenly spaced rays to the cloth's edges. "I like it. What do you think, Vannessa?" Vannessa stepped away from the wheel and looked down at the design. "I like it. Simple enough to be seeable, but also very distinct to this ship." "Sol, can you go get Zerk and Cleo so they can have a look?" Lox asked the sole AI who had floated over with him to see the flag. It took a few minutes for the other two to join them. After they had also given their approval, Felix began to work on a larger version for their flag. He finished painting the flag several hours later, and they were waiting for it to dry when Xerxes called down, "Sails spotted! You see Farad's flag?" Lox called up. Xerxes didn't respond for a long moment, but then he called back down. "I do. It appears as if he is currently engaged with another small ship, not flying any flag at all. They are further down the current channel we are in, just around a bend." "ETA?" Cleopatra yelled up at him. "At our current rate? About a half an hour, Xerxes responded. The bend of the channel hid the ships. Lox looked back at the solid spell he had been working on. Maybe I can speed that up. He rushed back over the spell he had been working on. It was a solid spell meant to generate a constant wind source for the sail. It was tied to a small frame and hopefully would be self-sustaining. As he rushed to complete the spell, his hand twitched, and Lox was just a little too slow to react to correct the mistake. All he had time to do was begin to raise his hands to block the bright light from the spell before it detonated in a concussive blast. Lox went flying across the quarterdeck, trailing smoke, and slammed into the sturdy railing with a crunch. Lox heard Cleopatra and Vannessa calling his name in alarm, but it was a distant sound. When Lox looked down at his body, the pain reached him, and he screamed in pain. One of his arms was just gone. His legs were twisted in the wrong directions, and his chest was scorched and battered. After several moments, he managed to get more of a handle on his pain, and his vision focused on Cleopatra. She was trying to feed a health potion to him. He didn't even notice the sickly sweet taste of the health potion, as he barely managed to swallow it. As he did, Lox felt the potion's healing magic begin to work as his wounds knitted themselves back together slowly. Vannessa arrived with a crewmate in tow. Through Lox's blurry vision, he saw a lime-green glow appear in front of the figure before him. He was suddenly hit with a wave of healing energy. Lox groaned in pain as he felt his bones snapping back into place and wounds knitting themselves back together. When the waving of healing magic passed, Lox sat forward with a gasp and finally saw the healer for the first time. She was a short woman, shorter than even Vannessa, who was well endowed and had a kind face with curly blonde hair. "Easy there, dear. Sorry about the arm. Regrowing limbs is beyond my capabilities." Thanks," Lox made to push himself up, and half staggered to his feet as he attempted to use his missing arm to lift himself. Vannessa put an arm around his waist to steady him. "Easy there." Lox looked down at his missing arm. "Damn, that hurt." Lox met the healer's eyes. "Thank you. What is your name?" "Charlotte, Captain." Charlotte saluted him. Lox attempted to return it, but only waved his stump of an arm around. "Again, sorry. I am not skilled enough to regrow limbs." "It's fine." Lox waved away her concern. "Glad you are here. Anyone see where my wand went?" "It kind of blew up," Saul told him as he floated down. "Glad it wasn't my order wand." Lox looked at him in confusion. "Why were you up there? Weren't you helping me with the spell?" "Exactly. I was." Saul's dry tone made Lox take note. "That little explosion sent me flying up into the sky." "You guys ready?" They all looked up at Xerxes, who was looking down at them. "Because we are almost to Farad." Vannessa let go of him with a curse and dashed back to the wheel. Lox, now more stable, looked out past the forecastle and saw they were indeed closing rapidly with Farad's ship. The casters and ranged fighters had organized themselves around Felix on the forecastle, and Lox saw many of them already building spells or drawing back arrows. Cleopatra rushed off the quarterdeck, joining the melee crew on the main deck as they formed into ranks for charging onto the other vessel. It took Lox a second to draw his wand with his offhand and join the small group of ranged fighters on the quarterdeck with him and Vannessa. Charlotte stayed on the quarterdeck with them so her healing spells could reach over the top of the crew to heal the ones in front. "You!" Lox got a man's attention on the quarterdeck with them. "Your job is keeping us protected from ranged attacks while we cast a healing spell on the crew." He paused for a second. "Don't even worry about offensive spells. Our healing will likely draw the attention of their ranged fighters, so you will have to work hard to keep us covered." "Aye, Captain," the man saluted sharply. Turning his attention back to the front of the Audacious, Lox saw the first wave of ranged attacks launch. His attention snapped to the targeted ship. He saw casters waving their hands and barriers snapping into place just ahead of the incoming attacks. A few of the faster attacks made it through before the barriers stopped them, and lightning bolts wreaked havoc among the crew gathered to repel them. To Lox, it looked like the other ship's fight had been abandoned as Farad's crew rushed to defend themselves from the Audacious. It was then Farad's crew's turn to launch an attack, but the Audacious had not been caught flat-footed, and all of the incoming attacks were blocked by strong barriers that shed them like water. Ahead of the next barrage from his casters, Lox saw a black streak rocket from the crow's nest, piercing and shattering several barriers ahead of the barrage. The other crew had little time to repair the broken barriers as the wave of magic and arrows raced toward them. Some of the barriers were still intact, but the path that Xerxes' attack had taken had weakened the defenses enough for a large portion of the incoming attacks to land. Lox watched in satisfaction as explosions, arrows, and magic lightning splashed over the forecastle of the enemy vessel. "Bring in the sails!" Vannessa yelled from the wheel as they approached Farad's ship. Lox watched as several crew members he had missed climbing the mast began to quickly furl the sails. As the Audacious closed under Vannessa's careful handling, they passed broadside of Farad's vessel. Only a couple meters separated the vessel just as another barrage launched from the Audacious's forecastle. As they passed, Cleopatra and 20 other melee crew tossed grappling hooks across, and as they hooked, all of the crew on the main deck hauled the ships together with a mighty tug. As the vessel's hulls scraped together, Cleopatra screamed, "Death!" She charged across the gap, dragging a boarding plank with her. Behind her, the rest of the boarding repeated her cry and charged after her, 2 other boarding planks being thrown down. Immediately, Lox and Charlotte set to work, sending healing blasts of lime-green energy into the boarding crew's front ranks. Lox was much slower in his casting than normal, having to use his offhand to create the spells. As the melee commenced, Lox's warning proved to be true, and the other ship's ranged units turned their attention onto the quarterdeck and began to rain attacks on them. The casters Lox had tasked with protecting them worked furiously to build barriers and counterspells. Lox looked up, seeing the flaring barriers, and saw Xerxes leaping from their mast onto the enemy's, leading a small group of agile crew. Not far behind him, Lox saw Vannessa scrambling up the rigging after him. He felt an odd feeling of worry at the sight, but stamped down on it quickly, knowing this was not the time to be distracted. As Lox built another spell, he saw Felix leading 3 other casters off the forecastle toward them. Counterspell after counterspell filled the air around them as they battled their way forward. He released an orb that gave off an invigorated green light that lazily floated over his boarding crew. As he did, he saw a very powerful spell building on the quarterdeck of Farad's ship, the electric blue of the lightning in the spell sparking. He tracked where the wizard casting the spell was and dove to shove Charlotte out of the way just before the spell fired. The spell punched through the defensive barrier like tissue paper and transfixed Lox in place as the spell ripped apart his body. Chapter 6. You have died. Remember, lightning hurts. Time remaining for party to resurrect you, 30 minutes. Do you wish to wait? Yes or no? Lox looked at the message in annoyance. He hadn't seen it in a while. Around him, Charlotte was picking herself up, looking in shock at the charred remains of Lox's body. He shuddered a little at the sight before looking away quickly. Felix and the other caster arrived a few moments later. Though Lox couldn't hear him, he saw the swear words form on Felix's mouth as he saw Lox was dead. Lox watched the fight unfold for a few minutes, but saw it swing heavily in their direction when Cleopatra, supported by Xerxes from above, charged onto the quarterdeck of the enemy's ship. There, she attacked the powerful caster who had fried Lox. Her charge caused the ranks of Farad's crew to shatter. He saw Charlotte's magic heal several people close to death, and well-placed attacks from Vannessa and Xerxes save several others. Lox chose no when he saw crew members from the other vessel begin to charge into the rear of Farad's crew. He appeared standing outside the library in his mindscape like normal. It only took a few minutes for Regis to come flying over the lip. "Oof, that didn't look fun." It wasn't. Losing an arm is weird. Lox shuddered again at the memory. "Tell me about it. I had to fix a few things when that happened." Lox shot him a worried look. "Oh, nothing major. Just the shock, mostly. Mortis is repairing the last of it even now." "Just finished." Mortis's hissed whisper preceded his appearance as a cloud of dark mist condensed in the shadowy figure. "Thanks, guys. You are the best." Lox looked between the two as Saul appeared above him. "Perhaps," Mortis agreed. "You forgot to use the focus points last time you were here." "I was about to tell him that." Saul hovered right in front of Lox. "No getting distracted this time. We can get you here so rarely that you really need to take care of that stuff when you can." "I know." Lox leapt into the air. "Let's go." Regis and Saul followed him into the air as Mortis began his stoic guarding of the library. Entering the staircase under the orb of magic at the top of the octagonal pyramid, Lox quickly went down the stairs and found himself in the room with the tables showing all his talents. He approached the largest first, the one for magical engineering. Talent, magical engineering. Focus level, 55. Focus point per level, 3. Unspent focus points, 15. Skill number 1, control. Focus level, 5. Cost for the next level, 12. Skill number 2, spell logic. Focus level, 5. Cost for the next level, 12. Skill number 3, spellbook deconstruction. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 4, spell construction. Focus level, 5. Cost for the next level, 12. Skill number 5, linear spells. Focus level, 2. Cost for the next level, 6. Skill number 6, spherical spells. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 7, projectile casting. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 8, beam casting. Focus level, 2. Cost for the next level, 6. Skill number 9, AOE, or self-casting. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 10, wall casting. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 11, beam control. Focus level, 0. Cost for the next level, 2. Skill number 12, projectile control. Focus level, 0. Cost for the next level, 2. Lox was surprised to see the number of points he had available and the 2 new skills, beam control and projectile control. He opened and read both descriptions for beam control and projectile control. Beam control allows the caster to bend the path of his beam-type spells. Projectile control allows the caster to maneuver projectile from his spells in the air by concentrating on the path he wants them to follow. Lox realized why he had the new pair of skills. When experimenting with Felix one day, he managed to make one of his projectiles curl around a barrier Felix had created by putting a spin on the projectile. Attempting a similar idea, he designed a beam spell to have a physical spinning pattern. It had resulted in an uncontrollable beam, but it had been interesting. If he understood how focus points worked, essentially, he increased his native ability with the skill. If he spent points in these talents, it would give him a lot of versatility with the spells. "Regis, are projectile and beam control worth it?" Lox glanced over at him. "They sound interesting, but I really want the next level of spell construction as well." I thought you might have those." Regis thought for a moment. "Honestly, it really depends on you. The control skill can be super useful if you take advantage of them, especially projectile control, but they take a lot of work to be good at. What level of spell construction are you at? 5. It would cost me 12 points to get, and I only have 15 points to spend, Lox answered. Maybe get the first level of projectile control and the next level of spell construction, Regis advised. Spell construction is honestly probably the most important for magical engineers overall. Lox nodded. That is kind of what I was thinking. He spent the points, leaving him with 1 extra point, and moved on to the solid spell table. Talent. Solid spell form. Focus level 13. Focus points per level 4. Unspent focus 28. Skill number 1. Mana. Focus level 1. Cost for the next level 4. Skill number 2. Self-contained mana generation. Focus level 1. Cost for the next level 4. Skill number 3. Physical aspects. Focus level 0. Cost for the next level 2. Skill number 4. Construction speed. Focus level 0. Cost for the next level 2. Skill number 5. Infusion speed. Focus level 0. Cost for the next level 2. Skill number 6. Infusion cost. Focus level 0. Cost for the next level 2. Again, Lox was surprised by the amount of focus points he had. But when he considered how much he had been tinkering with solid spells, and that talent got 4 points per level, it made sense. Like with magical engineering, he reviewed the new talents first. Physical aspects. The additional physical objects to your spell can increase the stability of the spell of the material applicable. Construction speed increases the speed at which you can build a spell framework. Infusion speed increases the speed at which you'll fill the spell framework with mana. Infusion cost decreases the cost of infusing spells. Knowing the value of the last one, Lox bought as many levels as he could in it, buying 4 levels for 26 points. He then put the remaining 2 points into physical aspects, buying 1 level in it. He reviewed the table one more time before moving on. Talent. Solid spell form. Focus level 13. Focus points per level 4. Unspent focus 28. Skill number 1. Mana. Focus level 1. Cost for the next level 4. Skill number 2. Self-contained mana generation. Focus level 1. Cost for the next level 4. Skill number 3. Physical aspects. Focus level 1. Cost for the next level 4. Skill number 4. Construction speed. Focus level 0. Cost for the next level 2. Skill number 5. Infusion speed. Focus level 0. Cost for the next level 2. Skill number 6. Infusion cost. Focus level 4. Cost for the next level 10. The enchanting, spears, and arcane study tables either had not advanced at all or had too few points for Lox to do anything with. The arcane study table reminded him he should really be using that talent more. The wand talent table was the only one that had anything of interest. Talent. Wands. Focus level 31. Focus points per level 1. Unspent focus 13. Skill number 1. Casting. Focus level 4. Cost for next level 10. Skill number 2. Wand dexterity. Focus level 0. Cost for the next level 2. He read over what wand dexterity was and immediately purchased 3 levels in it. Wand dexterity. Increase your dexterity when using your wand to draw symbols, cast spells, or even point. It was clearly from all his building of solid spells, and would, without a doubt, make the process easier. Lox reviewed the 3 tables he had changed as he passed them and headed back for the stairs. Talent. Wands. Focus level 31. Focus points per level 1. Unspent focus 1. Skill number 1. Casting. Focus level 4. Cost for next level 10. Skill number 2. Wand dexterity. Focus level 3. Cost for the next level, 8. Talent, solid spell form. Focus level, 13. Focus points per level, 4. Unspent focus, 0. Skill number 1, mana. Focus level, 3. Cost for the next level, 8. Skill number 2, self-contained mana generation. Focus level, 3. Cost for the next level, 8. Skill number 3, physical aspects. Focus level, 2. Cost for the next level, 6. Skill number 4, construction speed. Focus level, 0. Cost for the next level, 2. Skill number 5, infusion speed. Focus level, 0. Cost for the next level, 2. Skill number 6, infusion cost. Focus level, 4. Cost for the next level, 10. Talent, magical engineering. Focus level, 55. Focus point per level, 3. Unspent focus points, 1. Skill number 1, control. Focus level, 5. Cost for the next level, 12. Skill number 2, spell logic. Focus level, 5. Cost for the next level, 12. Skill number 3, spellbook deconstruction. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 4, spell construction. Focus level, 6. Cost for the next level, 14. Skill number 5, linear spells. Focus level, 2. Cost for the next level, 6. Skill number 6, spherical spells. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 7, projectile casting. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 8, beam casting. Focus level, 2. Cost for the next level, 6. Skill number 9, AoE or self-casting. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 10, wall casting. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 11, beam control. Focus level, 0. Cost for the next level, 2. Skill number 12, projectile control. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. When he reached the stairs, a notification appeared before him. Leaving this room will make all changes final and require 3 hours of sleep for mental adjustments. Are you sure you want to make these changes? Yes or no? Lox looked at Regis. I guess I have to sleep for the changes to happen, so I will see you later. Later, boss! Regis waved as Lox selected yes and faded from the mindscape. The world resolved from a dreamless sleep, and Lox found himself in his cabin aboard the Audacious. He heard the sound of people moving above him on the quarterdeck, and he made his way out of the cabins. Walking on the main deck, he saw a couple rows of captives lined up on Farad's ship, while his crew picked through the ship's cargo holds and cabins. As he climbed up onto the quarterdeck, Charlotte saw him and rushed over, grabbing him in a hug. "Oh, Captain, thank you for saving me. How can I ever thank you?" Lox felt wandering hands and quickly pushed her away, a little stunned by the NPC. "It is no problem. I come back, and you don't." Lox smiled at her and looked past, just barely catching a slightly annoyed look crossing Vannessa's face before she turned back to the group she had been talking with. Lox moved past Charlotte and approached the group. It consisted of Xerxes, Cleopatra, Felix, and 3 people he did not recognize. "Lox! Good to have you back! Get any sleep in there?" Felix called when he saw him. "Yep, Regis tucked me right in." Lox smiled as the circle opened to let him in. "Heard you bit it, dude," one of the unknown people said. "Yeah, he took a lightning bolt from Farad for one of our crew," Vannessa told them. "That was Farad who cast that?" Lox asked in surprise. "I guess that explains the power." "He was quite the powerful caster. We had been outrunning him until he hit us with a similar bolt that broke our mainmast," the unknown female explained. When Lox looked at her in question, she smiled. "Name is Zara." She was clearly a half-dwarf, with broad shoulders and a squat, strong build. She wore flowing white robes and had a staff with a glowing gem attached to the end. "And I am Jedediah. Everyone calls me Jed, though." He had a large broadsword strapped to his back and was built similarly to Cleopatra. Lox looked at Zara. "Cleric?" "Our friend here was kind enough to introduce me to a temple where I learned as a quest reward." Zara gestured at the one still unknown man. "Quite the reward. Who is this?" Lox nodded at the still unknown man. "That is Prince Ambrose," Vannessa whispered as she looked closer at the man. "Son of King Sumas Athenian." She bowed ever so slightly as the other two tensed a little. "What are you doing so far from the capital, my lord, and without the royal fleet?" "None of that." Ambrose blushed and waved his hands around a little. Lox noticed he had an accent not dissimilar to an Irish accent. "I am in exile. My father has gone mad and tried to have me killed. If it wasn't for my two friends, I would have died several times over at this point." "He has gone mad?" Vannessa asked in surprise. Ambrose nodded at Jedediah for him to explain. He eyed Vannessa for a second. "Odd NPC you have here." "Little odd, but we like her." Xerxes chortled right before Vannessa punched him. Jedediah shook his head. He was clearly hesitant to share the story, but he looked back at the other two ships and sighed. "I guess there is nothing for it now. Our ship is sinking, and we need help." He looked back at Lox. "The king has been corrupted by some sort of advisor. The prince had been fleeing the palace when we came across him, and he gave us a quest to protect him. Not knowing what else to do, we stole a small ship and fled the capital. We picked up a small crew at a nearby port and have been on the run ever since." Lox understood Jedediah's hesitation to explain the situation they were in. The quest was likely a rare quest, and they didn't want to share it. Lox didn't want to be a dick, but he saw little reason to help them if they wouldn't share the quest, which was likely why Jedediah told them about it. He appreciated his openness and was about to say something when a quest notification flashed in his vision and a white paper with scroll text appeared in his free hand. Everyone else took note. Cleopatra, Xerxes, and Felix all had similar papers appear, while Jedediah and Zara got the distant looks of reading text. Lox turned his attention to the paper in his hand. The Hunt. There are two forms of corruption spreading across this world. One is a good corruption that will positively affect the NPCs of this world. The other is a malignant disease that will harm them and threatens to destroy this world if left unchecked. To fight this, the gods have declared a hunt for all NPCs corrupted by this evil power. For every NPC slain with corruption in them, players will receive divine favor points based on the amount for corruption. They will be absolved of the crime by any temple they visit. Be warned, however, slaying an NPC with the good corruption spreading in them will punish players severely and receive divine wrath points. They will be hunted by all members of the temple, players, and NPCs alike. This is an unrefusable worldwide quest. All players will receive it. P.S. Lox, you and Felix are the first of the second chance players to come into contact with this, even if only tertiary, and are why I have been allowed to act upon it. Thanks. The paper crumbled in his hands, and Lox looked around at the others. Wow, that is some quest. But what are divine favor and wrath points? Zara blinked. They are amazing. At least the divine favor points are. When I was learning the cleric talent, I heard a priest talking about divine favor points being used to raise the dead. When I asked about them, he told me they could be used for many other things, even just exchanging them for divine weapons. Divine wrath points are just as scary as divine favor points are cool. They enable the gods to directly act against you. The fact that it appears these points are unaligned with a god or pantheon means if you get any wrath points, All gods can act against you openly. Yeah, that seems like a bad thing, Lox agreed. Hey, Lox. The thoughtful, full tone in Felix's voice caused Lox to meet his gaze. You think the corruption it is talking about is... He trailed off as he looked at Vannessa. Lox nodded slowly. That would be my first guess. What are you two talking about? Jedediah looked between the two of them. You know what the corruption is? Come on, we are going to be sharing a quest with you already. Felix and Lox winced, and Lox looked at Cleopatra, and Xerxes just shrugged. Lox glanced up at Saul, who bobbed in place. He would blur out this conversation from the stream. It is not a simple answer, and something I think you need to know. It has little bearing on the quest for Ambrose. Lox explained his theory on corruption while circumnavigating the topic of being a second chancer. He told them how they had both met with Altor, the creator, and how the world was real and the purpose of players here. His theory on corruption was that the awakening process of NPCs from exposure to players was one form, and the other form was likely some other outside influence. They expressed a lot of doubt about the idea that this was not just a game, but admitted that even if it wasn't just a game, his theory held a lot of water. You know, when Lox first told me the world was real, I had much the same reaction as the two of you. Cleopatra filled the silence that stretched when Lox finished. But the more I see, the more I believe this world is real. Just hang out with this chick some. Cleopatra put an arm around Vannessa. When we met her, she was as brain-dead as a goldfish, and now look at her. She can even tie her own shoes now. Cleopatra let out a yelp at the sharp elbow digging into her rib cage. You know, I shouldn't take my armor off around you. She rubbed the sore spot. Or maybe you should be nice. Vannessa stuck her tongue out at Cleopatra. Several hours later, they watched as the other two ships burned to ash as they sailed away, on a heading for the ducal capital. Only a few of the prince's crew had survived, and they had joined Lox's crew without question. The surviving members of Farad's crew had been tossed overboard and made to swim to the nearest island, which wasn't too far away. Farad's ship had been loaded with mostly gold. He had evidently sold his spoils at a nearby port recently. Lox looked down at Farad's license to privateer and smiled. It was all the proof he needed for his ducal license to be approved. Chapter 7. Lox. Hello? Kalen. Welcome, Lox. You must be the new second chance player. Lox. That I am. Felix. I am here too. Kalen. Glad to have both of you. Lox. You get the hunt quest? Kalen. Sure did. Felix. We think the corruption has to do with NPC awakening. Kalen. Kind of makes sense. I will float it past some other second chance players to see what they think. Lox. We really need to find a shorter name for us than that. The Audacious slipped into the city of Eldson, the duchy's capital, as the sun was just reaching its zenith. The city's port was protected by large curtain walls built out into the harbor's entrance. In the middle of the wall was a large gap that allowed ships to easily enter the harbor. In the middle of the gap was a large stone tower connected to the walls by arching stone bridges, under which Lox could see dozens of large anchors and chains on winches. The top of the tower was crowned by a large set of tiered ramparts. When they had been approaching the city, Lox had seen large trebuchets and a half-dozen massive ballistae stationed on the top of the tower. The tower and wall were high enough that conventional ship-based artillery would have a hard time even reaching the top of the wall, much less the tower. The walls were at least 6 meters thick, and it baffled Lox how smooth the stone walls were. It looked as if the walls were made of one flawless single piece of stone. These fortifications are impressive, Lox noted, as they sailed through the entrance. Vannessa, who was at the wheel, shot Ambrose an unsure look. One of the ducal family of Eldtire's great progenitors was a master earth mage and raised these walls out of the water to protect his city. She had taken some time to get used to being around the prince, but his obvious limitations as an NPC had made her gain confidence quickly. The Eldtires were the last family to bend the knee to the royals, mostly thanks to the strength of this city's defenses. Yes, and the Eldtires have been a constant thorn in my father's side. Ambrose looked up past the forecastle as they passed out of the shadow of the wall. I am hoping I can find allies here. Vannessa winced. You may try, my prince, but know the Eldtires have always resented your family for the hold you have over them, and are not likely to support you. They do not want to draw undue scrutiny down on their city. Locks met the prince's eyes as Vannessa's words sank in. He saw the lack of comprehension before the prince spoke. I am the prince! They must listen to me! Locke sighed, but Zara climbed up onto the quarterdeck with them before he could say anything. We will disguise him and take me to see the Duke, or try anyway. While more complex than almost any other NPC Locks had come across, the prince was still clearly trying to adjust to his change in status. The mind behind the NPC was clearly struggling to adapt, as it still saw itself as being a powerful political figure. Most reasoning intelligences would have already adapted to the change, even if they did not like it. Well, be careful, and if you need us, we will be in port for a day or so as I get my license issued. Then we will be off. Locks watched as the Audacious crossed the harbor. As they tied up to the dock, Vannessa paid the mooring fee to the harbor master who met them on the dock. Locks asked him for directions to the head harbor master, flashing the coin Vannessa's father had given him. The man bowed slightly and asked Locks to follow him. As he and Vannessa left, Locks saw Jedediah and Zara escorting the prince, wrapped in a cloak, off the Audacious. The harbor master led them to a large building that looked to be a warehouse. Entering the buildings, the man led them up a set of stairs along the cavernous building walls to a heavy door. He bade them wait and moved into another room. A few moments later, he came back out and gestured for them to enter. As they entered the room, the man closed the door behind them as he left. The room was a well-appointed office with bookshelves full of scrolls and documents and big windows looking out over the harbor. A woman sat behind a heavy wooden desk that was covered in paperwork. So, you are the new captain who wants to be a ducal privateer. Her sharp, no-nonsense tone drew his attention to the bespectacled woman. She had wavy brown hair held in a loose bun, wore a flattering blue blouse, and had a narrow face with piercing eyes. Yes, I am. Locks produced the coin and showed it to her along with the letter from Vannessa's father. She examined it and the letter. So, Gilthan wants you to be a ducal privateer as a reward for saving his daughter. It also says here you must provide proof of slaying one privateer named Farad. I assume you have that proof? Yes, ma'am. Locks produced the license he had taken from Farad's ship. The woman smiled. Well, even if you haven't killed him, stealing his license is as good. He is very much dead, and his ship sunk, Locks assured her. She looked at him for a long moment. All right, that works. She used a key around her neck to unlock a drawer in her desk and produced a license written in silver ink on a fine piece of film. Sign at the bottom. As Locke signed with the quill she offered, a sharp pain stabbed into his finger as he finished. He cursed and dropped the quill and watched as his signature turned from black to red. Sorry about that. It has to be signed in blood. Unlike Earl-level licenses, this cannot be stolen thanks to the blood magic involved in their creation. Life is hard enough for ducal privateers without having to worry about their licenses being stolen and the next warship of ours they come across attacking them. Yikes. I can see why that is nice. Locks shot her a smile, flaring a little healing magic to heal his finger. She raised an eyebrow at him, but didn't comment on the magic. Right now, the dukedoms of Teradin and Boreal to the south are fair game for you. Of course, feel free to raid others as well. Just know we won't back you in our waters if caught. I can sell you a lexicon of merchant flags so you can pick your targets carefully. It is expensive, but worth it. I will be by tomorrow to record your flag design for our records. I will, of course, take the book. Lox pulled out his coin pouch. And information where to get a flag made? We have a design, just have not made it our official flag yet. Really? She chuckled. Well, there is a clothier next to this building who specializes in flags. Lox thanked her and paid for the lexicon of flags before leaving her office. They left the head harbormaster's building and went to the clothier. They paid the woman who ran the shop to have the flag made and delivered to the ship by the next morning. After that, Vannessa dragged Lox out into the city, excited to show him the capital. This was the first city Lox actually took the time to see, and he was pleasantly surprised by what he saw. He had been expecting a very primitive city, given the level of technology the world operated at, but he had forgotten about magic in that assumption. While magic wasn't everywhere, its presence had a profound effect on the city, at least in the districts Vannessa took him to. He saw at least 6 magical brooms sweeping the sidewalks, along with other devices of similar nature. Vannessa told him they were paid for by the nobles to keep the city cleaner. There were several other magical things like the broom scattered throughout the city, everything from auto-incinerating trash cans to self-cleaning public fountains and bathhouses. Vannessa led them to a particularly large stone building, which she told him was a bathhouse. At Lox's raised eyebrows, she slapped him and informed him it was divided into 2 sections, one for males and one for females. At her insistence, they paid the fee and entered the building. Though Lox was a little unsure about communal baths, he was willing to give it a try. Lox ended up finding the experience quite relaxing. There were only a few other people there, and the large pool of steaming water was enough to give everyone plenty of room. He found his way to an alcove Vannessa had told him about. It was designed to allow people from both the male and female sides to chat quietly while still maintaining propriety. He heard Vannessa on the other side, and they chatted quietly while both enjoying a nice long soak in the warm, slightly lavender-scented water. When they were both thoroughly wrinkly from the water, they left the bathhouse. Vannessa then proceeded to give him a tour of all the grand mansions within easy walking distance of the bathhouse. She knew many of the families, and those that saw them called out warm greetings and expressed relief at seeing her safely returned. As the light faded in the sky, another wonder of the city revealed itself. Lox had noticed lampposts evenly spaced on all the streets and had correctly assumed they were some kind of magical light source. What he hadn't realized was that the lamppost projected a glowing ball of magical light about a meter above them. The ball rotated in color from warm yellows to cool blues. To his eye, it seemed like the posts were synchronized with each other. "This is amazing," he whispered to Vannessa. "Are all cities so magical?" "Not normally." Vannessa smiled at him. "The royal capital is the only large city that is as splendorous as this one. The Eldtire family has long been a patron of all kinds of magic, and these lights were a gift to their family from the local magic college." That piqued Lox's interest. "Magical college? Like Martis Dane?" Vannessa let out a snort. "No, it is nothing like Martis Dane. That island is something special. If the stories are to be believed, the only reason it is a part of the Kingdom of Sails is that the wizards there simply didn't want to fight the kingdom's fleets. The king asks very little of them, if anything at all, to give them no reason to leave the kingdom. So it is in this kingdom, then." Lox smiled, thinking of Thomas for the first time in a while. "I would like to go there. I have a friend who I promised I would meet there one day." "You know someone in Martis Dane?" Vannessa looked at him in surprise. "His name is Thomas. He is a magical engineer and initially taught me the basics of the skill." Vannessa shook her head. Even for non-awakened people, the wizards there are some of the most interesting people around. She looked at a building they were just approaching. Ah, we are here. They had been making their way up a hill. A 2-story building on their right jutted out of the hill. Vannessa led Lox past the building and turned around it to show an elaborate entrance into the building covered in carving and manicured plants. A sharply dressed man greeted them as they entered the building. The foyer was richly appointed with stained carved wood, soft blue rugs, and beautiful tapestries hanging from the walls. "Mistress Vannessa!" He smiled widely at her. "I heard you had made your way home safely." "Farin." Vannessa gestured at Lox, who stood beside her. "This is Lox. He is the man that saved me, and a newly appointed ducal privateer." "Master Lox, thank you so much for saving this deer from those horrible pirates." Farin bowed slightly to Lox. "And congratulations on becoming a ducal privateer. Hopefully, you last. We have had a horrible rash of noble privateers being sunk of late." "He will do great," Vannessa assured. "We sail on a magical vessel that will become unmatched in these waters." "Will you two be dining with us tonight?" Farin moved the conversation onwards. "Of course," Vannessa answered. "This will be our one night in the city, and I wanted Lox to experience your fine establishment." "I am so pleased you hold the Wonder's Edge in such high regard." Farin bowed again to both of them. "Right this way, if you please." Farin led the two of them through the restaurant, where the quiet sound of conversations, the clatter of dishes, and the smell of delectable food reached them. The table he brought them to was on a raised dais with 2 chairs set in it so they could look out past the edge of the balcony and over the city. The sight was spectacular. Below them, the city stretched out to the dark harbor, and the slowly changing orbs of light gave the city a look as if it was breathing gently as it slept. Lox took in the sight for a long moment. "This is beautiful." He wished Saul could see it, but they had agreed the floating soul AI might draw a little too much attention in the city. "It is why we are called Wonder's Edge," Farin agreed with him. "Now, what can I get you two to drink?" Lox let Vannessa do all the ordering, since she was familiar with what they had, and he soon found himself sharing a fine bottle of wine with her. The restaurant didn't have menus like Lox was used to, and Vannessa ordered for them both based on what the waiter told them was currently fresh. The meal was a kind of fish that reminded Lox of something akin to tuna in texture, but had the richness of beef and the flavor of salmon. It was delicious. After they finished their meal, they ordered several more bottles of wine as they chatted for several hours, enjoying the city lights below them. Almost all of the patrons had left, except for a few other couples like them who were still enjoying the view when Farin approached them. "If you would like, we have rooms available. I am sure they are more comfortable than your quarters aboard your vessel." Lox looked at Vannessa, who just smiled back. "We will take one." Lox met Vannessa's gaze and saw the buzz of wine. "I don't think us wandering through the city right now would be the best idea anyway. Can you send a runner to my ship so my friends don't worry? It is the Audacious. A fine name for a vessel." Farin nodded. "I will send a runner. I already took the liberty of preparing a room with a view for you if you would follow me." Lox stood and offered Vannessa his arm as she followed him. The wine made them both a little unstable, but they supported each other as they walked. Farin led them up a flight of stairs into a small cluster of rooms. The main room had a pair of couches and a coffee table between them. Attached to it was a room with a large 4-poster bed, and through another door, something Lox assumed as a bathroom. Farin led them out onto another balcony set up in a way they could still see over the city but have privacy as well. On it was a pair of cushion-covered chairs and a small table with 2 bottles of wine and a pair of fine crystal wine glasses. If you need anything, there is a bell on the coffee table. Now, have a good night." They both thanked Farin as he left before Vannessa threw herself down in one of the chairs and proceeded to open one of the bottles of wine. Locks guessed it was approaching midnight when they rang the bell and got another bottle of wine. Though they had had a lot to drink over the evening, it had been spread out over enough time that neither of them were very inebriated. The light show had ended before they had rung the bell for more wine, and they had moved to the couches in the main room. As Locks tipped the man who had brought the bottle of wine, he heard Vannessa shuffling the deck of cards they had been playing poker with. While they weren't plastered, Locks was tipsy enough that Vannessa had talked him into playing strip poker. Locks had already lost his shirt and vest, while Vannessa was still mostly dressed. After a few hands, Locks was down to his underwear, while Vannessa had taken off her shirt. The next hand, Locks managed to beat Vannessa's four-of-a-kind queens with a straight flush. It was a heck of a hand, and both had bet heavily. He hadn't really paid that much attention to what was bet, thrilled more by his good hand. But when Vannessa began to strip in front of him, Locks gulped and turned his head. "Wait, Vannessa, what are you doing? You don't have to strip." "Well, I don't know what you are doing, but I am doing my damnedest to get you to take me to bed," Vannessa answered. Locks looked back just in time to see her removing her bra. Downing the rest of his wine, Locks stood and moved around the couch, putting a little space between them. Vannessa quickly followed him and began to back him up. "If you are not interested, then I can get dressed." She glanced down. "But from the look of things, you like what you see." I definitely do, but—" Locks gave her an appraising look, his eyes running over her naked body. "Good." She cut him off and tackled him, making him stumble back through the bedroom door. Locks found himself falling backward under her surprise tackle. The next thing he knew, he was on top of her, kissing her neck as a satisfied look spread on her face as she sighed in pleasure. The next morning, Locks and Vannessa made their way back down to the foyer, arm in arm. Though last night had been different, Locks liked how he felt with Vannessa on his arm and didn't regret it. On the other hand, the bill made Locks's internal greed monkey wail in despair, but he shushed it and paid Farin without a pause. After he did, Farin produced a pair of shot glasses. Seeing Locks wince, he smiled. "For the headache, not booze." Seeing Vannessa knock one back, Locks shrugged and did the same. The shot tasted of blackberries, but had a nasty aftertaste. Almost immediately, though, he felt a headache and general wooziness he had noticed before vanish. Great stuff. "Can I buy some to take aboard with me? For the man who saved Vannessa? On the house. I will have a bottle sent to your ship once you leave." Farin shook Locks's outstretched hand. "Thanks for the fun night," Locks said as he let go. Farin gave Vannessa a hug. "I am so glad you are back. Be careful out there. Privateering is not a safe life." "It is better than being a caged bird, though." Vannessa broke away and held Farin's hands in hers for a second. "We will make sure to come back whenever we are in port. We will always have a table for you." Farin let go as Locks and Vannessa left. As they made their way back to the Audacious, they stopped at a couple of wand and weapon shops, picking up a few wands and swords for the crew. Locks also looked for items for himself or his friends, but anything that improved on what they had was crazy expensive. "About time you guys got back. We almost left without you," Jedediah snapped when they walked down the dock. "Easy there, Jed," Xerxes soothed. "He is the captain, after all. We couldn't actually leave without him." Locks saw Vannessa wink at Cleopatra as they stepped onto the main deck, and the two of them high-fived. "What is the rush to leave, anyways? The man from the Wonder's Edge get here?" "Just left a few minutes ago," Xerxes nodded. "What is the Wonder's Edge?" "An amazing restaurant up on one of the hills that looks over the city. great view of the light show, Lox told him as he looked back at the city. Cleo and I watched some of it from the crow's nest, Xerxes told him. Jedediah finally interrupted the conversation. He had been trying to say something for a moment or two. We need to go because the Duke gave us a one-day start before he would let word get out about the prince being here. That bastard. He is just doing what he has to, Jed. Ambrose came up behind him. If he did not, he would risk bringing the king's wrath down on the city. Are people hunting you? Lox asked Ambrose. The prince paused, and Lox swore he saw the prince's eyes beginning to take in the world around him, but then it was gone, and the dull look returned. Yes, people are hunting me, likely bounty hunters and privateers from my father. The prince was likely the most complex NPC that Lox had come across so far, other than possibly Thomas. So far, the prince appeared to be showing more change than even the crew that had been aboard the longest was. Their eyes weren't even dull. When you looked into them, it was like they were blank, with no spark of life inside them. You heard him. Lox raised his voice so the crew could hear. Let's cast off and be out of here. Vannessa, who had been chatting quietly with Cleopatra, perked up and began shouting orders to the crew, getting the Audacious underway. As she did, Saul materialized beside Lox. Hey, boss, quite the view last night. You could see? Lox asked, in surprise and worry. I was watching with Regis, though he made us stop when you started taking clothes off, Saul answered in a chipper tone. Remember, if you need instruction on sexual activities, I can help. Lox felt himself flush red as Xerxes began to howl. His howl turned into a yelp when Lox blasted him with a fire aspect. Chapter 8. Sarah, you guys hear about the push by China to force NUF to install sensors in their games? Kalen, I did not. If only they knew what the games actually were. Sarah, it is all over the internet. If they knew, don't you think the world governments would try to claim land here? Iterius, knowing some of them, that is exactly what they would do. Kalen, wouldn't that make things interesting? Sarah, I am just glad NUF has the power and money to keep the nations at bay. Iterius, ain't that the truth? When I joined, they had just got done telling the EU to F off when they tried to inspect their server sites. So, what are we thinking for heading? Lox watched the shore pass as the Audacious sailed down the long, narrow bay that cut into the large island Eldness was built on. Lox moved to look at the magical map next to the wheel. He was joined by everyone except for Xerxes, since he was up in the crow's nest. The island Eldness was built on was by far the largest in the duchy. The bay led out on the western side of the island. The map they had acquired showed the border of the duchy followed the eastern side of the island, flaring out to encompass one small island. Normally, I would suggest following the ducal border to the south. Vannessa traced a route with her finger on the map. But, with the prince's need to stay out of sight of his father, I instead think we should look around the Horn of Eldness and sail to the smaller island on the eastern border of the duchy. If I remember correctly, there is a small port city on that island. Should prove to be a good operating base for us. Lox zoomed the map in on the island as much as he could, making it take up most of the map table. We can sell our liberated goods there and hopefully hide in its port if pressed by hunters. That won't always work, Vannessa informed him. Cities, especially border cities, sometimes won't allow privateers to hide in their ports. It is a matter of survival for them. They either take all privateers in and offer shelter from all hunters, or they shelter none. Else it would be almost impossible for a city to exist on the border of duchies that have tense relations. That makes sense. Felix manipulated the map to show the area to the east of the island they had been examining. Border cities need to treat privateers on both sides by either rejecting them altogether or sheltering all comers. If they don't, it is likely they would end up constantly raided by privateers and hunters alike. Exactly, Vannessa agreed. Those cities that belong to this duchy will always take us in, They just might not protect us from other privateers or naval vessels hunting us. Well, it seems like our best bet. Locks examined the map, noting a few marks indicating small cities and villages in the rival duchy. Let's set our course for it and see what we find when we get there. Aruga! Aruga! The klaxon spell Locks had built in the crow's nest blared across the ship, causing both him and Vannessa to sit bolt upright in bed. "Why did you make that blasted thing?" Vannessa grumbled as she swung her lithe body out of bed. Locks, shaking off the sleep he had been woken from, followed her out, staggering a little as the Audacious rocked under some impact. "For emergencies!" The impact had caused both of them to suddenly forget about their disturbed sleep and begin to dress. As the sounds of combat reached their ears, Locks forwent his armor, only tossing on a pair of pants and grabbing his wand. Rushing out of the cabin, he checked the charges of his order wand were loaded. The scene that greeted him as he rushed on the main deck was a madhouse. All around him, his crew was pouring out of the cabins and the lower bunk room and engaging what appeared to be fishmen, half as tall as Locks. They wielded an assortment of tridents and cutlasses and wore no armor. On reflex, Locks fired a stored charge from his wand, caving in the chest of a fishman who was charging him. The attack brought him to his senses, and he began to launch spells and blasts from his wand as fast as he could, dodging and weaving around as many fishmen as possible. He heard Cleopatra let out a roar as she burst from her cabin, battle-axe swinging and legionary plate mail turning aside weak attacks. Suddenly, another impact rocked the ship, and Locke saw a flare of magic dying in the night off the starboard side. Using a quickly cast series of fire bursts, he scrambled his way on the quarterdeck and made his way to the starboard side. Looking out into the water, he saw a few flares of building magic, but could see little else. He activated the eyes of the gods, and the darkness fled. Out in the water, he saw more of them standing on the back of a whale, while several more raced toward the Audacious on massive seahorses. The fishmen on the back of the whale appeared to be the casters and were building another spell. "Oh, no, you don't," Locks muttered, as he quickly threw a spell meant to disrupt their cast. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Saul casting his soul-draining tether on several fishmen who had been about to rush him. He cast his completed spell, and a hail of finger-sized spikes of ice shot from his hand and peppered the back of the whale and the water around it. The attack did little damage overall, but had the desired effect. The spells he had seen building vanished. "Your eyes can see them?" Felix asked as he came up beside Locks. Locks looked around to see his magical core formed up along the railing. "I can. Thought so," Felix nodded. "We can't help with light. We will build barriers until you can get us a light spell out there." Locks grunted his understanding as he began to build the desired spell, golden glowing aspect already swirling around his wand. He saw Cleopatra and Vannessa joining Saul in holding off the fishmen from the casting core on the quarterdeck. He also noticed that the men had gained the upper hand and were in the process of cornering the last initial wave of fishmen. Out in the water, Locke saw dark shapes racing under the water and had no doubt that more fishmen were on the way. The spell he was building was going to eat a lot of mana, but he knew unless his magic core could see the enemy, they could not effectively attack. He stood no chance of breaking the fishman casters by himself, so he had to rely on Felix's magical core. Completing the spell, Lox pointed his wand into the air between the whale and the Audacious. An orb of light the size of a beach ball and blindingly bright shot from his wand and hovered a dozen meters above the water, bathing the entire area in bright white light. He sank to one knee, breathing hard, as his body strained under the massive expenditure of magic he had just used. Pulling out a mana potion, he downed the vial. The sour taste made him cringe. Felix's magical core must have been building attack spells as soon as they had barriers in place. While still kneeling, Locke saw a wave of magic shot from the quarterdeck. 3 lightning bolts led the way and shattered the barriers the fishmen had raised right before the rest of the magical attack arrived. The wave of magical destruction washed over the back of the whale, leaving craters and burning flesh in its wake. The fishmen casters had evidently not expected the assault of magic and were all but devastated. The whale began to dive, but then a wave of arrows and harpoons with attached ropes shot out from the Audacious's forecastle, Xerxes's black arrow leading the way. Some of the arrows and harpoons missed, but enough struck that the cords went tight as the whale dove. Vannessa dashed to the wheel and spun it, so the Audacious began to point around toward the whale, preventing capsizing. As she did, Locks joined the other casters and peppered the water with lightning bolts and icicles. Most of their attacks missed, and many fishmen launched out of the water and landed on the deck, entering the melee, but enough hit that fishmen bodies began to float to the surface. As the rushing fishmen began to die off, either killed or already aboard the Audacious, Locks joined Charlotte and Zara, adding his own weak healing spells to theirs. As the casters and ranged attackers turned their attention to the melee, the fight quickly wrapped up as snipers picked off combatants. The melee died, and Locks felt relief flood him before a tug caused the Audacious to lunge in the water. Remembering the whale, he knew the fight wasn't over, and followed Felix's magical core as they all rushed to the forecastle. Looking ahead of the bow of the Audacious in the light from his orb, which remained apace of the ship, Locks saw the whale surfacing with several dozen fishmen on its back. Some worked at cutting the tethers, while others drew back bows and prepared spells. Each side formed magical barriers, and a constant back and forth of ranged attacks began. Locks's crew held the upper hand, and this became evident shortly as the barriers the fishmen raised were flattened as soon as they appeared. Several more barrages of harpoons kept them from fleeing when they became aware they were losing. Locks built a massive, meter-long metal spike that Felix and another caster assisted in launching like a cannonball from the bow and deep into the whale. Once lodged deep in the whale, the rest of the spell Locks had wrapped around the spike activated and immolated the internals of the whale, killing it almost instantly. Wheezing from the effects of the main drain, Locks and Felix supported each other as they watched the fishmen abandon the now lifeless whale. Locks was surprised, as the fight ended, to see the same swirl of energy come from the whale that he had seen before coming from other vessels they had sunk. The energy represented ship points and meant the Audacious had just harvested points from the whale. He spent the next hour helping heal the injured members of his crew. The access to healing magic meant that they only lost 2 crew members in the surprise attack. In combat, most wounds were not instantly fatal, and healing magic meant that unless someone was killed outright, they could be saved, even if maimed a little. One man lost a hand, and another his leg below the knee, but Locks knew that he had gotten off relatively lightly. When he was finished, Locks joined Vannessa, Ambrose, Jedediah, and Cleopatra at the wheel. "Vannessa, can you tell me why we got ship points from the whale? And what are we doing with its corpse?" I was just explaining to the others that the fishmen typically dwell nearer to the center of the shattered continent. Vannessa indicated a heading on the map for the direction of the center. The whale they had was different from wild whales. These are ship whales, raised and trained in fishmen cities. They have internal compartments in which the crew ride and store things in. This was a smaller one, but there is a lot of value in the bones and flesh of the whale, so we are going to extract what we can. Why was it clear up here, if they live near the center? Locks zoomed out as she pointed to a region covered in fog. "They were likely contracted to come after me," Ambrose answered for Vannessa, who just nodded in agreement. "My father has always maintained good relations with fishman cities, and likely hired this whale to hunt me down. They are the fastest way to traverse the shattered continent." "Well, it worked out well for us," Cleopatra smiled. "I got a level out of that, and it sounds like we will get some valuable resources as loot." "And it is unlikely the fishmen will send another whale," Vannessa assured the group. "They take a long time to raise, and are quite valuable for any fishmen city, so they will be hesitant to risk more." Ambrose made to say something, his eyes having a brief spark in them as he took in the group, but it faded, and he said nothing. Jedediah spoke up instead. "I doubt the king will be thrilled, but since we killed their ship, will that strand them? Hopefully he won't learn of our location." "The fishmen, while at home in the water, don't often travel long distances without a large aquatic creature with them." Vannessa shook her head. "There are lots of large water predators who like to snack on them. The survivors will likely find a cove to hide in until they find a friendly pod of dolphins to take them home." "So we've got time," Lox concluded. "Yes, we do." Vannessa went back to the wheel, and Lox joined her as the group broke up, everyone heading back to their own task. He returned to his cabin ahead of Vannessa as she gave instructions to the night watch. Entering, he placed his hand on the magical core of the Audacious and accessed the ship upgrades menu. Ship level 6. Currently available ship points, 4. Available salvaged points, 6. Smooth hull level 1. 1 point. Reduces the rate at which the hull will foul and slow the ship's passage through the water. Reinforced hull level 1. 1 point. Increase the durability of the hull of the vessel. Wind-blessed sail level 1. 1 point. Sails are easier to deploy and maneuver. He ignored the long list of other passive benefits, promising himself he would go over them later. Passive mana regeneration aura level 1. 10 points. Increases the passive mana regeneration for all crew members aboard. Passive health regeneration aura level 1. 10 points. Increases the passive health generation for all crew members aboard. Passive stamina regeneration aura level 1. 10 points. Increases the passive stamina generation for all crew members aboard. Propelled by magic level 2. 10 points. The ship's sails now capture a small amount of magical currents and use them to increase the force generated by the wind. Force shield level 1. 20 points. The ship generates its own force shield that blocks incoming attacks while still allowing the crew to fire back through the shield. Passive hull regeneration level 1. 10 points. The hull will slowly self-repair any non-critical damage on its own. Scrying map table level 1. 20 points. Install a scrying table on the quarterdeck that gives a bird's-eye view of the ship and anything within 1 kilometer. Salvager level 1, 15 points. Allows the crew to harvest 15% of a captured vessel's ship points, destroying the vessel. Reaver level 2, core ability. Cost, 30 points. When a vessel is sunk within a kilometer of this ship, the core will harvest 15% of the vessel's ship points. Fogbank level 1, costs 10 points. The captain will gain the ability to summon a concealing fog bank once per day to hide the ship completely. He already knew what he wanted to purchase and spent the 10 points he got from the new level and the salvage on passive hull regeneration. Being away from a friendly port for long periods was likely. The ship being able to self-repair would make things easier. As he was reviewing his changes, Lox felt a tug on his pants and quickly exited the menu, finding Vannessa standing in the doorway. He had unintentionally blocked it while he accessed the menu. She smiled coyly at him. Half an hour later, Lox lay in bed with Vannessa as he accessed his character menu. It had been a while, and he took the time to read over his stats. Character soul level, 39. Name, Lox Stellicus. Race, half-human, Nalcor. Unspent stat points, 15. Spent stat points, 180. 5 stat points per level. Health, 345. Health regeneration, 8.6 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 10.6 per second. Stamina, 249. Stamina regeneration, 12 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 14 per second. Mana, 810. Mana regeneration, 27.2 per second. Equipment modifiers, 1 per second. Total, 28.2 per second. Carrying pounds, 200. Stats: Intelligence, 95. Spirit, 71. Equipment modifiers, 1. Total, 72. Vitality, 14. Equipment modifiers, 20. Total, 34. Resilience, 16. Strength, 20. Endurance, 24. Agility, 38. Dexterity, 34. Actual level, 58.6. Experience, 5,236.2 of 24,255.5. He was surprised by the levels and kicked himself for not paying more attention to his character sheet progression. But then he looked at Vannessa and decided he had a good reason. He added 5 points to dexterity, agility, and spirit before reviewing the sheet one more time before closing it. It took them another 2 days to make their way around Eldness and come into view of the island they were heading for. They rounded to the north of the island and found a small village tucked away inside a decent sheltered harbor. The small city only had 3 small piers. They docked at the rightmost one. The harbor master greeted Lox and Vannessa on the pier with a kind smile on his suntanned, wrinkled face. Lox saw his pointed ears and realized this was an elf, at least a half-elf, and was likely a couple 100 years old. "Harbor master," Lox greeted the man. "I am assuming you are the captain of this fine vessel?" His voice matched his aged, weathered appearance. "Mooring fee is 100 silver for a privateer." Lox winced at the price. "How do you know we are privateers?" "Lad, when you have been around as long as I have, you learn to tell." The harbor master held out an expectant hand. "I am Lox." Lox introduced himself as he nodded for Vannessa to pay the man. "And this is Vannessa. Why the higher cost for privateers?" "My name is Titus. We allow all privateers to dock here, regardless of where they hail from." Titus smiled at them. "The higher fee is for bribing the local military vessels to look the other way." "Well, Titus, I am glad to find such a welcoming port." Lox shook Titus's hand after Vannessa handed him a bag of coins. "We are glad to have you. We pride ourselves here at Alvin's Cove at being a place where all people are welcome." Titus made a mock sweeping bow, indicating the small ramshackle city behind him. "This fee will cover you for a week of coming and going. We have merchants who can buy your goods from you, and a crew you can hire." "Thank you for your city's hospitality." Lox looked over the city once more before turning back to the Audacious. Deciding his cabin on the Audacious was at least as good as any reasonably priced tavern in the city, and keenly aware of their dwindling funds, Lox reboarded the ship. "Vannessa, give the crew their pay now. We should have enough once we sell the material we got from the whale. They are free to enjoy the city. This next week will prove to be a busy one, I think, so they should get the chance to relax while they can." The unawakened NPCs, while simple, were still set up to need a certain amount of rest and relaxation. Lox guessed this was in place to prevent players from working them like slaves. "Fire!" Lox yelled as he let loose the spell he had built at the unsuspecting galleon as they came around a sharp bend in the channel it had been following. His beam of gray destruction was joined by a barrage from Felix's magical corps and the archers led by Xerxes. They had been stalking this galleon for several days as it wound its way through the island. Several times they had brief exchanges of fire with the ship. Still, it appeared the vessel had its own component magical corps of casters. This particular ambush spot had been spotted by Vannessa on the map. The sharp corner of the channel cut around a cliff face that hid a small cove they could hide in. They had barely arrived in time for Lox and the rest of the ranged fighters to build their spells and ready themselves for the fight when the galleon had approached the desired spot. Lox heard shouts of alarm going off on the galleon as barriers flared into existence. They managed to stop most of the slower attacks. They evidently had been wary of the spot for this exact reason. His beam managed to cut a large rent in the mainsail of the vessel, along with most of the other spells that made it through, just as they had intended. The sound of the anchor being raised was followed by the Audacious lurching forward as Vannessa shouted at the crew. They quickly closed with the larger ship, its damaged sails causing it to noticeably slow. Lox and Felix managed to bring down the galleon's protective barriers long enough for a wave of magic and missiles to rake across the aft castle of the galleon. As the barriers re-established themselves across the back of the galleon, the Audacious closed with the larger vessel. Felix's magical core switched to almost purely defensive barriers to protect from the plunging fire raining down on them. Lox switched over to using a barrier-piercing spell he had developed that propelled a thick metal needle surrounded by a magical shell at high speeds. The spell took a long time to build and cast, draining huge portions of his available mana. He took careful aim and dropped one caster standing next to the rail with his first shot. The needle critically hit the man in the chest. His second shot went wide, and before the mana potion he drank could restore enough mana for a third spell, the hulls of the vessel ground together. A wave of grappling hooks was thrown up from the Audacious. As the grapples snagged and bound the vessels together, Cleopatra led the crew as they scrambled up the side of the galleon. As she reached the top, she fixed a rope ladder in places before disappearing over the edge into the sounds of a melee. Lox led a small portion of the magical core with Zara to the ladder. At the same time, Felix continued to build barriers with the rest protecting the climbing crew. As Lox scrambled up the ladder, he saw Xerxes up in the rigging with several other archers bobbing and weaving, all while pouring a steady stream of arrows at the galleon's main deck. Xerxes's dark arrows always punched through the barriers and opened it up for the others' arrows to follow. As Lox reached the main deck, he saw his crew had managed to push back a beachhead on the deck in a small concave. He and Zara immediately began to shower their crew with healing magic. Soon, Charlotte joined them. Their combined magical healing quickly brought back several wounded crew members from the brink. The next casters following them up were a pair of mages, who were now inside the protective barrier, and they proceeded to lob a ball of fire and spears of ice over the heads of the melee line. The addition of casters caused the larger crew of the galleon to begin to surrender. They understood they had lost at this point and were better off surrendering than being killed. The galleon's crew was a merchant crew and not used to combat. They would fight when needed, but it was likely the marine part of the crew had already been defeated. "We surrender!" a shout came over the battle, and quickly the skirmish ended. A man pushed through the melee, hands raised, and approached Cleopatra. "Well fought," he greeted her. They had agreed that Cleopatra or Xerxes would always act as the captain in a situation like this, in case treachery was afoot. "Though I wish it was otherwise, all continuing this fighting would bring is the death of my crew. I see you have healers among your crew. Can you heal mine now that this is over?" "Have your men drop their weapons, and casters move inside my ranks." Cleopatra met his gaze with a steely one. She really didn't care about non-awakened NPCs. "You heard her," the captain yelled. When his crew was slow to move, he screamed, "Move your asses, now!" That snapped his crew into motion, and a general clatter of weapons could be heard as recalcitrant casters made their way through the crowd. After the last caster was deep inside their ranks, Cleopatra nodded at Lox, and he, Zara, and Charlotte began to cast large area of effect healing spells. When the last of the crew had been healed and corralled on the aft castle of the galleon by Lox's crew, he listened to the exchange between Cleopatra and the galleon captain. "So I guess now you would like to see what I am carrying." He let out a sigh. "But first, I would like to see your privateering contract." Lox came over and handed her the rolled-up contract. She presented it to the captain, who glanced over it and paled a little. "Damn, you are a ducal privateer. Wait, you are the captain, not her?" "That I am. A necessary precaution in case you were reckless," Lox answered. "I had hoped to pay your prize with the gold I have on board," the captain groaned. "I keep enough on board to pay the prize of Earl privateers, but not a ducal one, though I should know better being this close to the ducal borders." He turned and headed toward the hatch leading into the ship. "Follow me." "Sol," Lox spoke, and the Sol AI floated over. He had been with Lox as he had climbed and harvested a fair amount of soul energy during the fight. Reminded by Sol's presence, Lox opened the soul energy menu and purchased the ability to store more energy enough times to be under capacity. Soul energy, 100 XP equals 1. Stored energy, 611 out of 520. Talent point, cost, 200. Times purchased, 3. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Stat point, cost, 20. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. 50 XP. Cost, 1. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Decrease rate of loss by 10%. Cost, 50. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Ability to store 10 stolen soul energy. Cost, 10. Times purchased, 55. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Vampiric speed, 2 times plus 1 time per level. Move 2 times faster for 5 minutes. Cost, 750. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 50. Monstrous strength, 2 times plus 1 time per level. Gain 2 times strength for 5 minutes. Cost, 750. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 50. Aura of Fear, 5 yards. Emit an aura of fear that will unnerve opponents that get within 5 yards of you. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Eternal Endurance, plus 25% reduction in remaining per level. Decreases need for sleep by 50% and increase stamina by 50%. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Enchanting Eyes, 5 minutes increase power per level. Enchant a person to follow your will for 5 minutes when they look into your eyes. Cost, 750. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 10. Spirit Form, 5 minutes plus 2.5 minutes per level. Turn into a spirit form for 5 minutes. Cost, 1,500. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 150. Predatory Sense, plus 5 meters per level. Detect consumable souls within 10 meters. Cost, 100. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Paralytic Feedback, minus 10% total cost per level. At the cost of 25% of soul energy, the soul vampire can enhance the paralytic effect of the drain greatly. Cost, 1,000. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Rapid Healing, plus 25 per level. Heal 200 health points. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 200. Protected reaping, minus 10% of total remaining cost per level. Further protects you from harm when in the process of reaping at the cost of 50% of soul energy. Cost, 1,000. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Though purchasing the ability to store energy was a little boring compared to the other abilities, the 4 more times he had purchased it brought it up to 590 capacity for storage. Considering where he had started, it was insane. He turned his attention back to Locks as he followed the captain into the galleon's cargo hold. "Keep tally of everything you see and tally it for me." They had obtained a market ledger for Saul to store in his memory for assessing the value of the cargo they captured. It took several hours for the captain to show them his cargo. Most of it was foodstuff, dried fish, corn, and other grains. A section the captain had tried to gloss over, Saul took note of, and they found in unmarked crates some frankincense and turmeric. The captain winced when Locks found them and gave him a weak smile. Locks just shrugged. He didn't blame the man for trying. As they finished the inspection, Locks looked at Saul. "Estimated value? Based on the prices of food in nearby towns and villages for the grain and fish, I would place the value around 75 gold. Saul took a moment to calculate. "The frankincense and turmeric are considerably more valuable, but only the wealthy classes can afford it, so they are harder to sell. They are worth in total around 30 gold. Sound about right?" Locks eyed the captain, and he nodded sullenly. "So that means I can take 52 gold in value." "Yes, sir." The captain let out a long sigh. He produced a bag of coins from a storage bag on his hip. Locks eyed the bag on the man's hip for a second. It was clearly a bag of holding, but under the licenses, personal items were not counted in the value of the ship. Locks guessed this was in place to help protect the trades by giving them away to safeguard some value. "I have 25 gold here." He jiggled the bag. "And the rest you can get from my cargo." Locks nodded. "Cleo, can you take Saul and go retrieve 27 gold worth of frankincense and turmeric from those crates?" The fact that the captain could afford to keep such an amount of coinage on his person spoke to his success as a merchant. Locks didn't feel too bad about lightening his load. The economic disparity in the kingdom between the wealthy and even the middle class was massive, far larger than even on Earth. This was very typical of a society in an era such as this. The galleon pulled away from the Audacious to the cheers of their crew. The crates of frankincense and turmeric had been stored down in the hull, and the gold had gone into Locks's storage ring, likely the most secure place on the ship. Overall, the fight had gone smoothly. They had only lost one crew member, thanks to the skill of the front line and the healing magic they had available. Locks doubted all fights would go as smoothly, but he was pleased with the outcome for their first large trading vessel. The gold and goods would pay for his crew's upkeep for the month or so. Anything additional they captured at this point was all profit. He paid his crew 1 silver per day, along with covering the food expense for them. Unskilled labor in the kingdom made about 1 silver a day, and then still had to pay for food and other living expenses. Making 1 silver a day and having no cost of living was a very good deal. There were always people looking to join privateering crews, despite the inherent danger involved. A few days later, they had made their way back into Alvin's Cove after completing a circuit around the nearby island that belonged to the Terraden Duchy. They had come across a few other small vessels that surrendered practically as soon as they managed to close with their firing range. Docked at one of the small piers in the harbor, Locks saw another vessel. It was smaller than the Audacious, looking to be about the size of a brig, but it had sharp, clean rigging and sails along with what appeared to be a coppered hull. These all indicated that despite the smaller size of the vessel, it was likely a deadly warship. The coppered hull alone spoke volumes about the vessel. Good to see your fine ship once again in our fine port. Lox looked over the Audacious's side as his crew was lashing them in place at one of the empty piers. He saw the old harbor master, Titus, looking up at him. As soon as the gangplank was down, Lox made his way down and shook hands with the old elf, nodding at the other ship. Nice ship. That is Captain Dravis's ship, the Surprise. He is another ducal privateer for Eldtyre, though normally he operates nearer to the center of the kingdom. Titus took the bag of coins Lox offered him. That is for information on ports like your own that are friendly to all comers inside the Terradan Duchy. Lox answered the questioning look Titus had given him. Planning to take a joint deeper in? Lox nodded at Titus's question. Well, I can do that. I warn you, though, steer clear of the capital, Calstone. The region around it and other major cities are well patrolled by the Terradan Navy. Lox thanked Titus as he headed down the dock, Vannessa just coming down the gangplank and engaging with Titus. He heard them begin to barter over the goods they had captured. Evidently, Titus was also the quartermaster as well for the port. As he reached the end of the pier, Lox headed for the single tavern in the port. It was still early in the afternoon. His goal was just as well suited by the tavern being empty. Entering the seedy-looking tavern, Lox was not surprised by what he found inside. The tavern's main floor was covered with simple wooden tables and chairs, with a few rough-looking men quietly enjoying drinks. Lox pulled up a stool at the bar, the barkeep coming over to him. "What can I get for you, lad?" She was a slightly built woman with a head of messy brown curls and was dressed in an apron and plain brown shirt and pants. Lox slid a silver coin across the counter. He kept his hand on it for a few moments. "A glass of red wine, and some information, if you have it." "What would you like to know about?" she purred, placing a hand over his. "I am just looking for any rumors about what has brought Captain Dravis and his fine ship so far away from his normal hunting grounds." Lox was worried he was here after Ambrose, and had to check. She smiled. "Of course, my lord. Let me go grab that wine." Lox removed his hand, and she snatched the coin. Lox watched her make her way down the bar, doing his best to avoid the sway in her hips she was no doubt putting there for him. She disappeared through a set of French doors into the kitchen. A few moments later, she came back carrying a goblet of wine. Lox could have sworn the neckline on her shirt was now lower, but he decided it was likely not the case. She set the wine down in front of him and leaned across the bar. At this point, Lox was sure she was trying to seduce him from the view she was clearly making sure he saw. He distracted himself by taking a sip of the wine and glancing around the room. The wine was better than he expected, though it still had a sharp edge. "So, do you know anything about Dravis's reason for being up here? And I don't think I caught your name." Lox met her gaze briefly. "My name is Gelsa." She pulled back and moved around the bar. "Let us move to a place with a little more privacy." At this point, Lox knew exactly what she was after, but also knew he needed information, so he rose to follow her. As she left the bar, she called, "Jared, come tend the bar for me." A teenage boy appeared from the kitchen as Lox followed her across the tavern. He did his best to ignore her swaying hips as she led him to a table tucked into a corner of the room with bench seats along the wall. Lox took a seat and worked his way back into the corner, trying to keep distance between them. "So, what can you tell me about Dravis?" "Well," Gelsa whispered as she sat down on the bench. The whisper was quiet enough that Lox had to lean in closer to listen. "I heard his crew muttering that even they do not know why they have come up here." Lox took a sip of his wine to hide the worried look that crossed his face. "But they had a cute little officer with them who spilled the beans while—" Lox hadn't noticed her sliding closer until her hand was suddenly in his lap. "I was entertaining him, privately." She squeezed his crotch, and Locke scrambled to slide out of her grasp. "What is going on here?" Vannessa's voice caused Locke's head to snap to see her standing next to the table, glaring at him. I, Locke stammered. She was telling me about why Captain Dravis is here." "I see." Locke saw Vannessa raise an eyebrow at him. "I didn't realize Dravis was here." "Yes, dear." Gelsa smiled at her. "I was just telling him about the lovely officer who spilled the beans while I was on top of him." "You know him?" Locke asked in surprise. "Yes, dear. He visited my father some time back." Vannessa sat down on the bench next to Locke's and then proceeded to squirm her way over him to put herself between him and Gelsa. As she did, Locke winced as a fist landed in his side. "Do tell what they are up here for." Gelsa, getting the hint, pouted at Vannessa. "You are no fun. Anyways, they are here chasing rumors of a galleon laden with silver being transported from a mine hidden to the north of Calstone." "Thank you." Vannessa paused. "I would love a glass of wine as well." Gelsa met Vannessa's eyes before sighing and getting up to leave. "Very well. I will be right back with that." Locke couldn't help but notice that the sway in her hips was still there, even though she was backing off. Fingers snapped in his face. "Hey, you!" Locke turned back to Vannessa. "Were you checking to make sure they were not here after Ambrose?" Locke nodded. "That is kind of what I thought. Now, we are going to drink this wine and head back to the Audacious, where I will make you forget all about her." Locke was in the process of surveying the provision being hauled out onto the pier to be loaded on the Audacious when a man approached him.
"So, I heard you were asking questions about me yesterday."
Locke turned to see a broad-chested man with short, curly blonde hair and a thin mustache. "Captain Dravis?" Locke asked. "I meant no offense, but I was curious why you were here in these waters."
"I guess that is fair. You must be Locke, the new member of the Ducal Privateers."
Locke inclined his head at Dravis's observation. "I am a little surprised you have already heard of me." Dravis waved the comment away.
"Whenever a new privateer joins us, messenger birds are sent out to inform all of us, so we can keep an eye out."
"I guess that makes sense." Locke nodded in understanding. "How may I help you today? Don't worry about me interfering with your hunt. I was just mostly curious."
"Actually, I have a proposal for you. Would you and your officers care to join me aboard my ship for supper tonight?"
Locke thought for a moment. He was a little concerned it was a trap. Though they were on the same side, Locke was not naive enough to think there wasn't a certain amount of backstabbing going on. But if Vannessa stayed behind, there was little Dravis could do to any of the players if he did betray them. "I would love to. What time?" "Vannessa, you have to stay here with Xerxes and Jedediah," Locke told her again. "If Dravis attacks us, we can all die and come back. But you cannot." "But you are so bad at negotiating," Vannessa protested. "Vannessa, that is why Cleopatra and Zara are coming with me," Locke assured her. "And I have Saul anyways to help with that kind of thing." "Fine," Vannessa finally huffed. "But I will be with Zerk in the crow's nest, watching like a hawk." As they approached the surprise, Dravis looked down over the railing at them.
"Ah, good timing. I was just beginning to wonder if you had changed your mind."
He met them at the head of the gangplank as Locke stepped down onto the main deck. "Dravis, this is Cleopatra, Zara, and Saul." He pointed at each of the women before pointing at Saul's hovering form.
"Nice to meet you all."
Dravis eyed Saul for a moment.
"Welcome aboard the Surprise."
"Thank you for inviting us. Your ship is wonderful." Locke looked around the deck of the Surprise. While he could tell it wasn't a magical warship, he could tell that it was a very strong ship. The wood had a strong feeling to it, and overall, the ship gave off an aura of strength.
"She is quite the ship, though nothing compared to your magical vessel."
Dravis gave him a sly smile.
"You must tell me how you came upon such a vessel."
Dravis led them into his main cabin, where a crew member was just finishing arranging a table for them. The meal he served them was quite nice, and the 5 of them chatted amiably as they ate. As they were wrapping up the meal, Dravis leaned forward. "So, I am sure you are wondering why I invited you aboard." Lox nodded. "I doubted you had entirely altruistic motives. But before we go any further, I think it is only fair for you to know that the 3 of us are bound souls." He smiled widely at Dravis, who sat back in surprise. For being an unawakened NPC, Dravis was surely an advanced one. Though Lox figured that made sense, as he was a privateer, and any players that came across him would undoubtedly end up caught up in whatever he was up to. "Well, I guess that changes things," Lox heard Dravis mutter to himself as he got a distant look in his eyes. A few moments later, he seemed to regain his composure. "Well, I guess that will make you quite the allies to have around." Lox nodded and waited for Dravis to continue. He had no doubt Dravis had intended to force them to give the Audacious to him by threatening them here. It was why he had said something. If Dravis had, Lox would have had no choice but to fight back. He didn't know how strong Dravis or his crew was, but he did know the last thing he wanted was to start a feud with a fellow privateer. "So what do you want from us?" Cleopatra took over the conversation. Dravis focused on her, and Lox was just fine to let Cleopatra do the rest of the talking. "I would like to ask you for help in my hunt for the treasure ship I am here after. I am unsure of its exact route, and could use another vessel to help me look for it. We would use a pair of voice beads to let the other ship know when we found it." "Would we split the take?" Cleopatra asked. "You would get 30% of the take. It is, after all, my information that will lead us to it." Dravis took a sip of his wine. "What prevents you from just using us, and if you see the ship, not ever telling us?" Cleopatra pressed. "The same thing that would prevent you from doing the exact same thing. The escort ship," Dravis answered smoothly. "It is the other reason I would like help. While I might be able to take both of them with the surprise, it would be a tough fight. With your help, it would be a breeze." "If you make it a 50-50 split, we will take it." Cleopatra met Dravis's steady gaze. "You need our help more than we need you." "I can't afford that. I have been away from my normal region for a long time to hunt this vessel, and have missed out on a lot of hunts there," Dravis answered. The 2 of them proceeded to argue back and forth for the next several minutes until they agreed on a 60-40 split. Somehow, the story of where they found the Audacious became part of the price. "All right, I want my story now." Lox just shrugged and looked at Cleopatra, who just rolled her eyes and began a brief version of the Marquise Saltmarsh dungeon story. It took her an hour to tell the story, and at the end of it, Dravis gave them a bewildered look. "You are sailing Captain Marcrise's ship? That's amazing. He is likely one of the best-known pirates to have ever lived." "Well, it is not the same ship he sailed." Lox shook his head. "It lost almost all of its power." "Well, I guess that makes sense." Dravis seemed a little relieved. If the stories about his ship were true, it would have meant you had a vessel that could likely go toe-to-toe with a fleet of the most powerful warships in the kingdom. Chapter 9. Lox. "Anyone else try sailing?" Itirius. "No, but after seeing your ship, I have been thinking about finding an ocean to explore." Lox. "You should come here. It is beautiful. It looks a lot like the Bay of Islands in New Zealand, except it goes on forever." Itirius. "I saw. But unfortunately, I can't be tied down right now anyways. Maybe in a decade or 2 I will have time." Friday. "I like the sound of that. Where are you at again?" Lox. "The Shattered Continent." Friday. "When I make the transition, I might just have to come there and sail around as I level back up." Lox. "That would be awesome. Let me know when you do." Friday. "Will do." Lox stood with Vannessa and Cleopatra at the Audacious's wheel as they raced past the dozens of small islands that were always scattered around the Shattered Continent. Dravis had contacted them a few hours ago and let them know he had found their prey. He had given his location, and they had cut off their search and beelined for Dravis. Truth be told, Lox had not really expected to hear from Dravis, assuming he would cut them out, despite what Dravis said. As they barreled around the last bend in the channel, Lox felt his stomach drop. Ahead of them, in a relatively open area of water where several channels converged, Lox saw Dravis's ship engaged with the treasure galleon, its escort brigantine, and another frigate and brig. Silence stretched between the three of them as they all took in the sight. "He is doomed if we do not help." Vannessa began to spin the wheel, changing their direction. "We might be doomed with him if we engage." Lox grabbed the wheel, stopping Vannessa. "We would be outnumbered 2-1, and the frigate looks like a nasty customer." "So we run away?" Vannessa snapped, surprising Lox by her vehemence. "And if you say it is because I cannot come back like you and your friends, you can go fuck yourself. This life is full of risk, and it is my choice to make, and I choose not to be coddled because I am mortal." "Vannessa," Lox sighed. Cleopatra cut him off. "Vannessa, it is only because we are worried about you, and because you are one of us. Then let me be one of you and take the same risks." Vannessa met her gaze. "Cleo, I know it is dangerous, but if I am to travel with the three of you, then I must be able to face the dangers with you. I cannot be the reason you turn away from a situation like this because you are worried about losing me." She paused. "I promise I will be careful and not make undue risks. But ask yourself if you would pick this fight if I wasn't here. If you wouldn't, then by all means, we should run." Lox met Cleopatra's eyes, and they nodded. "Then forward unto victory and death." He let go of the wheel. "If you would, my dear, that frigate looks like a great place to make ourselves known." Vannessa resumed turning the Audacious as Lox ran for the forecastle. In the middle of the forecastle, Lox found Felix already organizing the casters into support groups. Before joining them, Lox checked over the solid spell he had built toward the forecastle's front. In its construction, Lox incorporated 4 straight pieces of whalebone for the barrel and a 5th straight piece to support it. The bones were suspended and supported in place by glowing strings of magic. The strings glowed a soft green-white where they bloomed out from the supporting bone like a dress and attached to the hull of the Audacious. A single azure-colored strand came out of the desk that Lox could see magic moving from the ship into the spell. The strand joined a twisting pattern of strands near the top of the base that pulled magic into it from the world. The barrel was made of circular strands of frost blue strands that had bits of hoar frost falling off them, the bones having been covered in a layer of frost when the spell had been built. The barrel of the spell rested at chest height on Lox. As he finished his inspection, he looked at the man he had tasked with running the spell. "You remember what I said? No more than 3 shots before you let it recharge." The archer nodded in understanding, the simple mind behind the NPC not thinking to ask anything. "You can fire again once the magic around the barrel returns to this level of brightness." The NPC still said nothing, and Lox shook his head as he moved over to Felix. "Where do you want me?" "Lox! Good, you are here." Felix eyed the incoming frigate. "I am putting you in a group of 4 with Charlotte and Zara. Once the melee starts, you 3 will switch to healing roles. Your 4th member, Ordell, is a barrier mage who will provide protection when you draw aggro. For now, I would like some barrier breakers from you. They don't need to be super powerful, just strong enough to crack the initial outer layers of the frigate's barriers. On it." Lox drew his order wand and checked its charges as he found Zara. She nodded at him as he took up position beside her and began to build a spell as they watched the distance between them and the frigate begin to rapidly shrink. Felix hadn't given Lox a place to target with his spell, but examining the incoming ship, Lox knew where Felix would want the attacks to fall. Refocusing on his spell, Lox furrowed his brow in concentration. "You almost ready, Lox?" Felix yelled over, and Lox focused briefly away from his spell to see they were almost in range of the frigate. Only a few of the enemy vessel's crew had even noticed them. "Just!" Lox began to put the finishing touches on his spell, creating the final bindings. "About there!" A few moments later, his spell was finished. Knowing he had little time, he pointed his wand at the enemy forecastle, where he saw the largest cluster of casters, and cast his spell. He felt the drain on his mana, the spell taking about a quarter of what he had. Still, even though the spell was complex, its overall mana cost was low, thanks to how specialized the spell was. The matrix of his spell condensed and then expanded at the end of his wand. An orb of azure energy formed and then shot away. The orb flew across the distance at an almost sedate pace at first before it picked up speed. Suddenly, the orb slammed into a magical barrier. It held in place for a moment against the barrier and began to vibrate. Ripples traveled up and down the translucent barrier, revealing it for all to see. The orb vibrated faster and faster, and after a few brief moments, it exploded and shattered the barrier into shards of glimmering magic that evaporated into the air. Almost the instant the barrier shattered, a barrage of magic shot from their casters. There was a secondary barrier, but it was weaker, and the first 3 lightning bolts leading the barrage shattered it. The rest of the magical barrage and ranged attacks caught the enemy casters in a blindside, as only a few had even noticed the Audacious and had failed to warn their companions. The devastation to their ranks was huge, as lightning bolts blew mages apart, fireballs landed among clustered casters and sent them flying, and foot-long icicles nailed casters to the deck and railing. Lox looked in time to see this magical construction fire 3 quick bursts of hand-size icicles with the barrage. The distance between the vessel was fast vanishing, and Lox began to build another barrier buster spell before the initial barrage even faded. Already, returning fire was beginning to light up their tower barriers, and Felix was shouting orders to redirect some of their casters to defensive tactics. Lox completed his second buster spell and launched it at the frigate's aft castle. The same series of events followed, and they still succeeded in taking out several more casters. Still, the enemy was more prepared for the attack and managed to protect themselves better. Suddenly, their straight charge at the frigate swung to the side under Vannessa's expert control. Dozens of grappling hooks were thrown from the main deck towards the frigate as they passed within a few meters of the vessel. Knowing what was coming next, Lox moved with his group to support the melee fighters. The frigate's main deck was approximately the same height as theirs, only a little higher. "Death!" Lox heard Cleopatra scream as she led the crew, leaping across the closing gap, followed closely by Saul. Moments later, the crew of the Audacious followed her, several tossing gangplanks across the gap. Knowing his job, Lox began to cast simple healing spells as quickly as he could. His spells were much weaker than either Zara's or Charlotte's, but they still helped. "All right, guys, keep their casters pinned down and support the melee fighters," Felix shouted to his magical corps. "Once their aft castle is cleared, we will be moving up there to provide fire support to the surprise on the other side." Lox downed a mana potion, wincing at the taste as he continued his barrage of healing magic supporting the front line. A golden blast of magic washed out from Zara's staff. As it washed over their crew, Lox saw them begin to move a little faster. When it reached the front, the small boost gave his crew the edge needed to burst through the ranks of the frigate's crew. Most of the frigate's crew had been off the other side of the ship, fighting Dravis's crew, and Lox's crew swarmed over the frigate, pushing the remaining crew ahead of them. Lox and his group followed behind the melee fighters' rear ranks through a locked door leading to lower decks and secured the main deck and the fore and aft castle. As Lox took up a position on the frigate's aft castle, the casters joined him. The melee fighters took up positions on the opposite side they had boarded on. Looking out over the area on the other side of the frigate, Lox saw it was a mess. The rigging of the Surprise had gotten tangled with the escort ship. Dravis's ship was grappled by the galleon and the frigate. At least 3 rowboats full of fighters moving around in the water and the deck of the Surprise and half the escort brigantine were a massive melee. On the other side of the escort ship, the brig's crew pushed across its deck to support the brigantine. It appeared the frigate's crew attacking the Surprise had yet to notice their ship had been taken. "Fire at will!" Felix yelled to his magical corps, and as one, they let loose into the unprotected rear of the frigate's remaining crew. Following the initial wave of magic, Cleopatra led a charge over the railing and into the ravaged rear of the enemy crew. The attack was perfect, and the Surprise complete, and the enemy crew was cut down. Locke saw Vannessa briefly engage with a large man wielding a battle axe that appeared to be the captain. With his crew dying all around him, the frigate's captain was quickly overwhelmed and slain. There was brief confusion as Locke's crew came in contact with Dravis's crew, but Dravis, leaping back over from the brigantine, quickly sorted it out. Locke watched as Cleopatra charged with Dravis further away, Saul having to leave her as she left his range. In the rigging, Locke saw Xerxes swinging out and landing in the Surprise's rigging. He was quickly followed by a dozen other agile fighters, among them Vannessa. The group made their way among the tangled rigging before leaping from the brigantine to the galleon. "Felix, we need to support Xerx and Vannessa. They are heading for the galleon." "Okay, break off from your group and take groups 1 and 2 with you. They will be the best in close-range fighting." Felix indicated the groups. "We need to harass the fighters in the small boats to keep them from flanking Dravis's. His casters have got support for the melee now." Not having the agility of Xerxes and Vannessa to follow through the rigging, Locke led his 9-man group to the forecastle in a sprint. The galleon's aft castle was only a dozen or so meters away, but it loomed over them. A barrage of magical attacks from Locke's ice cannon and a few supporting mages aboard the Audacious kept the railing clear of casters. Locke grabbed a grappling hook and tried to throw it up. As he did, he indicated the rest of this group should do the same. It took them several tries each to get the hooks up, but when they all were secure, as one, they swung across the distance and began to scale the aft castle. Locke saw a sketchy game of tag between Xerxes and the other ranged fighters in the rigging and the remaining crew aboard the galleon as they reached the top. Locke tossed himself over the railing with a surge and blasted the nearest archer with a stored blast of fire in his wand. The blast didn't kill the archer, but it did make him miss. Soon, Locke was joined by the rest of his group. A fierce exchange of magical fire began on the large open forecastle as both sides raised barriers and let loose. While they were outnumbered, the presence of Xerxes, Vannessa, and the rest of the group in the rigging was a constant distraction for the other casters. Locke saw Saul had carefully floated high above the dueling groups of casters, keeping in cover behind rigging, and had worked his way over the barrier. Knowing what he was planning, Locke readied himself. Saul dropped like a rock, and draining beams shot out in all directions. The sudden attack, while weak, caused all the affected casters to falter. Locke activated vampiric speed and monstrous strength. To Locke, it almost felt like the world slowed as he rushed the distance between the two groups of casters. As he burst into the group of enemy casters, he sharply thrust his wand at a caster's head and fired a blast of fire. The man's head snapped back with a crack, and he dropped. Hardly slowing, Locke tackled another caster to the ground, one hand going for his throat as he began to rip the man's soul energy away from him. One of the nearby wizards used the opportunity to bash Locke in the side with his staff, using it like a club. The blow drew Locke's attention, and he stabbed out with his wand into the man's stomach. Though the wand was not sharp, Locke felt it penetrate thanks to his increased strength. He activated a wind blast stored in the wand. Since it was a stored blast, there was no contest of wills, and the man's intestines were blown out his back and all over the deck behind him. With a surge of adrenaline, Lox lifted the man he was draining. The man didn't even struggle, having succumbed to the effects of the drain. Holding him in one hand, he used his body like a shield to block a pair of fire bolts. His victim shuddered under the attacks, and Lox felt him die. The beast inside him roared in irritation, and he threw the corpse at a nearby caster before lunging at the pair who had killed his meal. He stabbed one in the throat with his wand and used the last blast of magic to blow his head off while tackling the other. The man went down easily, and Lox struggled to resist biting him to speed the rate at which he drew the soul energy out of his new victim. "Look out!" Xerxes' voice cut through the haze around Lox, just in time for him to roll to the side as a fireball landed where he had been, filling the area in flame. The attack shook Lox out of the fugue state that his reaping had put him in. He tracked where the attack came from to see a man with an ornate staff covered in gold filigree and red gems staring at him in shock. He wore red leather clothes and black with a red-trimmed captain's hat. Taking stock of the battle, Lox saw his trail of corpses and carnage had caused his casters to overwhelm the defenses of the defenders as Saul faced the captain. "We have you beat. Surrender," Lox growled, barely keeping a hold of the predatory monster his reaping had awoken. "Perhaps." The captain's voice was aristocratic. "You have fought valiantly for privateers." The hand not holding his staff casually pushed in a vest pocket. "If you are willing to only take half your usual, then perhaps we can come to an arrangement." Lox eyed the man, pondering his offer. He was about to agree when he saw a glint coming into the man's eyes as his body tensed, and he withdrew his hand, now wearing a ring with a massive ruby on it. Before Lox could even react, even with his currently enhanced speed, he caught the image of Vannessa twirling down toward the captain. As she passed him, she drove her rapier into the crown of his head, the entire blade sinking up to its hilt. She landed behind him as the captain fell over dead. Silence spread over the area, and Vannessa yelled, "Your captain is dead! Surrender, or follow him in death as well!" Clattering sounds were heard as the remaining crew dropped their weapons. She then cut off the captain's head and ran over to the railing of the forecastle. Lox followed her and pressed his wand to her throat using a simple spell to enhance her voice as she yelled across the battle. Slowly, silence fell as the battle ended. It was then replaced by cheering.
"Well done in taking out the leader of this little trap."
Dravis grasped Lox's forearm as he walked onto the galleon's deck. "It wasn't me." Lox looked over at Vannessa. "That was all her." She smiled at him. "I mean, only after you managed to rip apart his personal caster bodyguards." Lox just shrugged and tried to let go of Dravis's arm, but he held on and pulled Lox's gaze. "Thank you for the help. I would not have blamed you if you had left me here. The galleon, plus the 3 warships, were much more than you had agreed to. I saw you had the chance to run, and did not take it." Lox glanced at Vannessa before looking back at Dravis. "I will admit, I considered it. There are people I would hate to lose. But as those people pointed out, fear of losing should never change my course, but only make me more sure of it." Dravis smiled widely. "I think you will make a fabulous privateer. Now, let us see our hull." As their combined crew began to take stock of their new possessions, Lox opened the soul energy menu. To his surprise, there were several new abilities. Lox could only guess they came from how he had been using the soul vampire ability so far. Soul energy, 100 XP equals 1. Stored energy, 831 out of 590. Talent point. Cost, 200. Times purchased, 3. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Stat point. Cost, 20. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. 50 XP. Cost, 1. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Decrease rate of loss by 10%. Cost, 50. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Ability to store 10 stolen soul energy. Cost, 10. Times purchased, 59. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Vampiric speed. 2 times plus 1 time per level. Move 2 times faster for 5 minutes. Cost, 750. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 50. Monstrous strength. 2 times plus 1 time per level. Gain 2 times strength for 5 minutes. Cost, 750. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 50. Aura of Fear, 5 yards. Emit an aura of fear that will unnerve opponents that get within 5 yards of you. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Eternal Endurance, plus 25% reduction in remaining per level. Decreases need for sleep by 50% and increases stamina by 50%. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Enchanting Eyes, 5 minutes increase power per level. Enchant a person to follow your will for 5 minutes when they look into your eyes. Cost, 750. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 10. Spirit Form, 5 minutes plus 2.5 minutes per level. Turn into a spirit form for 5 minutes. Cost, 1,500. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 150. Predatory Sense, plus 5 meters per level. Detect consumable souls within 10 meters. Cost, 100. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Paralytic Feedback, minus 10% total cost per level. At the cost of 25% of soul energy, the soul vampire can enhance the paralytic effect of the drain greatly. Cost, 1,000. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Rapid Healing, plus 25 per level. Heal 200 health points. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 200. Protected Reaping, minus 10% of total remaining cost per level. Further protects you from harm when in the process of reaping at the cost of 50% of soul energy. Cost, 1,000. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Soul Blast. From you, the palm of your hand releases a blast of raw soul energy, doing damage based on the difference in soul levels. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 5. Soul-Powered Spells. Allows you to power spells using soul energy instead of mana. Spell effectiveness will be greater against enemies with lower soul levels. Cost, 1,500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 1 point per 10 mana. Physical Reap. Greatly increases the rate at which you reap soul energy when in contact with a source. Cost, 1,500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Soul Tug. You can pull on the soul energy of targets and cause them to be pulled toward you, range of 10 meters, plus 5 per time purchased. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 5 per second. The 4 new abilities all made Locke drool. The soul-powered spell abilities were ones he had been hoping for, but the cost was staggering. He was curious about how much more effective the spell would be on lower-level enemies. 2 of the new abilities had the additional effect of having higher effectiveness against lower-level enemies. Locke purchased Soul Blast. It seemed like an ability that would allow him to clear out lower-level enemies quickly, hopefully even stunning them long enough for him to drain them. Moving onward, Locke checked his overall character sheet to see if he had gained a level. Since making the transition, he noticed he got stat points based on level progression instead of each time he leveled up. At first, he had spent the points right away, but he had noticed that the full effects of the points didn't take place until he passed the level threshold. He saw he had also managed to gain an extra point in agility to his surprise and delight. You could train up stat points, but it got harder as you further increased your level, so he only rarely gained points in that manner anymore. Thinking of that, Locke remembered something and pulled out the circular puzzle device he had gotten at the end of the Salt Marsh dungeon. They had gotten so swept up in the events surrounding the end of the dungeon, Locke had, in fact, forgotten about the items they had received from the dragon. He had tossed the cloak and monocle as well into his ring when they had approached the ranger station, as to not draw attention to them. He had then proceeded to forget about them. In his ring, he also had the training items for Xerxes and Cleopatra. Saul, remind me to give Xerx and Cleo their training items when we get back to the Audacious. Saul bobbed in the air in acknowledgement. Locke began to play with his puzzle while he opened his character sheet. Character Soul Level, 39. Name, Locke Stellicus. Race, half-human, Nalcor. Unspent stat points, 4. Spent stat points, 195. 5 stat points per level. Health, 345. Health regeneration, 8.6 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 10.6 per second. Stamina, 250. Stamina regeneration, 12 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 14 per second. Mana, 860. Mana regeneration, 27.7 per second. Equipment modifiers, 1 per second. Total, 28.2 per second. Carrying pounds, 200. Stats: Intelligence, 95. Spirit, 77. Equipment modifiers, 1. Total, 78. Vitality, 14. Equipment modifiers, 20. Total, 34. Resilience, 16. Strength, 20. Endurance, 24. Agility, 44. Dexterity, 39. Actual level, 61.6. Experience, 21,335.1 of 24,255.5. Deciding to ignore the unspent stat points until he leveled, Locke closed the character sheet. This fight had been the hardest they had had in a while and had given him a pile of experience towards the next level. He spent the next few hours playing with his puzzle aboard the galleon as the stock was taken of the fleet's cargo. He had just put the puzzle away and was playing with the runic monocle when Vannessa walked over. "You really should put that on a chain so you don't lose it." Locke snorted, having almost dropped the monocle twice already. "That would be nice, but first I need a chain for it. I think I saw something on the captain that would work. Just a second." Vannessa went over and rolled over the decapitated captain's body. "Why is he still here?" Locke wrinkled his nose at the body. "His gear would be good for Felix," Vannessa told him. "He has just been too busy to make his way over yet." "Well, let's just strip him and toss him overboard. He is starting to smell." Lox wrinkled his nose in disgust. I will do that next. Vannessa pulled something free. Here it is. She pulled free a fine silver chain, removing a vial from the end of it. She eyed the vial in surprise as she walked over and handed the chain to Lox. Lox took the chain and used the clasp to attach it to the small link on the monocle meant for that exact reason. He then attached the other end of the chain to his vest pocket and placed the monocle in his left eye. His vision now changed as he was surprised to see information about everything in his field of vision appear. At first, it was overwhelming. Still, with a little mental discipline, he managed to suppress most of the information. Hence, it only appeared when he focused on different things. It was like having his eyes of the gods examining everything all the time. He groaned inwardly at his idiocy for forgetting about this monocle. Focusing on Vannessa, information appeared. Vannessa Gilthan, soul level 26. Focusing, Lox tried to activate his eyes of the gods while using the monocle. More information appeared. Occupation, privateer. Disposition, lover. Health, 411 out of 411. Mana, 232 out of 232. Stamina, 611 out of 655. Status effects, none. What are you doing? Vannessa's sharp question pulled Lox's attention from the rolling information. He looked at her, and she was holding herself protectively as she looked at him. I was using my Eyes of the Gods ability. Lox moved over to her. Something happen? Lox pulled her into a hug, and Vannessa met his gaze. At first, it was nothing, but then a feeling grew like someone was peering into my very being. I looked for where the feeling was coming from, and the pattern in your left eye was glowing a piercing violet as it spun. Please, don't do that to me again. I am sorry. I had no idea it would do that. Good to know, I guess. Lox gave her a reassuring squeeze before letting her go. It seemed the monocle gave a very strong boost to the ability. I wouldn't want to use that while trying to be sneaky. But I think it would be super effective in interrogation. The feeling is like nothing you have ever felt before, and I doubt anyone could lie to you while under that gaze. We shall have to try that out, Lox agreed as he saw Dravis coming out of the cabin. So, how did we do? Dravis smiled widely at Lox. We did amazing. The total value of the cargo is around 10 platinum. He looked at Vannessa, and his smile widened. That you, Vannessa? I had no idea you were aboard Lox's ship. Good to see you again, Dravis. I am his navigator and diplomat. Vannessa smiled at Dravis. Lox tilted his head in question. I know my math isn't exact, but there is a lot more silver aboard than 10 platinum. Vannessa, you want to answer? You likely have a better grasp on it than me. Dravis nodded at her. Vannessa nodded in acquiescence. You see, Lox, coinage is minted and marked with a magical signature. So even though there is more silver aboard than the equivalent amount of coinage, it is not worth the same, since it is not coins. The practice was started by the royal families to help control inflation in the kingdom. Each duchy has its own mint, but are limited by the number of coins they can produce each year by the royal family. I guess I can see why that would make sense. Lox nodded along. It is not dissimilar to what governments did back where I am from. But then, what is all the silver for? Loads of stuff, Vannessa chuckled. Casters, runesmiths, enchanters, and lycanthrope hunters use it for many things. I didn't know lycanthrope hunting was a profession here. Lox eyed Vannessa. It is in the south, she assured him. So anyway, Dravis began, our take is around 5 platinum in total value. So you get 2, and I get 3. Lox nodded along, not expecting Dravis to change the deal now. I would recommend... Incoming, Saul said from above them, and they looked around to see Ambrose approaching them, flanked by Zara and Jedediah. My prince. Lox saw Dravis drop to a knee. Rise, Dravis. Ambrose joined their group. I am no longer worthy of that respect. My father stripped me of that. I disagree, my lord. If you would excuse the impertinence, Your father is mad." Dravis remained kneeling until Ambrose forced him to stand. "That he is," Ambrose agreed, "and that is why I have come here and finally decided on the move I will make." Locks met Jedediah's eyes, and he shrugged. "He just decided he needed to come over here, so we followed. I came to extend an offer and request to the two of you," Ambrose indicated to both Locks and Dravis. "You have both proven your strength and merit in this fight, and allowed me to make a decision. I would like to name you my first royal privateers under my authority. I request that you use your haul to return to Eldtyre and convince the Duke to join my cause in rebellion against my father." Chapter 10. Gerard. "Exciting news, guys. I just had my first NPC start to wake up. He is a guard captain at the city I have been questing around." Kalen. "That is great, Gerard." Gerard. "What do I do now?" Kalen. "Nothing. Just keep interacting with them. You know the levels of NPC self-awareness?" Gerard. "Yeah. Number 1, baseline NPC. Number 2, looking around with their eyes. Number 3, moving around outside their set patterns. Number 4, asking questions but unable to comprehend answers given. Number 5, comprehending the answer given to their questions. Numbers 6 through 8, asking where, what, and who am I. Number 9, realization that they do not need to follow their prompts. Number 10, full self-awareness." Kalen. "Good. Where is your NPC friend at?" Gerard. "Number 3, I think. I found him wandering around an area he never went to before. I asked what he was doing, but got no answer." Kalen. "Sounds like number 3. Number 2 is easy to miss happening." All of them stood there in silence, staring at Ambrose in shock. Eventually, he spoke again. "I know it is not a small request or simple offer. You will not have the protection of the Royal Navy. In fact, you will likely be hunted by it if they ever hear of your existence. But if I can give Eldtyre the ability to print as much coinage as they need to resist my father, then if we can build a strong enough privateering fleet to make other duchies bend their knee, we might be able to conquer the kingdom with as little bloodshed as possible. And you want to give Eldtyre the finances needed to afford to build you a new royal fleet." Vannessa followed along with his reasoning. "But how do you know Eldtyre will join you?" Dravis asked. "He will. Long has Eldtyre resented the royals' hold over warship production," Ambrose assured Dravis. "With finances loosened for him and the strength of his city, he can buy the time he needs to build the fleet he needs to hold the royal fleet off. I will do it." Locks knelt before Ambrose and watched as a glimmer lit behind his eyes and a smile spread on his face. Dravis followed back to a knee. "I will as well." Ambrose produced 2 pieces of paper from an amulet on his neck. At the bottom of each was a place for them to sign. Locks took the quill offered and wrote his signature with a flourish. As he finished, he gasped as he felt a portion of his soul be bound to the contract. He dropped the quill and fell to all fours, gasping for air. A moment later, Dravis joined him. When they both had climbed back to their feet, Dravis bowed to Ambrose again. "My lord, part of the reason I came here was to find and warn you about hunters from the royals heading in this direction to hunt you down. While I know it would be better for your goals for you to go back to Eldtyre, I would recommend that you be safer hidden aboard Lox's ship. You should head south and build your power there in secret. My first order, as your new liege, is that you two need not grovel before me," Ambrose told them. "I will rule differently than my father, but for now, see yourselves as my highest advisors, since you will both be speaking on my behalf." Locks glanced at Dravis and saw something, with the monocle's aid, deep within his eyes, like he was being reprogrammed. "I will take your advice and sail south with Locks. Now, I leave you to make plans." He nodded at them and turned and left with Zara and Jedediah, who had the distant look of reading text. Realizing there was likely a quest update, Lox looked for it, and a piece of white paper appeared in his hands. He read it. Quest: The Rebellion. Prince Ambrose has decided on a course of action. He has started a rebellion against his father. You are among the first to join his rebellion. Your goals are simple: protect the prince, grow his royal privateering fleet, and bring other duchies under the prince's control. Reward? Unknown. He dropped the paper, and it turned to ash. Dravis, who had waited for him to read, spoke. Please, don't take this wrong, but I should take all the treasure to Eldness. I know we had agreed to split it, but Eldtyre will need all the help he can get to survive the coming storm. If you hadn't suggested it, I would have. All I need is enough to continue to pay my crew and buy supplies. Dravis nodded in agreement, and they shook hands. I just have one request. The 4 enemy ships burned brightly in fading light as they sailed away from the site of the battle. Dravis's ship was equipped with several special storage devices that barely held all the captured goods from the small fleet. Lox's crew was at full strength despite the fight, Dravis having insisted on reinforcing his crew since they were heading deeper into enemy territory. Dravis had choked a little at Lox's request to burn the captured ships, since they now had the authority to do so, but the NPC understood when Lox had explained the Reaver upgrade. He could have sworn that Dravis had turned a little green with envy as he explained. Suddenly, at least a dozen strands of magical energy shot from the burning ships and suffused in the Audacious. Lox smiled. He had not expected so many. He practically ran to check the core. When he arrived, he paused. The core seemed bigger. But he just shrugged, thinking it was just his imagination as he reached to touch it and opened the ship upgrades menu. Ship level 8. You have found the magical core of your ship. Magical cores installed in ships give the ship unique traits and abilities. This particular core is a relic from an age long past, known as a soul anchor, and contains great power that will only grow with time as you strengthen your ship. The soul anchor grants your ship several abilities. Ability 1. The Harvest. Creatures or objects with soul energy slain within 100 meters of the ship by the crew or itself will have a proportion of their soul energy absorbed by the core, raising both its and the ship's strength. The ability will be upgraded with time as the core and ship grow. Ability 2. Magical Conduit. All magic casts created on this ship are 25% more powerful, easier to use, and cost-effective. This effect will grow in strength up to 50% and eventually allow the ship to cast its own spells once it has its own mana pool. Ability 3. Soul Anchor. A bound soul can anchor their soul to the core, so when they are slain, they can respawn at the core. If the ship is destroyed or stored in a bottle, the bound soul can choose to wait to respawn or respawn at the previously bound altar, shrine, or Temple of Creation. Purchased abilities. Reaver Level 1. Core Ability. When a vessel is sunk within half a kilometer of this ship, the core will harvest 10% of the vessel's ship points. Propelled by Magic Level 1. The ship's sails now capture a small amount of magical currents and use them to increase the force generated by the wind. Available abilities for purchase. Currently available ship points, 8. Available salvaged points, 15. Smooth Hull Level 1, 1 point. Reduces the rate at which the hull will foul and slow the ship's passage through the water. Reinforced Hull Level 1, 1 point. Increase the durability of the hull of the vessel. Wind-Blessed Sail Level 1, 1 point. Sails are easier to deploy and maneuver. Passive Mana Regeneration Aura Level 1, 10 points. Increases the passive mana regeneration for all crew members aboard. Passive Health Regeneration Aura Level 1, 10 points. Increases the passive health generation for all crew members aboard. Passive Stamina Regeneration Aura Level 1, 10 points. Increases the passive stamina regeneration for all crew members aboard. Propelled by magic level 2, 10 points. The ship's sails now capture a small amount of magical currents and use them to increase the force generated by the wind. Force shield level 1, 20 points. The ship generates its own force shield that blocks incoming attacks while still allowing the crew to fire back through the shield. Passive hull regeneration level 2, 20 points. The hull will slowly self-repair any not critical damage on its own. Scrying map table level 1, 20 points. Install a scrying table on the quarterdeck that gives a bird's eye view of the ship and anything within 1 kilometer. Salvager level 1, 15 points. Allows the crew to harvest 15% of a captured vessel's ship points, destroying the vessel. Reaver level 2, core ability. Cost 30 points. When a vessel is sunk within a kilometer of this ship, the core will harvest 15% of the vessel's ship points. Fog Bank level 1. Costs 10 points. The captain will gain the ability to summon a concealing fog bank once per day to hide the ship completely. With 23 points to spend, Lox was torn between the scrying map and the force barrier. The scrying map's tactical advantage was huge and could not be understated, especially in a place like the Shattered Continent, where there were rarely long lines of sight. With it, they would almost never be surprised by any surface ship that wasn't hidden by magic or some overhang. But the force barrier would give them a huge combat advantage against any comers, since they could devote more casters to offensive spells. He debated on it for long minutes before finally purchasing the scrying map. Its uses were just too huge to be ignored. He promised himself he would get the force barrier next time. Eager to see the new map, Lox ran up the aft castle just in time to see a new table grow on the opposite side of the wheel from the normal magical map. As the table finished growing, the surface, made of a clear crystal, flickered, and a bird's eye view appeared of the area around them. Behind them, Lox saw the glow of the burning ships just passing out of the 1 kilometer view range. The sun had set, and so the map was dark. However, he could still see the island surrounding them and the channels that would normally be out of their view. "You think they know we're here?" Lox stood around the scrying table with Vannessa, Cleopatra, Xerxes, Felix, Jedediah, and Zara. They had been sailing all day through the Pteridon Duchy. They had seen a few sails around as they had sailed, but none of them belonged to very valuable ships. They wanted to put distance between them and hunters after Ambrose had elected to ignore the potential loot and just keep moving. Vannessa had maneuvered the Audacious into a protected cove for the night. A storm bank was building on the horizon that looked like it would make sailing dangerous overnight. Large storms in the Shattered Continent, while rare, made sailing incredibly dangerous due to the plethora of islands navigators had to carefully sail around. Zara had been on the quarterdeck watching the building storm in the fading light when she noticed the scrying map. On the other side of the island from them, she saw the light of lanterns. "I don't think so," Vannessa shook her head. "It is likely, like us, they are sheltering from the storm. It looks like they are nested inside a cove as well." The cove Vannessa had maneuvered them into was sheltered by low-lying cliffs that formed a narrow channel. The only reason they had found this hiding spot was thanks to the scrying map. A deep, rumbling peal of thunder came rolling across the island, and they all looked to the incoming storm. "For now, I suggest we busy ourselves with battening down the hatches. That storm means business." Xerxes looked away from the storm as the rumbling faded. They all turned back to look at the storm, Lox really taking it in for the first time. The bank of clouds that was the storm covered all of the horizons he could see over the cliffs. The clouds rose high up in the middle of the bank, forming a mountain in the sky. All of the clouds were dark blues and black, and as Lox watched, he began to see flashes of multicolored lights within the cloud bank. He placed his monocle in his eye and looked closer. The clouds all appeared to be formed of swirling colors that clashed, merged, and separated from each other. That is no normal storm, is it? No, that is a magical storm, blown out of the coldest, Vannessa agreed. We only occasionally see them in Eldtyre, only a couple a year. But as we go further to the south and east, they will become more common.
What is the coldest? Felix glanced at Vannessa.
The coldest is what we collectively call all the inner wild magic regions of the Shattered Continent, Vannessa told them.
Wild magic? Lox asked, before Felix could get the words out.
Yes, there are many theories why it is this way, but as you travel closer to the center of the continent, the magic becomes wild. Sometimes it will even manifest into creatures made of pure magic.
Vannessa shuddered.
There are a few stories from Boreal about some of the horrors that have made their way from deep within the coldest into their territory.
Boreal is the closest to the coldest?
Lox manipulated the scrying table so it zoomed out and switched to the normal map from before.
Vannessa nodded.
In fact, a large portion of their territory lies with the outer regions of the coldest.
Lox looked around at the group. Guys, I think we just found our destination.
Silence followed his words before Jedediah nodded his agreement.
If we can hide ourselves away in that region, then hunters will also have to contend with dangers along with hunting us. Sounds like going to the actual center would be suicide. So if we do this, let's stay inside Boreal, Felix cautioned. Magical horrors don't sound fun.
Everyone, even Vannessa, chuckled a little before the group scattered to begin preparing the ship for the storm.
Lox woke the next morning after a long night of thunderous lightning and whipping winds. If they had been caught out in the storm, there was no way they would have survived. He lay still in bed, not wanting to disturb Vannessa, who was asleep next to him. Suddenly, a thunderous crack shook the ship, and he sat bolt upright, coming fully awake. As he did, he heard Vannessa grumble something, and the sounds of the storm returned. He looked down at her naked body, exposed by him when he pulled the sheets with him. As he sat up, he gently stroked her hair. It sounds like the storm is still raging out there. How long can they last? Vannessa stretched in bed, pushing more of the sheet off. Lox smiled. He couldn't say he minded her sleeping in the nude, even if he always felt weird doing it himself.
I will tell you if you rub my back.
Vannessa rolled over. Lox gladly obliged her. It was not like he had to, but he knew better than to refuse.
The length of the storm depends on its size. The fact that it is still going strong means that it will likely at least last the rest of this day.
Lox pressed a finger deep into a knot and held it there as she gasped in a breath.
You bastard, Vannessa hissed.
Lox felt the knot eventually relax.
It is even possible the storm will last multiple days. When we go out, if it looks like the storm is still growing in strength, it would probably be a good idea to
Lox found another knot and worked it out as well.
Disembark the crew, as it will be more comfortable for everyone on shore during such a storm.
Lox worked his way down her back, working out several more knots. Vannessa demonstrated her abilities at swearing for each one he found. The whipping wind greeted Lox when he stepped on the main deck and immediately braced himself against the railing. Not wanting to expose himself to more wind or rain, he hugged the wall behind him as he looked up into the colorful but gloomy clouds. Flashes of bright, multicolored light moved through the clouds. Looking to the southeast, Lox saw the storm darkened more. He sighed. I guess we will be here for a while then. Saul appeared next to him, coming out of the mindscape.
Nasty storm. Regis told me that you might want to raise a few barriers to protect from stray bolts of magic.
As if to confirm Saul's warning, the world flashed, and Lox saw a red bolt of lightning strike the peak of another island. We should be fine in here, but I see the point.
I will have Felix's magical core establish a few before we leave. We are leaving? Saul flickered in surprise. I am going to disembark the crew. Vannessa said it looked worse to the southeast. It likely means the storm would last multiple days. Despite the threat the storm posed, Locke stood there with Saul and enjoyed the view. There was something magical about bearing witness to the power of nature. After all, magic was a natural part of this world. Things like this reminded Locke of that. Slowly, he was joined sheltering next to the wall by the rest of the players and Vannessa. Locke passed on the warning to Felix, who told him he had been thinking the same thing. Locke worked with Felix to raise several powerful fixed barriers that would last the day. All they would need to do was come out and refresh them as needed. They then proceeded to disembark the crew, the players all electing to swim to shore, leaving Vannessa and Ambrose behind to organize the rest of the NPCs. The water was a little choppy, but the players all made it to shore just fine, Locke having stored the heavy armor of Cleopatra and Jedediah in his ring before he dove in. As the two re-equipped their armor, the rest of the players fanned out a little, spells and bow ready. Part of the reason they swam in was to make sure the landing area was safe and clear of hostile monsters. Vannessa warned them that uninhabited or lightly inhabited islands often had monsters that would attack the unaware. Locke had his monocle in and was scanning the forest in front of them. He thought he had seen some movement out of the corner, but whenever he tried to focus on it, it disappeared. Guys, I think something is there. Be on your toes. Locke began to build his own spell, since it often took longer for him to build powerful spells compared to other casters. The trade-off was the versatility of his magic. Evidently, the glow of his magic triggered whatever was hiding in the bush. The sounds of snapping branches and trampled brush were heard. Cleo, we got incoming. Suddenly, 5 massive, 5-foot-tall boars burst from the brush. Locke's monocle identified the leading one for him. Island Tusker, soul level 32. Level 32 mobs, Locke called out as he cast the spell. A meter-long ice spike shot from his wand and slammed into the leading Tusker, impaling but not killing it. The others all attacked as well, Xerxes' arrow plunging deep into a Tusker to the right of the one Locke was targeting. Felix joined him in the attack with a fireball that caused the Tusker to stagger off course. From Zara, a spell blasted into the third Tusker's side, making it slow but doing little damage. Saul assisted her with a stunning blast of his own, causing the creature to stumble. Knowing Cleopatra wasn't ready yet, Locke activated vampiric speed and raised his hand to release a soul blast into the charging Tusker. The blast caused the Tusker to practically stop in its tracks as its face looked like it had just been hit by a sledgehammer, but the creature still did not fall. 4 more arrows fired in rapid succession from Xerxes brought down his target. Felix redirected his spell at the Tusker Locke had been targeting, finally killing it as well. Locke glanced back to see Jedediah and Cleopatra charging forward. Cleopatra, not even fully equipped, still missing her bracers and helmet, charged toward the 2 remaining boars on the right, threatening Felix and Xerxes, while Jedediah ran to support Zara, who was being menaced by the remaining Tusker on the left. With Saul's help, they should have had no problem dealing with the Tusker. With vampiric speed already active, Locke took off toward the Tuskers on the right as well. Just before he reached one, he blasted it in the side with a soul blast, causing the Tusker to careen off course. Using the enhanced speed and agility of vampiric speed, Locke leapt onto the side of the stunned Tusker. He immediately began to drain the Tusker as it began to buck. He expected the lower-level monster to succumb to the paralytic effect quickly, but it didn't. Instead, the Tusker bucked madly, and Locke struggled to remain perched on its back while he drained it. Using his wand, he reached around and stabbed it as hard as he could between the ribs, releasing a blast of fire as he did. The wand failed to penetrate the Tusker's side, but after a few rapid blasts of fire, Locke felt the wand char through the Tusker's side
and into its insides. He channeled a torrent of fire through his wand, overcoming the beast's will with little effort. The fire cooked its heart. As his reluctant mount died, Lox leapt off it and noticed the aching in his wand hand. Looking at it, he saw it was blistered and burned from the backwash of his fire blast. Cursing, Lox brought the arm to his chest protectively as the adrenaline faded and the pain caught up with him. Gritting his teeth as he looked around, Lox saw the only remaining Tusker stun-locked by Saul and Zara while Jedediah hacked at it. The Tusker gave way as arrows from Xerxes plunged deep into its side. As the Tusker died, Zara saw Lox clutching his arm and rushed over, healing spells flying ahead of her, repairing the damage. "I got 4 levels from that," Jedediah exclaimed. "Really?" Cleopatra asked in surprise. "What levels are you two?" "Well, now I am level 27, Jedediah smiled. "What about you, Zara?" Having healed Lox's burns, Zara paused, then matched Jedediah's smile. "I got 5. I am now level 26. "Well, I guess we can use this time to power level you two a little." Cleopatra kicked one of the Tuskers. "We are all high 30s, and think Lox is getting close to level 40. I mean, if he didn't risk himself by playing cowboy." "Hey now, it worked. I already had vampiric speed up, so I figured I would use it," Lox retorted. "It was pretty funny. You looked like a freaking rag doll on its back." Felix flopped around, attempting to imitate him on the Tusker's back. "So we are forming a party then?" Zara asked, looking at Lox in question. Lox shrugged. "Typically, Cleo is the leader in stuff like this. I just command the ship." "Yeah, Lox is a little too focused on his own thing in combat, so I make sure he doesn't get us all killed." Cleopatra snorted. "But no, we will not form a party. At least not all of us. The 4 of us will." She indicated Lox, Xerxes, herself, and Felix. "And you two should form a party. If you joined us, we all share the experience evenly and slow down your leveling. Being in separate groups should allow the 2 of you to level together evenly from fights. We will just serve to support you when you get in over your head." Once everyone was arranged into groups, they moved into the forest where the Tuskers had come from. Now fully equipped and ready, the fights went smoothly with Zara and Jedediah initiating the combat and holding for a bit before the second group finished off the Tuskers. All of the monsters they came across were some form of Tusker, be it a sow, a pigling, or just a normal Tusker. It turned out the forest led into a sheltered valley behind more cliffs. In the middle of the clearing in the valley was a massive, level 40 dire Tusker. The groups attacked the dire Tusker as one, since it would have likely killed Jedediah with a single kick. The fight was relatively straightforward, since they had completely cleared the valley before engaging the beast. Cleopatra held its attention, supported by Zara and Lox occasionally, as the rest of the group flanked and whittled the boss's massive health down. When it finally died, the group let out a cheer as everyone leveled up, Zara and Jedediah both hitting level 30. Lox immediately opened his character sheet, and after reviewing it, added the 5 stat points to his intelligence, finally bringing it up to 100. Character soul level, 40. Name, Lox Stellicus. Race, half-human Nalcor. Unspent stat points, 0. Spent stat point, 200. 5 stat points per level. Health, 345. Health regeneration, 8.6 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 10.6 per second. Stamina, 250. Stamina regeneration, 12 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 14 per second. Mana, 870. Mana regeneration, 28.7 per second. Equipment modifiers, 1 per second. Total, 28.2 per second. Carrying pounds, 200. Stats. Intelligence, 100. Spirit, 77. Equipment modifiers, 1. Total, 78. Vitality, 14. Equipment modifiers, 20. Total, 34. Resilience, 16. Strength, 20. Endurance, 24. Agility, 44. Dexterity, 39. Actual level, 61.8. Experience, 3,333.4 of 25,298.2. He refocused and heard Cleopatra explain what she could about the transition and what it did for them. As she finished, Lox chimed in. Zara, for you, the transition will be big. Having access to magic before level 30 is rare for players, but when it happens, it's something special. Both Felix and I can attest to that. Your magic will feel more like a part of you than you could ever expect. Personally, I got memories, kind of literally hundreds of years of studying magic. It has allowed me to make my magic truly my own. I made it for me so that I could modify spells to do more than they had before, Felix added. I will do it. It sounds fun. Zara seemed to practically be vibrating in excitement. So will I. The whole memory thing seems a bit sketchy, but you all are fine, so why not? Jedediah said. Hold off making a choice until we are back with the crew. You will be out for a day or so, Xerxes warned them. We were planning on logging off for a day anyways, and can do it while we wait out the storm. Good call, Lox nodded. He had been expecting them to have to log out soon. It had been over a couple of weeks since their last logout. When they made it back to the shore, Lox found Vannessa there with about half the crew, while the rowboats carried more back and forth. The trees had blocked much of the view of the sky, and Lox now saw the storm had gotten much stronger. There is a protected valley in the trees. We just cleared it of these tuskers. Perfect. Vannessa licked her lips. We will have to make sure we butcher up all these tasty guys. Tusker meat is excellent. Cleopatra came over with Xerxes. Lox, Felix, Vannessa, see you in a day. Or I guess 3 for you. You need to return to your world? Vannessa asked. You will miss out on a tasty Tusker barbecue. Yeah, but we got to. Xerxes sighed. Got a message from the producers, so gotta go. See you in a few days, then. Lox waved at them as he watched their eyes go dull and the characters move to do the task assigned to them. The rain let up a few hours after the other players had left, though the magical storm still howled wind and magical lightning filled the sky. Lox and Felix had left the valley and walked back to the bay to check on the NPCs watching the ship. They found the 2 sailors huddled under a lean-to that was being whipped by the wind. Even in their sheltered cove, the wind had become quite strong, both Felix and Lox sheltering their eyes from the sand kicked up by the gusts of wind. They saw the Audacious rock in the rough water out in the cove as 5 to 10-foot waves blew into the cove. A crashing sound was followed by spurts of water shooting over the cliffs, which told Lox all he needed to know about how big the waves had to be outside the protected cove. So we got to swim out to her? Lox eyed the bobbing ship. We got to, Felix agreed. His magical core had told him most of the barrier had been broken by a stray bolt of magic and that they needed to restore them. However, the waves in the cove had grown too dangerous for the crew to take one of the rowboats out to the Audacious. While swimming out wasn't any safer, Lox figured if they died, they would respawn on the Audacious anyway, so it was better that they attempted the feat. They both proceeded to strip to their underwear, Lox storing their clothes in his ring. Shivering in the whipping wind, Lox took off at a sprint toward the waves. Timing his dive, Lox dove under a rising breaker, swimming as far as he could under the water before surfacing. As he broke the surface, he found himself rising and falling with the swells a few rows out from where they were breaking. The water wasn't as cold as he had expected, though it was cold enough. He would need to keep moving to stay warm. A moment later, Lox saw Felix break the surface a few meters away. Lox waved before taking a deep breath and diving under the waves again. Underwater, he felt the power of the waves push him around some. Still, It was much easier to make forward progress beneath the waves than on top, where you had to contend with the full power of the wave. Locks had always been a decent swimmer growing up, but he was still surprised by the speed they were making. Despite not having focused on the physical traits as much, the points he had added to them had boosted his overall physical capabilities close to that of an Olympian. Well, maybe not his strength. The fact that he was having these thoughts, all while still focusing on swimming in the dangerous water, spoke volumes to how high his mental sharpness had crept. He wondered if he would be more capable of splitting his mind for the shadow copy magic. His lungs began to scream, and Locks broke the water's surface again and treaded water until he saw Felix do the same. Felix gave him a thumbs up, and Locks dove down once again. Saul floated above the water as he swam, acting as a guide toward the Audacious to not lose their way in the large waves. Once about halfway out into the cove, their progress picked up, and soon Locks found himself clinging to a rope on the side of the Audacious as he waited to see Felix surface. It was clear Felix had been getting tired about 3/4 of the way out, and Locks was beginning to worry about him. Finally, he saw the man surface, and Locks tossed him a coil of rope while he began to climb up the violently rocking ship. Felix joined him a few moments later, and they both collapsed against the railing as the vessel was jostled in the waves. As they rested, Locks shivered in the cool wind. He withdrew his wand from his storage ring and Felix's staff. Creating a simple fire spell, Locks designed it to float as an orb in front of him. The ball of fire gave off just enough warmth to make both of them stop shivering. "Well, I guess we get to work now." Felix carefully stood, using his staff to balance himself. Locks followed him to his feet, and the two of them carefully moved over the main mast of the ship, using it as support as they began to weave their spells. Locks had been practicing making barrier spells with Felix, and had developed a relatively powerful stationary barrier spell, though the process had been dangerous for him in particular. An unfortunately nasty mishap had the barrier appear inside his body. He shuddered a little at the memory. While the experience hadn't killed him when he lost concentration, the incomplete spell had vanished, but not before tearing his stomach apart. It had been quite a traumatic experience. Charlotte and Zara had only barely managed to keep him alive, though, at the time, Locks would have rather died. Since then, Zara hung around him a lot more when he was working on his spell, saying he was a good source of experience. In the time it took Felix to cast a half-dozen barrier spells over the ship, depleting his mana pool and collapsing, Locks built his barrier. Casting the spell, Locks gasped as his mana pool bottomed out. He also collapsed next to the main mast. Watching the area around the ship, Locks briefly saw his barrier snap into place before fading to almost being completely transparent. While Felix's multiple smaller spells could absorb more maximum damage, Locks's single larger barrier would shrink inside Felix's barriers as it took damage. That meant they would share the damage across all the spells instead of one breaking. Knowing his work wasn't done, Locks downed a mana potion and climbed back to his feet. Locks and Felix had both found a way, for stationary barriers anyway, to leave a tether at the center of the spell. There, more mana could be poured in to repair the damage done to the barrier. The problem was no one wanted to remain aboard the rocking ship, but Locks hoped he had a solution. He began to carefully trace the lines of the mana-gathering solid spell in the air around the mainmast, the rocking ship making the job harder. Then, using his partially refilled mana pool, he filled the pattern with magic. He used his magical sight from Eyes of the Gods, tying the tethers to the solid spell. The rocking ship made progress slowly, but he finished eventually and activated the spell. To his delight, he saw magic being drawn in, more, in fact, than normal, and pushed out to the tethers. "Is it working?" Felix had watched Locks work carefully with his own form of magical vision. "Better than it should." Locks checked over his work again. "I wonder if the magical storm is causing the ambient magic to be higher, so the gathering spell has more to draw on." "Makes sense to me." Felix turned and looked back to shore. "So, back to shore?" Locks shivered slightly. "I would rather take a moment to warm up in a cabin. It might be rocky, but I would rather not drown because I got cold. On top of that, swimming back in will be more dangerous, even if easier, so we want all our strength for the swim." "Why is that?" Felix asked. "I assumed the waves would help us." "Oh, they will, all right." Locks began to carefully make his way to the cabins. "Just a little too much. When we get to shore, those breaks run a good chance of bashing us and then dragging us back out to repeat the process." They took an hour to warm back up before they both dove back into the choppy water. The swim to shore was easy enough, and soon Locks found himself treading water just a row outside the breakers. Felix came up beside him. "How do we do this?" "Well, we separate a little so we don't land on each other, and try and ride the waves in." Locks shrugged. "Then, I guess you try and not let the wave drag you back out." "So, body surf then?" Felix nodded in understanding. "I guess. I am far from an expert." Locks swam away from Felix and timed swimming forward with the next wave. He continued to swim as the wave carried him up and to the shore. The wave slammed him down, knocking the air from his lungs. He scrambled to find purchase on the beach, but felt the water pulling him back out. Realizing it was a lost cause, Locks let himself be dragged back out, hoping to just try again, but the next wave picked him back up and repeated the process before he righted himself. It happened 3 more times in succession before Locks rolled himself into a ball and was dragged out under the waves. He had managed to get a lungful of air on the last trip. Still, the water continued to pull him deeper. He felt his body screaming for oxygen as his feet touched soft sand. Kicking off, he looked up to see the surface of the water far above him. Holding his breath for all he was worth, and beginning to panic, Locks raced for the surface. He barely made it and gasped in deep breaths of what he swore was the sweetest air he had ever tasted. Looking around, he saw he was almost halfway back out to the ship. A particularly large wave raised him up high enough to see the shore where Felix was being dragged out of the water by Vannessa and Ambrose. Turning to take advantage of his momentary vantage, Locks just barely caught a glimpse of the mouth of a cave on the outer side of the cove before it was covered by a swell. "Saul, remind me to check out that cave I just saw," Locks called up at Saul, who had followed him as the current swept him back out. "Will do, boss." Saul bobbed in place. Locks sighed and began to swim back to shore, his battered body protesting every stroke and kick. When he found himself back near the breakers, he waited for Vannessa to see him, waving every time a wave lifted him. She had been watching for him and waved back when she saw him. Taking the next wave in, Locks saw Vannessa and Ambrose rushing toward him, both tethered to shore with long ropes. The wave slammed him down, and Locks again scrambled to hold on as the water tried to pull him back. Just as he was about to be pulled back, he felt hands grabbing him and holding him in place. As the water receded, Locks managed to get his feet under him and saw it was Vannessa who had made it to him. With her and Ambrose's help, they managed to get out of the surf before the next massive wave arrived. Locks collapsed on the beach and groaned. "Stupid fucking waves. Serves you right for not letting me know what you were up to. I could have been waiting for the two of you to avoid this," Vannessa scolded him. "I didn't think about it." Locks pushed himself up. "But thank you for coming to help. I came as soon as I realized where you were." Vannessa pulled Locks to his feet. "Now, let's get off this beach and get you dry. We have a fire back at camp and are roasting that monster of a tusker you killed." Locks leaned on her as they walked through the forest and saw Felix doing the same with Ambrose. Drawing his wand, he summoned simple healing magic and shot it at Felix to alleviate some of the bruises and sore muscles. Felix almost immediately began to walk on his own. Lox did the same to himself and felt his magic soothe his body, but he decided to keep leaning on Vannessa as they walked. "I see he can walk on his own now." Vannessa turned her head to eye him. "Was your magic not as effective on you?" "That, or maybe I just like having you support me." Lox smiled at her, and then yelped as she vanished from beside him, and he stumbled. "Support yourself, you oaf!" Vannessa laughed. Soon, the smells of cooking meat reached Lox's nose, and he found himself entering the clearing where they had fought the Tusker boss. Sheltered from the biting wind in the valley, the crew had made pitched camp using sailcloth as tents. A large bonfire had been built, and the massive Tusker put on a spit that was being slowly turned by 6 crew members. They ate a tasty meal of pork, fruits from the forest, and a sweet sauce Thomas had made using some of the fruit and wine. Exhausted from the swim and the magic, Lox, now dressed, warm, and with a belly full of food, climbed into the hammock Vannessa had hung for them and fell asleep almost instantly, Vannessa's warm body warding off the chill of the night when she joined him later. Chapter 11. Tyrannus, checking in. Iterius, checking in. Friday, checking in. Lox, checking in. Felix, checking in. Kalen, thanks everyone. We got a few missing, but they should be checking in a few days. The next morning, Lox carefully extracted himself from the hammock, Vannessa grumbling at him. She was many things, but a morning person was not one of them. Thomas, the cook, had taken the time to make sure there was food available as the crew wanted, so Lox made himself a pork sandwich and sat against a tree to enjoy it. Saul appeared a few minutes later. "Morning, boss. You should really add that barrier spell to your grimoire." Lox nodded with his mouth full of food, then swallowed. "Good point. It is exactly that type of spell that should be in there." He finished off his sandwich in a few quick bites and fished the grimoire out of his storage ring. When he was not working with solid spells, he rarely used the grimoire. In combat, he found himself using small, simple spells that he could create easily without the grimoire's help. The mana cost of using it didn't seem worth it. He had taken to writing down larger, more complicated spells into the grimoire, things like the shadow copy spell. It took him a couple of hours to transcribe the spell down, the magic of his grimoire correcting the small mistakes he made. "Working hard?" Felix asked as he came over. "Yeah, I was just transcribing the barrier spell." Lox felt his tail whipping in irritation a little at being interrupted so close to being finished. "I'm surprised you don't already have it down," Felix shrugged. "Anyways, I was wondering if you had anything interesting to do today. I guess we have at least another day or two of hanging out here." "Likely 3 days," Vannessa interjected as she joined them. "The center of the storm appears to have passed in the night, so we will see the last of the storm by the end of tomorrow. But it is likely the water will still be a little too rough to go out on for another day or so. That is not even counting the water elementals that will have been stirred by that storm. I was thinking about trekking across the island to check out that other ship," Lox told them, "but I feel like that might be something better done with at least Cleo and Xerxes with us." "You could try and explore that cave you saw," Saul suggested. "A cave?" Felix perked up at that. "Oh, right. I saw a cave mouth open on the far side of the cove when a particularly tall wave lifted me yesterday. It appears the cave is mostly underwater, and the only reason I saw it was I happened to look when the water was being drawn out. With the waves right now, it sounds dangerous," Vannessa hedged. I was going to explore it with my shadow copy first," Lox assured her. "And besides, if something goes wrong while we are in there, we will just respawn on the ship." "So I guess that means I am not going with you on this little expedition?" Vannessa huffed in irritation. "Sorry, love. I don't think you coming along would be a great idea." Lox shot her an apologetic look. "Whatever. I guess I will just hang out here with Thomas. Vannessa left. I will probably pay for this later. Locke sighed. We can go once I'm done with this. Meet you on the beach? Sure. See you there. I'll go grab us some food for the day. Felix followed Vannessa toward Thomas. Locke finished up transcribing the spell a few minutes later. He then mentally linked to the grimoire to check the spell was working properly. Drawing his wand, he cast the spell over the camp, gasping as his mana pool bottomed out. The spell worked perfectly, and the barrier flickered into existence. For a while, he sat there waiting for his mana pool to restore itself before he got to his feet and headed for the beach. Locke found Felix chatting with the 2 crew members on watch. To his surprise, the water of the cove had settled a lot. Large waves could still be heard crashing outside the cove, and the pulse of the water coming in indicated the sea was still rough. How are the barriers doing? They saw that a few stray bolts hit overnight. Felix gestured at the 2 sailors. But the barriers seemed to hold, and regenerated much of the damage done. Good. Let's head over to where I saw the cave mouth. Locke led Felix along the gravelly shore until it gave way to sea rock and some short cliffs. When they were standing on the strip of land between the channel and the cove, cliffs on both sides, Saul floated out over the cove and flashed. You are above the cave mouth now. I just caught a glimpse of the top of it when a wave rolled through. Let's see what is down there, then. Locke pulled out his grimoire and drew his wand. He accessed the shadow copy spell, a spell he had only used one other time due to the spell's mental strain. The spell ate a big portion of Locke's mana pool, but not enough to cause him any discomfort. As the complex wand gestures and arcane words fell from Locke's mouth, he felt a mental pressure growing in his mind. When the spell completed, a copy of himself seemed to manifest out of the shadows until it looked exactly like himself. He felt his mind split, one half of it transferring into the shadow copy. There were a few moments of disorientating double vision until the spell helped to separate the portions of his mind. Wow, Locke said in twin voices. I forgot how trippy this was. You know, 2 of you talking at the same time is weird for me as well, Felix chimed in. Well, into the depths? Locke asked his copy. Into the depths, the other Locke responded, before diving off the cliff into the water below. Locke and Felix watched as Locke's clone surfaced and then orientated himself before diving back down. So how will we know if it's safe? When the copy is killed or otherwise dispersed, the memories of what happened to it return to me, Locke explained. Useful. It is, and I really should use it more. But the trick is, I am pretty sure part of my intelligence score goes with it. What do you mean? Like the more you make, the more stupid you become? Felix laughed. I would like to see that. A brain-dead Locke running around trying to cast spells. You would be a walking disaster. Hence why I am hesitant to try that, Locke agreed. Oh, just a sec. A bundle of memories came to Locke, and he took a minute to process them. All right. My copy found that the cave bends down into a short tunnel, but then turns back up and leads into a hidden cave. Saul, can you provide light for us in the water? It was a little dark at the bottom of the tunnel. Sure can, boss. Saul bobbed in the air. Just give me a little lead time. I move slower through the water than you do. They waited for another minute as Saul moved into position. You ready? Locke looked over the edge. Let us do this. They both stored their clothes in Locke's ring before diving off the cliff. Surfacing from the short plunge, Locke orientated himself toward the cave and ducked under water to find it. The water was surprisingly clear, despite the storm that was still raging outside the cove. Even at a distance, Locke could make out a glow coming from the mouth of the cave. He indicated for Felix to follow and swam to a spot just about the cave mouth. Locke emptied his lungs as much as he could before taking a deep breath and dove. As he pushed himself downwards, he found the tunnel his copy had seen and entered it. At the bottom of it, he saw Saul glowing as brightly as he could, illuminating the way. Feeling his body demanding he breathe, Lox reached out and used the rocky sides of the tunnel to propel himself through the passage faster. Moments later, he saw the tunnel turn upwards and the shimmery glisten of the surface above him. Rushing toward the surface, he broke it and took in a deep lungful of air. A few seconds later, Felix surfaced beside him, also gasping for air. Lox took a second to examine the cave as he swam to the rock edge of the water pool they found themselves in. The cave was lit by some sort of glowing substance in patches on the ceiling of the cave. They gave off a soft blue light that illuminated the cave in an eerie blue color. Pulling themselves out of the water pool, Lox and Felix were joined by Saul and began to explore the cave. The cave the pool was located in was not very big, only about 10 meters in diameter. Lox was exploring the tunnel opposite the side of the cave the pool was on when he found a shimmering barrier he had only seen twice before. Since he had made the transition, he no longer received the warning or the description, but he recognized that barrier. "Felix, this is a dungeon entrance." "Really?" Lox heard Felix hurrying over behind him. "Well, damn. The others are going to be pissed. Your monocle lets you see that dungeon name? I mean, since we can't anymore." "Oh, good idea." Lox retrieved the monocle from his ring and examined the barrier with his eyes active. The Lost Trove, dungeon type, unique. A great pirate once hid his treasure deep within this remote cave system to hide it from his rivals when he went to fight them. When he returned, he found that a faction of feral fishmen, drawn by the item's power in his treasure, had taken up residence here. He spent years and countless crew member lives trying to retrieve his lost treasure before being slain by a rival who, seeing his weakened state, struck. Lox relayed the description to Felix. "So you think we go in?" "Of course," Felix snorted. "We can bring the others back when they get back on." Chapter 12. Itirius. "PSA, I found a man selling fried chicken in Saladane." Tyrannus. "Bring me some. That is an order." Kalen. "There goes Tyrannus exploiting his guildmaster powers again." Tyrannus. "Bring some for Kalen as well." Kalen. "Did I say exploiting? I meant using them appropriately to carry out dire guild business." As Lox, Felix, and Saul passed through the barrier after having re-equipped all their gear, Lox saw the tunnel opened up a little, making it so they no longer needed to crouch. He could feel his tail moving in apprehension as he scanned the tunnel ahead of them, wand drawn and fire aspects already twirling around it. "So," he whispered, "we don't have any melee fighters to keep mobs off us. I can hold them for a little with my soul vampire stuff, but I won't last long. Let's just move carefully." Lox glanced at Felix as he spoke, seeing he also had a spell ready to cast from his staff at a moment's notice. The tunnel was lit by the same glowing, what appeared to be moss, as had been in the cave. "Saul, take point. Mobs normally don't attack you, and your stunning blasts might just be enough to keep them off us." "Okay," Saul hissed as he hovered out in front of them. They slowly moved down the tunnel in that formation, with Saul a few meters ahead of Lox and Felix a step behind him. Coming around the first bend in the tunnel, Lox paused in shock by what he saw as the monocle gave him information on the creature turning toward him. Aquatic zombie, soul level 25. These zombies, unlike most other zombies, are reanimated using water magic. The water magic has helped to preserve their alacrity and flesh. The zombies looked similar to normal zombies in the sense that they had pale skin and gaping wounds, but their flesh seemed to not have rotted away, and their eyes were orbs of blue water. In the tunnel ahead of them, there were almost a dozen of them. At the same time, they all let out wails and turned on them. "Crap!" Lox exclaimed, completing his spell and releasing a torrent of intense flames flooding out from his wand. While the dozen zombies were weaker than the group was, there were a lot of them. Following Locks into action, Felix released a fireball that tumbled down the tunnel and exploded in the middle of the thickest cluster of the wretched creatures. The fireball's concussive wave in the enclosed tunnel caused the closest zombies to go flying and staggered all the others, including Locks and Felix. As Locks saw Saul beginning to fire his stunning blast and draining beams, Locks growled back at Felix as he tried to maintain control of his spell. "Maybe no more of those. I see your point," Felix chuckled. "Explosives in tight places might not be the best idea." Just as Lox's spell was beginning to wane, a new wave of flames came pouring past him as Felix channeled a similar spell to what Lox had been using. The flames from Felix's spell appeared to be much stronger than Lox's, showcasing the differences between regular casters and magical engineers perfectly. While Lox could duplicate the spell's effect, his versions were almost never as powerful by design. His strength lay in custom spells, and spells designed to perfectly counter enemies like he had on the pyramid in the salt marsh. The combat they had been doing of late aboard the Audacious hadn't showcased that difference as much, but this reminded Lox of that difference. Holding off on creating a spell, Lox racked his brain to think of a spell that would perfectly counter the aquatic zombies. While straight fire did appear to be effective against them, he watched as the first zombie dropped. He was certain there was a better counter. Quickly drawing his grimoire from his side, he reviewed the aspects he had as fast as possible. He ignored all of the water, dark, disorder, and earth-related aspects, thinking they were unlikely to be helpful. Keeping an eye on the fight, Lox saw a zombie suddenly lunge forward, rolling through the flames. Acting on instinct, Lox dropped his grimoire and lunged for the zombie's neck, hand reaching for its neck as it stood. Gripping the zombie in his hand, Lox felt its cold, dead flesh under his grip as he ripped its soul energy away. The zombie began reaching for his arm before falling limp in his grasp. Also dropping his wand, Lox began to use his soul blast to knock back the other zombies, who were also being pushed through Felix's attack. Feeling the last of the soul energy leave the zombie he was holding, Lox let go, and the zombie dropped to the ground, once more fully dead. A realization hit him as he looked at the zombie at his feet. Seeing that Felix's spell was beginning to wane, Lox quickly grabbed his grimoire and wand again. Knowing the spell he wanted to build, he summoned several life aspects and a couple of third-tier holy fire aspects. Felix's spell flickered and died, and the zombies surged forward. Lox cast his spell, the lime green and golden aspects floating in a sphere activated, and an orb of golden light with streaks of lime green shot into the nearest zombie. It exploded and filled the tunnel with burning golden and lime green flames. The zombie he had hit practically disintegrated under the magical flames. While the spell didn't appear to be the perfect counter to the zombies, it appeared to be close. The high-tier aspects Lox had used had drained him greatly, but the effect of the spell was exactly as he had intended. He was just glad the spell had been stable enough to cast. The remaining zombies tried to push through the flames, but blasts from Lox, Felix, and Saul kept them in place while flames finished them off. Before the flames flickered and died, Lox carefully put his hand on the edge of one. He pulled it back, shaking in pain, but was surprised to see no damage to the skin. "So not healing flames?" Felix asked. "No, I think they are." Lox eyed the last flickers of the spell as it died, leaving behind piles of ash where the zombies had been. "It would just be incredibly painful." "Good to know." Felix nodded sagely. "Only use in case of emergency." After a few more groups of zombies, which melted under Lox's healing flames, the tunnel led on, and they found themselves in a much larger chamber. It was at least 20 meters in diameter, dimly lit by the glowing moss. There was a horde of milling zombies in the chamber. Standing in the middle of the chamber was what looked to be a dozen zombies fused together into a vaguely humanoid shape. His eyes of the gods told him the lesser zombies were the same they had been fighting and varied from a soul level 23 to 29. When his eye landed on the disgusting conglomeration of bodies, he got a new description. Aquatic zombie abomination, soul level 38. Parts of, and even whole aquatic zombies have been fused together to form this horror. Able to infuse captured bodies with magic and merge them into itself, this monster will grow in strength with every living creature it absorbs. Fuck, Lox hissed as he read and then quietly relayed the information to Felix. Fuck indeed, Felix whispered back. What do we do? Well, I was thinking I would try to control the ads by tossing out several of those AoE healing flames. I can get 2 out before I will be out of mana, Lox told him quietly, thankful the zombies hadn't noticed them yet. You and Saul can keep the big guys busy. I might be able to deal with the ads on my own. Saul should be high enough level for this stunning blast to have a decent shot at affecting it, so it might work. Sounds like a plan to me, Felix shrugged. Not much of one, but a plan nonetheless. It is the best I got. Lox began to build his first spell. Though it is likely to all go tits up at some point. Doesn't it always? Felix chuckled behind him as he prepared his own spell. As Lox finished building his spell, he glanced at Saul. If you can keep an eye out for any ads flanking us, I will try. Saul floated next to Lox as he stepped around the corner and cast his first spell. The golden and lime-green ball shot across the room and detonated on the nearest zombie to the left of the abomination, coating it and an area 5 meters in diameter in the golden and lime-green flames. All the zombies as one turned and let out wails as they began to rapidly move toward them. The zombies on the left appeared to not care about the flames and heedlessly charged into them. Lox watched them coming as they stumbled in the fire. He rapidly built the second spell and fired it to the right, catching the nearest charging zombies only a few meters away from him. The fire had the same effect of slowing the charging zombies, but Lox saw it wouldn't be enough as he staggered to form the mana depletion. Seeing that some of the zombies were outflanking his spell on the left, Lox downed a mana potion and began to build another AoE spell. He saw that there was no way he would have the mana in time to finish the spell, so gritting his teeth, he used the soul energy to mana ability for the first time. Lox had purchased the expensive ability after fighting the boars. He had just barely had the soul energy to purchase the ability. When he had experimented with the ability after first purchasing it, the effects of it were alarming. It wasn't a straight conversion of soul energy to mana. The energy forced the aspects to a higher state, making them more expensive, even mana-wise, than normal, along with greatly decreasing the stability of the aspects. This had made Lox very cautious about using the conversion, but now he saw he had little choice. The draining feeling was horrible, but Lox gritted his teeth and ignored it. He immediately felt the cohesion of his spell suffer as it began to fluctuate from the new energy. If he hadn't already cast the spell back to back and had the spell fresh in his mind, he would have lost control of it for sure. As it was, he barely got the spell off before it detonated on him. The spell cohesion failed mid-flight, and the spell detonated between Lox and the incoming zombies. The spell AoE was augmented by the soul energy and was bigger than the previous spell. Lox was covered in the detonation of his own spell and screamed in pain as the dual feeling of his flesh being burned and healed at the same time washed over him. As he fell, he did his best to roll out of the flames, his cloak wrapping around him in the process and protecting him from much of the tormenting flames. When Lox got back to his feet, he saw the larger AoE of his third spell covered some of the areas of his initial spell. Where it did, the zombies that entered it practically turned to ash on the spot. Surveying the battle, Locke saw Felix position himself between two of the AoEs and bombard the abomination with a torrent of fire magic. Seeing 3 zombies staggering through the flames, Locke used a few of his stored fire blasts to knock one of them back before he stepped forward and drained the other 2. Feeling a little restored from the infusion of soul energy, though it was not enough, Locke's head snapped up as he heard Felix swear. He looked in time to see a stunning blast washing over the abomination's scorched body, but not affect it. The abomination roared and swatted at Saul, sending him tumbling across the chamber. Locke knew he had seconds to act as the monster readied to charge. "Trade!" he yelled at Felix as he activated monstrous strength and vampiric speed. The 2 abilities almost bottomed out his soul energy reserves, and he felt a hunger grow that he hadn't felt in a while. Struggling to maintain control of his mind, Locke rushed forward toward the abomination as it began to charge. Locke emptied his wand of fire blasts to draw it off Felix, who was turning his attention to the ads. Using the agility given him by vampiric speed, Locke slid between the legs of the abomination and leapt on its back. The abomination roared in rage as it felt Locke land on its back and began trying to reach him with its arms. Locke did his best to avoid the arms that could twist in ways that were all wrong and climbed to the middle of the abomination's back. Looking down, he saw it was stomping through the healing flames, the bottoms of its legs taking damage. Also, to his dismay, he saw his first spell was already beginning to fade. Focusing back on that task at hand, Locke began to drain the abomination with one hand, while the other used his wand to build a new spell. It only took moments for the corpse Locke was draining to run out of soul energy. He was confused by the lack of energy, his hunger demanding more until the corpse sloughed off the abomination, falling away, almost dislodging him, and exposed another body. Realizing what was happening, Locke began to drain corpse after corpse, careful not to drain the ones he was holding on to. A blow flattened Locke against the abomination's back, and he almost lost his grip and control of the simple 2-aspect spell he was trying to cast. Locke jabbed his wand between 2 corpses, burying his arm as far as he could into the monster. As he cast the spell, the healing and holy fire aspects merged and released a torrent inside the abomination. Locke held that position, pouring magic into the core of the monsters while draining and being pummeled by blow after blow. When he thought his strength would fade, something changed inside, and some of the healing flames washed over Locke as he clung there. His cloak being behind him meant it failed to protect him, but that probably saved him. This time, the healing feeling of the flames was greater than the burning sensation. Still, the conflicting feeling taxed Locke's hold on consciousness as he struggled to maintain the attack. What seemed like an eternity passed to Locke, but he knew that wasn't true based on his mana pool depletion rate. He felt the abomination fall to its knees, the impact finally being enough to knock Locke free as his buffs ran out. He fell off the back of the abomination and lay on his back, staring up at it just as a spear of fire hit just above where he had been hanging. The blow from the spear of fire caused the abomination to fall forward, the flames spreading over it. Locke realized they had won and raised his fist triumphantly as he heard Felix cheering from the direction the spear had come. "Dude, that was insane!" Felix came over to where Locke was still lying on the ground. Locke groaned. "Next time, you do it. Getting punched by a massive beast sucks." Locke had done his best to heal himself as he lay on the ground next to the smoldering abomination. Unfortunately, his self-targeted healing spell only served to soothe some of the pain away. "Saul," he croaked as Felix helped him sit back down next to a large boulder. "When we are out, remind me when I have free time to focus on finding new healing aspects." "I am going to go scout ahead a little to see what is left in here." Felix patted Locke on the shoulder and trotted off. Lox took several more minutes to continue to heal himself without depleting his mana pool too quickly. When he felt a little better, he looked at Saul. "Hey, how is your skill tree progression going? Or did that change as well when I made the transition?" "So far, pretty good. Regis has been helping me with it in the mindscape since you told me to progress how I thought best." Saul floated down in front of him. "That is still okay, right?" Lox nodded. "Yeah, of course. I remember there being a skill that would allow you to cast more spells, wasn't there?" "You mean innate spells?" Saul bobbed in place. "That is indeed what that advancement would allow me to do. From what Regis says, it would be only weaker versions of your blast. So instead, I have been focusing on making my draining tethers better." "I see." Lox thought about it for a few seconds. "If you wouldn't mind getting it, I think it could be a big help. I am hoping you will either be able to use the healing aspects in a blast as well, or get the ability to unlock something like that later on." "I can do that. The reason why I hadn't was that Regis told me that from what he understood, the ability would allow me to cast some of the weaker spells of whoever I was bonded to now. Since you are a magical engineer, that would mean I would only have access to the raw aspects of a simple blast or bolt. I would appreciate it a lot if we tried." Lox shot Saul a tired smile. "Having another source of healing would be amazing, and I feel it is worth the risk." "I will look into it." Saul paused. "I am going to go into the mindscape now. I think I might even have the points to do it now." Saul faded from existence, and Lox continued to flood his body with healing magic. Eventually, the soothing feeling of the magic lulled him to sleep. He knew sleeping in a dungeon was a bad idea, but he was still too sore to really care too much about that. His last thought was, well, if I die, I will not have to swim through the tunnel again. "What?" Lox woke as Felix collapsed beside him. "I need healing," Felix growled out. Coming fully awake, Lox looked over and saw Felix's ragged appearance. "Damn, dude, I thought you were just scouting some." "I was." Felix let out a sigh as a beam of lime-green energy left Lox's wand and infused his body. "I found my way down to a lower level and saw a lone fishman. I figured I could take it out and push on. I take it that didn't work?" Lox watched as a weeping wound in Felix's shoulder began to close. "It worked," Felix chuckled. "Just turns out the pools of water in the tunnel are all connected down there. The blasted thing dove into one after I hit it and appeared behind me. I only barely managed to make my way back out of that death trap." "So I guess we head back then?" Lox asked, noticing Saul appearing beside him. "Only after we loot the chest in this room." Felix nodded his head toward the back of the room. "There is a chest in here?" Lox asked in surprise. "Yeah, I figured we could wait to open it until I got back." Felix got back to his feet with Lox's help, his wound mostly restored. Lox's little power nap had greatly restored him as well, and the three of them made their way across the large room. They found a few hundred gold and an assortment of health, mana, and stamina potions in the chest. Lox had been hoping for more, but guessed that since this was only the first floor of the dungeon, this likely just meant to lure them to go further. Storing the loot in Lox's ring, they carefully went back through the tunnels until they found themselves back at the dungeon entrance. Before they left, Lox gathered some of the glowing moss from a patch near the ground, his monocle indicating its name. Glowing cushion moss, magical material. He had no idea if it would be useful for anything, but figured it would be worth taking to check. They left the dungeon and found themselves back in the room with the pool of water. Giving Saul some time to get into position, Lox and Felix again stored their robes in his ring, and then Lox repeated the process of emptying his lungs and taking as deep a breath as possible, then diving into the pool. The dive down made the swim go easier, giving him initial motion, propelling himself through the tunnel using his hands. Lox passed Saul, and soon saw the surface, Lox looked around, breaking the surface until he saw Felix, and eventually Saul came up beside him. The sun was setting over the island. Lox hadn't realized just how long they had been in the dungeon, and his stomach reminded him they had forgotten to eat the food they had brought with them. Landing on shore was much easier this time, with the waves being much more subdued. When they made it back to the camp, Vannessa greeted them. "How was the cave?" She eyed their clothes. From the look of it, it wasn't empty. "We found a dungeon in there and explored it some. A bunch of zombies in the first part of it." Lox shot her a smile. "How was your day?" "Productive." Vannessa kept pace beside them as they moved through the camp toward Thomas and the smell of food. "I led a small expedition over to scout that other ship. Turns out it is another privateer. Ambrose wants us to take it and make them join his privateer fleet." "Sounds like a good idea to me," Lox agreed, "though we should wait for the others to get back. After that, I want to clear that dungeon we found as well." "They will be back tomorrow?" Vannessa asked. "Likely in the afternoon," Felix agreed. "That should work just fine, if we head out as soon as they are ready." Vannessa nodded toward the 4 players sitting quietly around the fire. "The water is still too tumultuous for that captain to leave, and will still be over the next 2 nights. Perfect. Now let's eat. I'm starving." Lox sighed at the savory smell of the stew Thomas was tending. Chapter 13. Lox. "Kalen, you always seem to be on here. You the record keeper?" Kalen. "That I am. I hang out at base most of the time, keeping track of what people are up to and watching for issues." Lox. "Sounds a little dull, no offense." Kalen. "None was taken. It is work I actually enjoy. I still do a few quests now and then. I was in HR back on Earth and enjoyed it. This job has all of the good things about HR and few of the bad things, so I enjoy it." "So what did the 2 of you get up to while we were gone?" Cleopatra pulled Lox's attention away from the aspect study he was conducting. "Crap!" Lox's attention snapped back to it, but the distraction had already caused the study to begin to destabilize. He tried to toss the dangerous magic away from him, but it only made it an arm's length before it detonated. The wave of green and black energy knocked Lox sprawling onto the ground. "Sorry I asked," Cleopatra chuckled as she helped him back to his feet. Lox, still a little befuddled by the explosion, blinked owlishly at her a few times. "Cleo, you are back." She brushed a few things off Lox, laughing as she did. Yes, we are. Zerk is still wrapping a few things up, but he will be following me in." "Good to hear. We have things we need to do." Lox gave her a quick hug. "It's weird when you're not here. So I take it you found something interesting?" Cleopatra turned to follow him into the camp. A random bolt of healing magic came flying and hit Lox. He sighed as the magic fixed the damage he had taken and waved over at Charlotte, who was shaking her head. "Yes, actually 2 things. One is time-sensitive, so it is good you are back." "Sounds interesting." Cleopatra saw Vannessa and waved at her. "The first is more Vannessa's thing. She scouted out that other ship we saw. Ambrose wants us to go capture it and make it join his privateer fleet." Lox waved at Vannessa, who came over and joined them, greeting Cleopatra with a hug. "Was that explosion I heard you?" Vannessa inquired. "It was, but it was not my fault this time," Lox protested. "Cleo distracted me and made the study go boom." "I did distract him," Cleopatra remarked. "Sorry." "Don't say sorry to him." Vannessa shot Lox an annoyed look. "He has been trying to blow himself up all day, so much so that I had to give Charlotte orders to keep an eye on him." Cleopatra shook her head. "He has always been that way. Anyways, what was the second thing you wanted us to do?" "Oh, right. Felix and I found a dungeon out in the cove. We managed to clear the first floor of it, but couldn't push onwards without a larger group," Lox enthused. "That is amazing. We should totally clear it before we leave." Cleopatra matched Lox's enthusiasm. "Yes, you should, but," Vannessa interrupted, "but that can wait. We have today, and hopefully tonight, to catch this other ship while it is still anchored. The storm has mostly passed now. and the waters are starting to settle." Vannessa started explaining to Cleopatra in detail what she had found about the other vessel. It was more than she had told, but he understood. Cleopatra was the group leader when it came to operation, so it made sense that Vannessa had only given him an overview. As they began talking about strategies over a map drawn in the dirt, Lox gave his input and ideas on the best ways for them to take the vessel with as little life lost as possible. Lox heard some excited chatting a few hours later and looked up to see Felix and Xerxes chat with Jedediah and Zara. Leaving Cleopatra and Vannessa to finish off the plans, he joined the other four. "So, how do you guys feel?" "You were so right." Zara had a lost expression on her face. "It is like I have almost lived another life in here, but the memories are definitely not my own." "You should feel what it is like for us," Felix snorted and glanced at Lox. "Am I right?" The look on Lox's face made Felix realize what he had just said. "Oops," he mouthed. "What do you mean, for us? Why would it be different for you?" Jedediah picked up on Felix's slip right away. "Unless—" "Saul, kill the stream now!" Lox interrupted Jedediah, and Saul, who had been hovering beside Lox, bobbed in acknowledgement. "You were saying?" Lox eyed Jedediah. Jedediah looked back and forth from Felix to Lox a few times and whispered, "You two are second-chance players, aren't you?" Lox nodded. "We are. I hope you don't blame us for keeping it from you, though I had been thinking we might want to tell you at some point." Jedediah elbowed Zara, who was still spaced out. "Zara, focus." "What?" Zara glanced. "These two are second-chance players." Jedediah gestured at Lox and Felix. "Really?" Zara looked at them in surprise, and they both nodded in agreement. Both Zara and Jedediah were quiet for several seconds, neither Lox nor Felix saying anything as they processed this. "So, what did your comment about the transition being different for you two mean?" "Well, I guess that's because sometimes we can't tell the difference between the memories we gained and our own." Lox saw the worry enter her eyes, and he held out his hand, halting her. "It's okay. There are steps we have taken to prevent the memories from becoming overwhelming. When you focus on the new memories, you realize they are different." "How so?" Zara tapped the side of her head. "They feel so real to me." "Pick one," Felix coached. "Then try and think of what was going on other than you learning the skill." Zara's brow furrowed for a moment. "There is nothing." "Exactly," Felix nodded. "The memories are like only reading the bullet points of a story. You get the point, but there is no substance to the story." "I see." Zara nodded along with what he was saying. "What was the other thing you have done to alleviate this?" Felix looked at Lox and shrugged, leaving the question in his hands. "Well, I guess in for a penny, in for a pound." Lox explained the mindscape to them and the importance of it. He told them about different mental assistants he could summon and what they did. After he finished, he and Felix took turns answering different questions about being second-chance players, Xerxes adding his own observation occasionally. When Cleopatra and Vannessa came over and joined the group, everyone was brought up to speed on the other ship and told of the plan for taking it. Lox treaded water a dozen meters away from the enemy ship with Cleopatra, Xerxes, Zara, and Jedediah. Saul was away in the mindscape. His glow would have given them away in the fading light. The sheltered cove the ship was nestled in had high cliffs on all sides. The five of them had dove off the cliffs into the water out of sight of the vessel. It had been one of Lox's personal best cliff-jumping heights. Keeping as quiet as possible, Lox saw a glow up on the cliffs before he heard Vannessa's voice, amplified by magic, come roaring down. "Attention, privateer! My name is Vannessa Gilthan. I serve aboard the royal privateer, the Audacious, under the authority of Prince Ambrose. Surrender peacefully and join his fleet, or be forced to." A silence stretched. Clearly, the crew of the ship was caught completely by surprise. The ship's captain had stationed a few men on the cliffs to watch for an ambush like this, but Xerxes and Jedediah had quietly taken them out. Eventually, an answering voice called back up. "We serve the Pterodon Duchy, and will not bend the knee to a prince in exile." That last part surprised Lox a little. He hadn't expected word to have traveled so fast of the prince's exile. A moment later, a wave of magic missiles shot toward her. Vannessa didn't respond, only watching incoming magic missiles splash across magical barriers in front of her. Instead, as the magical attack faded, Felix's magical core stepped forward, flanked on either side by most of the crew with bows, javelins, slings, or even just rocks. The answering wave of attack from Lox's crew crashed down on the ship, breaking most ship barriers in the initial wave. Almost immediately, the enemy casters began repairing and raising new barriers, while some of them fired more magical attacks back up at the cliffs. Cleopatra waved, and 5 of them struck off toward the vessel, all her crew now too distracted to see them coming. Lox saw Felix's casters switch from high damage spells to target lightning bolts and magical missiles of their own as they closed. They didn't want to sink the vessel, after all. Cleopatra and Jedediah quickly scrambled up the anchor chain first, and then followed by Xerxes, Lox, and finally Zara. As Lox crawled onto the main deck, he found Cleopatra and Jedediah engaged with a few crew that had seen them board. Xerxes was already scrambling even further up the rigging to the mast above them. Lox proceeded to provide assistance to the melee fighters. Well-placed bolts of destructive energy and beams caused many to fall before their attacks. Zara soon joined them, and her heal magic buffs made the fight swing greatly in their favor. They soon attained their objective and controlled the area around the anchor so the enemy crew could not try and flee. A stray fighter broke past the melee fighters and charged Lox, but was struck down by a lightning bolt from the cliffs above. "He is on the quarterdeck!" Lox heard Xerxes yell down from the rigging above. "Go!" Jedediah took a wide defensive stance. "Zara and I got this for now." Cleopatra nodded at Lox, and he followed her as she dashed up the stairs to the quarterdeck. There, they found the captain surrounded by several heavily armed fighters. Barreling forward, Cleopatra hit the group like a bowling ball, sending a couple of them tumbling away. With a yank, she dislodged her axe from a man's neck in a spurt of blood and kicked the body away. A barrage of arrows pinned a fighter who had been knocked to the deck, and Lox glanced to see Xerxes balanced above them on a spar. Lox pulled out his grimoire and formed a complicated spell that would eat most of his available mana. Bringing the spell close to completing the dozen aspects in their tight spherical pattern, Lox pointed his wand at the captain. "Last chance, buddy. Surrender or die." Lox met the captain's gaze and let a spark of soul energy light his eyes. The captain dropped his sword and raised his hands. All across the ship, Lox saw the crew doing the same. Just to drive the point home, Lox aimed his wand to the left of the captain and fired his spell. A bolt of black and purple energy shot from his wand and hit the cliff. An orb of the same colored fire exploded outwards, covering the rock face in sticky purple fire. Lox did his best to hide the toll using that much mana at once cost, but the captain got the point. "You were going to use that on him." Cleopatra looked at him in surprise. "What about me? Much less the ship." "The flames wouldn't have hurt the ship," Lox assured her, "and I was going to wash away the necrotic flames with healing magic as quickly as I could. I trusted you would dodge in time." Cleopatra glared at him, and Lox just shrugged. Now that the fight was over, Zara set about healing as many of the wounded crew members as she could. After all, they wanted this crew to remain strong. The process was sped up when Ambrose, Charlotte, and Vannessa joined them. Ambrose proceeded to give the privateer captain a new commission. Lox watched the captain's eyes as the change in station was enforced on him by a higher NPC taking over. The captain stood and bowed to Ambrose. "To death I will serve you, my liege." Lox carefully watched Ambrose as well as the captain marched away, already yelling orders to his crew. He saw a question forming in Ambrose's eyes, but failed to fully come to light, and the look faded away. After healing all the crew, they could be scaled back up the cliff with ropes let down for them and headed back to camp. The whole process of converting the vessel had gone much more smoothly than Lox had anticipated. As they walked back, Felix and Lox filled the others in on the dungeon and their idea for what to do with it. Chapter 14. Tyrannus. So I just had a little chat with Altor. He told me NUF will be announcing several new games set in our far future. Since we will be around when the different games occur, we need to be careful of players trying to give us information that will change how we act in the present. Friday. Wouldn't want some sort of time paradox to happen. Tyrannus. Pretty much. He told me the other games will be far enough in our future that it is unlikely the player will even realize we are the same people. Kalen. You know, it is kind of weird when you think about it. We will exist until this universe dies. A pile of clothes sat next to the pool of water. At the same time, Lox, Felix, Xerxes, and Jedediah pointedly examined the shimmering barrier that led to the dungeon. Cleopatra and Zara had stripped to their skivvies behind the brush and left their clothes and armor in a pile for Lox to collect. This swim was a much more challenging swim than from the ship to land, or when they attacked the other ship. The tunnel was just long enough that any extra drag would likely prevent them from making the swim. They had then waited for the guys to dive down and swim through the tunnel before they had dived into the water themselves. Every guy was under threat of a nasty beating from Cleopatra if she caught them peeking while they dressed. Lox heard the water in the pool ripple as the two ladies surfaced, both of them gasping for air. Lox was very intent at studying the barrier in front of him. "All right, we are ready." Cleopatra came up beside them and looked at the barrier for a few seconds herself. With Cleopatra, Jedediah, and Saul supporting them leading the way through the tunnels, they quickly re-cleared them of the aquatic zombies. The large abomination went down quickly, with Cleopatra holding its attention while everyone else cleared the room of the weaker ads. "Did you really ride on the back of that beast?" "Yeah, draining it like a fucking leech." Felix let out a small laugh. "You know, it is kind of funny looking back at it. You weren't the one getting beat to a pulp." Lox tried to hold an angry look, but a smile spread on his face as he chuckled along with the others. "Gah!" Lox cried out as the fishman's spear stabbed into his side. "Stupid slippery bastards!" Cleopatra tackled the fishman who had just stabbed Lox. There was a brief scuffle on the ground as Cleopatra grappled the fishman, eventually getting on its back and holding its limbs in place as Jedediah killed it with his spear. Lox winced as Zara's healing magic closed the stab wound in his side as he tried to resist the itchy feeling that accompanied the magic. "I see why you suggested we wait for the others." Lox pulled Cleopatra back to her feet. "Tell me about it." Felix kicked the fishman. "This bastard almost was the end of me when I came down earlier. Think the two of you could freeze the ends of these water tunnels as we go to prevent them from being able to do this?" Jedediah looked further down the winding tunnel they were traversing. "We can try, but I doubt it will work." Lox summoned a frost blue aspect and blasted the water of the exit the fishman had jumped through. The surface froze, but almost immediately began to melt. He shrugged and indicated the melting ice. "See? There. The magic I am seeing with my eyes of the gods must be preventing that from working." "Could we use it to our advantage, then?" Felix stood next to the pool with Lox. "If you supported Cleo at the front, I could work with Jed guarding the pools at the rear, so we get the jump on any fishmen who tried that again. I could have Saul work with you, too. He is faster on his stunning blasts than either of us are with magic." Lox looked at Saul, who flashed in agreement. "Xerxes and Zara could provide support to either the front or the back then." "I guess the only problem with that is it divides our force up." Cleopatra placed her axe on her shoulder. "If they are reasoning,
They might pick up on the strategy. I don't know that there is anything we can do about that. Locke shrugged. I have a concealing darkness spell I could use on Felix and Jed. Xerxes held out his hand, a flare of magical darkness flickering for a moment. It is relatively new, and I haven't had a lot of reason to use it, but it would cover them in shadows so they are harder to see, while at the same time not affecting their own vision. Well, let's give it a try then. Lox moved into his new position while the others arranged themselves. The next pair of fishmen they came across, Lox managed to get a read on one of them before they attacked. Feral Fishmen Scout, Soul Level 35. Feral fishmen are cousins of regular fishmen who gave up higher reasoning for increased physical traits. I guess that explains their speed, Lox thought to himself as he relayed the information to the team. The fishmen split immediately as they rushed at Cleopatra, one of them diving in a water pool. "Incoming!" Lox yelled over his shoulder as he flicked his wrist several times, summoning and firing a small barrage of intense fire blasts from his wand. The fishman slammed into Cleopatra, the haft of her axe blocking his cutlass. Lox built a spell as he waited for an opening. Then, when Cleopatra shoved the fishman back, Lox fired a bolt of iron infused with a load of fire in the chest of the fishman. The bolt exploded on impact, the fire not penetrating the skin of the fishman, but the shrapnel did, and caused the fishman to scream as it stumbled back. Not giving it a chance, Cleopatra blurred forward using an ability and buried her axe deep in the chest of her foe, killing it. Lox whirled, a new spell already forming to help Felix and Jedediah. As he readied himself, he saw the fishman was stuck in thawing water and clutched at Jedediah's spear, impaling its neck. A moment later, an arrow from Xerxes planted itself deep in the fishman's skull, killing it. Well, I see that worked out well. Lox chuckled grimly along with the others as they continued on down the tunnel. They came across several more groups of feral fishmen scouts, each time growing in number. The agile fishmen also followed the same tactics, with half their number diving into pools in an attempt to flank the group. When they fought 5 of them, 3 of the scouts flanked, and by the time Lox and Cleopatra had killed the 2 in the front, the other 3 that had flanked managed to inflict several wounds on Felix and Jedediah. With Zara's healing magic and Cleopatra running to block a finishing blow on Jedediah, the fight quickly turned in their favor. Everyone was breathing hard as the final fishman died. I think we need to reassess our tactics, Felix gasped between pained breaths as Zara healed him. But what do we do? Lox looked around at the others. What if we tried to freeze the water? Felix suggested. I know it will thaw, but if I remained in the back and channeled my magic into keeping the water frozen, it would hopefully last long enough for you 2 to finish off the ones in front. Lox saw an idea light up Cleopatra's face. What if you sent Saul into the water? Like in the tunnel we had to swim in through. He could stun them then and prevent them from trying to break the ice. Saul, can you fire your stunning blast underwater? Lox eyed the orb. I think so. It is a shorter range, though. Saul pulsed as he thought about it. I guess it is worth trying. Lox shrugged. As long as there is only the single pool, it hopefully will work out fine. Saul, if you get in too much trouble, just go back to the mindscape. Will do, boss, Saul assured him. I won't get myself killed for you lot. Everyone shot Saul a mock-hurt look before the group pushed onwards. The next group of fishmen they came across had 5 again, but this time 3 of them lacked the light build of the scouts and instead looked like bodybuilders, each at least 50% bigger than Cleopatra, and wielding maces. Lox managed to scan them as the 2 scouts dove into the water. Feral Fishmen Brutes, Soul Level 38. Feral fishmen are cousins of regular fishmen who gave up higher reasoning for increased physical traits. The 3 fishmen brutes charged toward them, much slower than scouts could. Cleopatra yelled, Jed, with me! Before she rushed forward to meet them, screaming, Death!
Her battle cry and narrow quarters allowed her to grab the attention of all three of the fishmen. "The one on the left first!" Lox yelled at Xerxes as Jed rushed past him to join Cleopatra. Xerxes began to rapid-fire arrows into the brute on the left, while Lox drew his grimoire and began to build a spell. With the grimoire's help, it took him only seconds to build the complex spell. Then, bracing himself for the mana drain, he aimed and fired the spell from his wand. The orb of spiraling aspects condensed, and a meter-long spike of metal shot forward, its tip as fine as a needle. The metal was laced with glowing earth emerald green and bright white lines. As the spike impaled the brute through its softer stomach, the lines flared, and dozens of needle-thin, half-meter-long spikes shot out like a cactus. The ones outside the fishman did little, but the ones inside its body must have hit its heart, because the brute collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Zara stepped forward and supported Lox as the mana fatigue hit him, and he gulped down a sour mana potion. While his mana recovered, Lox saw Xerxes drop his bow and draw an ebony-black wand he had never seen before. A glowing black orb the size of a golf ball appeared at its end. He took careful aim at the fishman fighting Jedediah and fired as the fishman stumbled back from a blow. The orb flashed forward so fast it looked like a line and hit the brute in the chest, punching a hole right through it. Using the hole as a makeshift entrance, Jedediah lunged forward and drove his spear deep in the brute's chest. He worked it in a circle so the sharp point eviscerated the soft internals of the brute. "Great spell!" Lox cheered for Xerxes.
"Yeah, tell me about it,"
Xerxes gasped, and Lox turned to see him on his knees.
"If you guys are good, I could use your help here," Felix called from the rear.
Lox saw Cleopatra give him a thumbs up, and he turned to support Felix, the mana potion already having restored enough magic for him to build a new spell. Not needing the grimoire for this spell, he holstered it again on his hip as he mumbled and flicked his wrist rapidly. Seeing him ready, Felix cut off the stream of cold magic he had been maintaining and stepped back. A few moments later, the ice cracked, and Saul shot into the air. Following behind him was a fishman scout. A draining beam tethered them together. Waves of fire from both Lox and Felix and arrows from Xerxes plastered the scout and sent him sprawling back into the pool. Lox cut off his fire wave a moment later and rushed forward just as the second scout launched from the water. A stunning blast and arrow hit it right before Lox leapt toward it, hand reaching for its neck. He hit it mid-air, and they both went tumbling through Felix's fire torrents. The fishman's body and Lox's cloak protected him from the magical fire as a stunning blast allowed Lox's paralytic draining effect to take hold of the scout. Focused on his draining, Lox heard another splash as the first fishman broke the water again. It was followed by an explosive blast from Felix and the thumping sound of arrows from Xerxes. As the scout he was draining died, Lox looked up to see the other scout lying dead next to the pool. Looking further, he saw Jedediah and Cleopatra finishing off the final brute, with a blow to the head from Cleopatra and a stab in the back from Jedediah. After everyone had caught their breath and Zara had healed them, Cleopatra looked around. "So, how did that work?" Saul surprised everyone and spoke up right away. "I would rather not do that again. I barely could keep ahead of them." "All right," Cleopatra nodded. "Anything else?"
I think Lox might be better at freezing the water than me," Felix suggested. "My spells are much more focused on damage rather than effects."
"All right." Lox bobbed his head back and forth. "I can give that a try. I actually just had the thought to try my lightning aspect instead of freezing it."
"Wasn't that one you had been avoiding because of difficulty controlling it?" Felix shot him a nervous look. "I don't want to get zapped from behind or have you blow yourself up."
"I only have the issue when combining it with other aspects and aiming it at long ranges.
Lox looked at Saul. I would still like Saul's support, just in case. Cleopatra nodded. Well, anyone else got any suggestions? Everyone shook their heads. Let's keep moving, then. The next group they came across was 3 scouts and 3 brutes. Seeing the scouts diving in the water, Lox summoned a couple of the second-tier lightning aspects and fired them into the pool of water he was standing next to. The powerful aspects drained more than twice the amount of mana than the first-tier aspects, but were much more powerful. Electric blue bolts of lightning shot from his wand and into the water. Saul, use the stunning beam on any you see, Lox ground out as he channeled the magic. Down in the clear water, he saw the first of the scouts appear. They immediately began to spasm as they came within range of the lightning and slowed. Saul's stunning beam reached down into the water and brought the first to a stop. The beam, while less powerful than the blast, also served to drain their soul energy. Lox felt his spell coming to an end. Deciding to take a risk, he let the spell end. As quickly as possible, he summoned new aspects. This time, he summoned equal parts cold aspects, another second-tier aspect, and lightning aspects. With a quick thought, he bound the 2 different aspects together, then repeated the process several times. When he refocused on the pool, he quickly saw all 3 scouts rising toward the surface, only partially slowed by Saul's beams. He pointed his wand at the water and fired the spell, desperately hoping he wasn't just about to blow himself up. The electric blue and frost blue aspects merged together at the end of his wand, and bolts of frost blue lightning shot from his wand and into the water. Lox struggled against maintaining control of the spell's cohesion as he poured the magic into the pool. Getting a handle on the struggle in his mind, he saw the effects of his spell. Looking down into the water tunnel, he saw jagged bolts of ice had formed in the water, many of them hitting the different fishmen. All around the fishmen, the ice was forming as he continued to pour the lightning down at them. An epiphany hit him. Lightning was like the other aspects he used in beams. It could carry the effects of other aspects along its path. The lapse in mental concentration caused Lox to almost lose control of the spell again, and he once again had to engage in a struggle of will to keep the spell together. Feeling the spell running out again, Lox let it fade, the high cost of the 10 second-tier aspects being too high for him to channel the spell. Lox was gasping for breath as his body struggled to summon more of the lightning and cold aspects. Fortunately, the ice from the previous spell seemed to have held the fishmen in place. However, he could already see it thawing quickly. He glanced up to see the others had brought down 2 brutes while he had been channeling the 2 spells. Waiting until he saw the ice beginning to crack, Lox fired his spell again. He had used fewer aspects this time, knowing his limits. This meant the lightning was much less powerful and only slowed the fishmen instead of stopping them completely. The first fishman scout broke the surface. "Guys!" Lox croaked. The fishman sped up as the lightning spell faded again. Lox managed to dodge the scout's spear and released a blast of soul energy to knock the scout back into the water. The next one lunged at him, but staggered and dropped as an arrow from Xerxes dropped it. As the others rushed to assist, Lox watched as the weakened scouts were cut down one by one. "Next time, can I get help sooner?" Lox asked as the fight wrapped up. "My bad, man." Xerxes shook his head. "I got too focused on the fight in the front. I could have been here to help sooner." The next several fights became much smoother as they continued to improve their strategy. As they came to the final chamber, Lox snuck forward and peeked into the room. Sitting on a throne made of coral was a large fishman with a trident that glowed with magical energy. Feral Fishman Chieftain, soul level 45. Feral Fishman Chieftains maintain higher reasoning than the rest of their kin. This allows them to rise to power quickly among them and maintain that power through sheer might.
Along with the chieftain in the room was a pair of brutes and scouts standing in front of him. Lox pulled back and relayed what he had seen. One by one, each of the party took a peek at what was in the room.
"Well, I guess it is a good thing there are no pools in there,"
Felix noted. "I think I got an idea, but I will need to drain something afterwards." Everyone looked at him, and Felix began to nod, understanding exactly what Lox was thinking. They then began to plan their assault. Lox stepped around the corner of the tunnel into the room, a massive spell already flying from his wand toward the chieftain. He groaned as the spell bottomed out his mana, and he poured soul energy into it. It was a simple but massive spell of second-tier intense fire and a few third-tier lava aspects. The spell exploded and coated the entire throne in a sticky liquid fire that began to harden. His vision began to redden as the hunger took hold of him. He saw Cleopatra and Xerxes, seeing them as only soul energy. Lox tried to lunge at them, but felt his hands holding him back. He tried to turn, but couldn't, and was held in place by the others. Suddenly, Cleopatra returned, dragging a scout, while Xerxes fired arrows, knocking back the other scout. She dropped the scout in front of Lox like a slab of meat in front of a dog, and Lox fell on it, ripping its soul energy away. Internally, he had a brief struggle against the urge to bite it, and quickly overcame the urge, feeling Saul assisting him from the mindscape in the struggle. Lox lost track of what was happening as he drained the scout. When it finally ran out of energy, Lox looked around. He saw the fight was going as planned, with everyone working to keep all the feral fishmen inside the fire. Cleopatra was using his cloak to allow her to be closer to the fire than Jedediah. Still feeling the hunger, Lox rushed past Jedediah and then tapped Cleopatra on the shoulder. He pointed at the brute who was trying to force his way, and she shrugged and sidestepped the fishman. As the fishman charged past her, she tripped it, and as he fell, Lox jumped on its back, ignoring the searing heat as he reaped the brute. This time, he managed to stay aware of the fight around him and saw a hail of attacks from Felix and Xerxes, keeping the boss stun-locked in the fire. The brute had more energy in it, and by the time Lox finished draining it, the fire had quit burning, but left behind an area covered in sharp, hot rocks. Lox then added his own firepower to the fight, pouring it into the boss. They managed to bring the fishman chieftain down when Cleopatra and Jedediah landed deep wounds into the boss's chest. As the boss fell, Lox punched his hand into the air in triumph, but then winced as his tightened fist stretched the skin on his hand. Examining it, he saw he had severe burns running all the way down his arm and across a large portion of the right side of his body. As if noticing them made the pain arrive, Lox groaned in pain. While it indeed hurt, what alarmed him most were the large patches on his side and hip where his clothes had been burned away and flesh seared that didn't hurt. Trying to focus enough through the pain, Lox immediately began trying to heal himself. Almost as soon as he started regrowing nerve endings in the patches that had been burned, the worst caused him to lose concentration and his spell to end. "Lox, what is wrong?" Zara asked, seeing his failed spell. Lox turned toward her as she gasped, cutting off her healing spell directed at Jedediah, and rushed over to him with a new spell already forming. When her spell hit him, Lox cried out in pain as the nerves continued to regrow. Blessedly, Zara's healing spell was much more powerful. The pain only lasted briefly until the soothing effect of the spell washed it away. When Zara finished healing him, Lox looked around the room in a little of a daze. "I tell you what, guys, severe burns suck. They are the most painful wounds I have had so far." "I saw you smoking and wondered why you weren't reacting to it." Cleopatra was picking her way through the jagged rocks his spell had left behind.
I didn't even feel it. Lox shook his head in wonder. The effect of the reaping is a lot stronger when I bottom out like that.
Dude, that ability is cool and all, Jedediah shuddered. But man, is it a little creepy to witness.
But the benefits are huge, Xerxes interjected.
The only reason we haven't had him turn us is he is unsure how to do it safely.
Zara returned to healing Jedediah and Cleopatra, while Lox began to explore the room. They found a large chest banded with dark metal at the back of the room and locked with a heavy iron lock. A blow from Cleopatra's axe just glanced off the lock, and Lox was about to cast a spell when Jedediah walked over, the chieftain's trident replacing his spear.
You guys want the key?
Lox let his spell dissipate. That would be nice. Jedediah handed him a heavy metal key, which, after some effort, turned in the lock. They had a moment as they opened the chest, and light actually washed out of it, at which Lox had to suppress a mirthful chuckle at its cheesiness. When they looked inside the chest, Lox understood the light. In the chest sat a tennis ball-sized royal blue orb on a bed of gold coins and thumb-sized gems. His eyes were telling him nothing, so he slipped his monocle in place and picked up the orb to examine it. Condensed ship points. Value 30 points. This is ship points, guys. Lox felt a massive grin splitting his face. If this is the reward from this dungeon, we need to make sure we remember where it is. What about the magical item that created this place? Cleopatra looked around. Sounded like it was valuable. Lox looked up at Saul, who had returned from the mindscape and had been using his scanning ability to explore the area. You find anything, buddy? No, boss. Saul flew down to them. Best I can tell, the item's magic was either absorbed into the dungeon or the item itself has become a part of the dungeon. We might retrieve it given time, but it is unlikely. Lox looked at the others and shrugged. You guys can split the money. I want these points.
I am taking this spear.
Jedediah joined Lox as they moved away from the chest so the others could divide up the loot. In Eldness, they had all acquired spatial storage bags for coin pouches. They were tiny compared to Lox's ring, but were more than enough to contain the personal money. As they finished dividing the loot and left the dungeon, Cleopatra handed Lox's cloak back to him, which he used to keep himself warm, since large portions of his clothes had been burned off. They made their way out of the tunnel and swam back out through the tunnel, the ladies following the guys like they did when they first swam in. Everyone was too tired for any funny business, and by the time they swam across the cove, they didn't even bother with it anymore. It wasn't like anyone was naked anyway. When they made it back to the camp, the sun had fully set, and the flickering light of bonfire was all that lit the night. They exhaustedly ate a simple meal of cured tusker and fruit before climbing into bed. Chapter 15. Kalen. So, according to the news, China launched a cyber attack at NUF. In response, NUF disconnected China's central data transmission hub from their high satellite relay network. Felix.
Can they do that?
Kalen. It seems China forgot who owned the network. They are back to using the old cable-based network that has fallen into disrepair.
Felix. I bet you they aren't too happy.
Kalen. No, they are not. It will be interesting to see what happens next. Lox was in the first boatload of crew that arrived back at the Audacious the next morning. Heading into his cabin, he saw it was in a disheveled state from furniture and items scattered about by the waves. He took out the orb and, following Saul's instructions, pushed it against the core. A moment passed. Then the orb broke apart into swirling energy and was absorbed by the core. He accessed the upgrades menu, already having an idea of what he wanted to purchase. Ship level 8. Available abilities for purchase. Currently available ship points 33. Available salvaged points 0. Smooth hull level 1. 1 point.
reduces the rate at which the hull will foul and slow the ship's passage through the water. Reinforced hull level 1, 1 point, increases the durability of the hull of the vessel. Wind-blessed sail level 1, 1 point. Sails are easier to deploy and maneuver. Again, reminding himself to take the time to study this list better at some point, Locke skipped over a large portion of simple upgrades. He headed for the bottom of the menu, where the more interesting upgrades were. Passive Mana Regeneration Aura, level 1, 10 points, increases the passive mana regeneration for all crew members aboard. Passive Health Regeneration Aura, level 1, 10 points, increases the passive health generation for all crew members aboard. Passive Stamina Regeneration Aura, level 1, 10 points, increases the passive stamina generation for all crew members aboard. Propelled by Magic, level 2, 10 points. The ship's sails now capture a small amount of magical currents and uses them to increase the force generated by the wind. Force Shield level 1, 20 points. This ship generates its own force shield that blocks incoming attacks while still allowing the crew to fire back through the shield. Passive Hull Regeneration level 2, 20 points. The hull will slowly self-repair any not critical damage on its own. Scrying Map Table level 2, 30 points. Install a scrying table on the quarterdeck that gives a bird's-eye view of the ship and anything within 1.5 kilometers. Salvager level 1, 15 points. Allows the crew to harvest 15% of a captured vessel's ship points, destroying the vessel. Reaver level 2, core ability. Cost, 30 points. When a vessel is sunk within a kilometer of this ship, the core will harvest 15% of the vessel's ship points. Fog Bank level 1, costs 10 points. The captain will gain the ability to summon a concealing fog bank once per day to hide the ship completely. Locke bought the force shield. After having to build the barrier during the storm, he knew it was the right choice, though having the 30 points made him want to buy the next level of Reaver. With the new ability acquired, he reviewed the ship ability list. You have found the magical core of your ship. Magical cores installed in ships give the ship unique traits and abilities. This particular core is a relic from an age long past, known as a soul anchor, and contains great power that will only grow with time as you strengthen your ship. The soul anchor grants your ship several abilities. Ability 1. The Harvest. Creatures or objects with soul energy slain within 100 meters of the ship by the crew or itself will have a proportion of their soul energy absorbed by the core, raising both its and the ship's strength. The ability will be upgraded with time as the core and ship grow. Ability 2. Magical Conduit. All magic casts created on this ship are 25% more powerful, easier to use, and cost-effective. This effect will grow in strength up to 50% and eventually allow the ship to cast its own spells once it has its own mana pool. Ability 3. Soul Anchor. A bound soul can anchor their soul to the core, so when they are slain, they can respawn at the core. If the ship is destroyed or stored in a bottle, the bound soul can choose to wait to respawn or respawn at the previously bound altar, shrine, or Temple of Creation. Purchased abilities. Reaver level 1. Core ability. When a vessel is sunk within half a kilometer of this ship, the core will harvest 10% of the vessel's ship points. Propelled by Magic level 1. The ship's sails now capture a small amount of magical currents and use them to increase the force generated by the wind. Passive Hull Regeneration level 1. The hull will slowly self-repair any not critical damage on its own. Scrying Map Table level 1. Install a scrying table on the quarterdeck that gives a bird's-eye view of the ship and anything within 1 kilometer. Force Shield level 1. The ship generates its own force shield that blocks incoming attacks while still allowing the crew to fire back through the shield. Locke exited out the menu and then proceeded to clean up his cabin, the rough water having tossed stuff all around. Vannessa boarded with the last of the crew an hour later and came in to let him know everyone was aboard. The crew spent the next several hours organizing the ship before Vannessa declared they were fit to sail. Lox joined Vannessa at the wheel as the anchor was hauled in, and the Audacious began to move. Vannessa carefully maneuvered the Audacious out of the cove. Catching the wind in their sails, the ship lunged forward as it sped off down the channel they had been sailing down when the storm had arrived. A week passed as they worked their way through the Terridan Duchy, capturing several merchant vessels in small skirmishes. Using his authority as a ducal privateer, Lox took all the cargo he could from each of the vessels before letting them go. He lacked the ability to capture and sell the vessels, but at the same time, he had no wish to destroy the vessel of the merchant he captured. Losing the cargo would set them back, but losing their ship would likely ruin them. They had been lucky enough to find a set of spatial storage crates on one of the vessels. Like his ring, they had large, extra-dimensional storage spaces inside of them. The captain had done his best to conceal them, but Lox's eyes of the gods picked up on the spatial magic. They had also chased down and converted several local privateers into the new royal privateering fleet. None of them were very strong, but they represented a growing fleet. "We need a port to sell some of this cargo." Lox stood with Vannessa at the wheel as he looked down at the main deck at the stacks of goods that could not fit inside the hull. Vannessa let go of the wheel and moved over to the map table. "If I remember correctly, there is a relatively large city in the western portion of the Terridan Duchy." She began to scroll around on the magical map, looking for the city she had mentioned. "Ah, here it is." She stopped moving the map when a dot labeled Halnenes appeared. "It looks like it is a little to the south, and maybe another half week of sailing at our current rate." Lox moved over beside Vannessa and slipped a hand around her waist as he studied the map. "That is an awful big island." He moved the map around a little, checking the size. "It is the primary source of lumber for Terridan, Eldtyre, Boreal, and the capital." Vannessa zoomed the map out as far as she could. "No one knows why, but high-quality trees grow for lumber there. Along with that, they grow quickly on the island. Is it due to proximity to the core?" Lox looked at the faint lines on the map, demarking where the outer regions of the Caldist started. A large part of the island they were looking at was inside the line. "It is possible." Vannessa took her hands away from the map. "Not much is understood about the Caldist." She paused. "I mean, the wizards at Mardis Dane likely have a theory." "Where is Mardis Dane, anyways?" Lox looked down at Vannessa beside him. "They are deep within the Boreal Duchy." Vannessa moved the map around to show the duchy she was talking about. "The Duke of Boreal has always had a close relationship with them. It is one of the reasons the king is wary of pissing them off. So, if we can get Boreal to join us, Mardis Dane will follow?" Lox guessed. "Pretty much. And then we will have turned two of the strongest duchies against the king. They honestly will probably jump at the chance. The current king has made some very unjust laws against the Boreal Duchy. At least, that is what my father said. So if we can get Terridan to join as well, we will have 3 duchies that can easily support each other if it comes to open conflict." Lox moved away from Vannessa as he continued to move around the map. "Hey, come back here." Vannessa chased after him. "You were warm." "That is one of the ducal family's ships." Vannessa guided the ship into Halnenes' port expertly. There were several ships docked at the piers, but the ship she indicated was clear. It was a massive galleon with furled royal blue sails and a colorfully painted hull in blues, reds, and yellows. "The Duke is here?" Lox eyed the massive ship as he pulled out his monocle. "No, I think that is his daughter's ship." Vannessa shook her head. "I think it is the Bartaris." Lox's eyes of the gods, aided by the monocle, activated, receiving a small window of information on the ship. Level 53 trade galleon, magical vessel, the Bartaris. Lox tried to get his eyes to show him more, but soon felt a burning sensation in his eyes and stopped as layers of intense magic slowly became visible. Blinking rapidly to help his eyes recover, Lox heard Cleopatra come up beside him. "You okay?" "Yeah, that ship is something else." Lox met her gaze. "It is a level 53 magical trade galleon." Cleopatra let out a low whistle. "Makes sense." Vannessa nodded. "And that confirms it. That is Angela Terradin's ship." Lox cocked his head at her in question. "She is the eldest daughter of the Terradin family. Her brother is next in line. Instead of being married off like a normal noble daughter, she bought herself a ship and has become one of the most successful traders in this half of the kingdom." "You know a lot about her." Lox stared up in awe at the towering vessel as they pulled into a slip at the pier beside it. "Angela frequently visited Vatras," Vannessa told them as she stepped away from the wheel. "My father's wines are one of her father's favorites, so every time she was in Eldtyre, she would come visit. I guess that makes sense." Lox nodded as he moved toward the main deck. "I would love an introduction if you get the chance." "I will see if she is available when I get our cargo offloaded." Vannessa smiled at him. "Where are you off to?" Lox glanced at Xerxes, who was down on the main deck waiting for him. "Zerk and I were going to see if there's any information we can dig up at the nearby establishments." Vannessa walked over to the railing and looked down at Xerxes. "I see. I remember what happened last time." "Hey," Xerxes jumped in. "That is why I am going with him. I shall sacrifice my virtue to protect his. Any harlots that come our way, I will intercept before they can corrupt him." Lox heard Cleopatra let out a snort behind him as he scrambled down the steep stairs leading to the quarterdeck and took off down the pier with Xerxes. The afternoon was already late, and Lox and Xerxes found the taverns already filling up with sailors and dock workers. Like most bar crawls back on Earth, they started at nice establishments, but their standards dropped as the booze took effect. As it turned out, that was for the better as they headed into a more seedy bar. They began to hear more about different trading ships and other privateers in the area. There were indeed a few gals that proved to be excellent sources of information that Xerxes did indeed end up spending some quality time with. Lox wondered where Xerxes got the endurance from, but didn't question it. Afterward, he always had a juicy bit of information for them. The last place they went was a true bar, in the sense that all it had was a bar with a barkeeper behind it. Looking around, Lox couldn't help but notice that the crowd here was truly the roughest looking they had seen all night. A group of 3 rougher-looking-than-most men took up seats at the end of the bar. What pulled Lox's attention was that they appeared to all be armed quite heavily. He was just finishing his drink, and Xerxes indicated they should go, but Lox subtly shook his head and nodded toward the men he had noticed. Xerxes cued in on what Lox had seen. He raised his hand to get the barkeep's attention, ordered, and paid for another drink before stumbling drunkenly over toward the end of the bar where the 3 men were sitting. Lox watched the 3 men eye Xerxes for a moment before chuckling as he began to relieve himself on a building behind them. A spot opened beside Lox, and he swiftly shifted closer to the men. He was just barely close enough he could hear what one of them was saying. Ordering another drink, he listened in. "So you two get everything arranged tonight?" the unknown man asked. Lox heard some response he couldn't quite make out. Good. The ship is tucked away from the port in a cove, a few hours' trek across the island. You confident your man can deliver?" Another pause, and more. "Good. Then tomorrow we meet her, then move out." The conversation after that seemed to move on to minute details of their plan, and Lox proceeded to only half listen to it. He wished he had been able to listen in sooner, so he had more of an idea as to what they were up to. Xerxes joined him, and they had a few more drinks as Lox gleaned as much as he could about their plans before leaving. "So," Lox let out a belch as they stumbled across the port, passing a patrolling guard. "You pick up on anything from those guys?" "Not a lot." Xerxes shook his head and stumbled a little. "But I can tell you they are planning on stealing something tomorrow." "Pirates or privateers, you think?" Lox examined the pier they had just come to before shaking his head and moving on. Xerxes let out a belch of his own. "Pirates, I think. I didn't think privateers could operate inside of cities." "Good point. So what should we do?" I don't know." Xerxes hiccuped. "I think I am going to be sick." They made it to the pier the Audacious was on, just as Xerxes emptied the contents of his stomach over the side of the pier and into the water below. The two of them stumbled down the pier and past the men Vannessa had put on watch. Aboard, a few members of the crew moved around the ship, scrubbing the deck down. Lox stumbled into his cabin and, to his surprise, found Vannessa, still awake, in the process of changing. Lox didn't know why he did, but he immediately turned to give her privacy. "Well, aren't you the gentleman?" Vannessa purred behind him. She moved up behind him, and Lox felt her press up against him. "It is not like you haven't seen it all before." She turned him around and kissed him. "Now, for your reward for being a good boy." Lox had no idea how she knew, but wondering how she knew was far, far from his mind. "The first thing I'll do when I find Thomas again is get him to teach me that spell," Lox groaned as he tried to shield his eyes from the later morning sun as he reclined on the quarterdeck on some beach-like chair they had captured from a merchant vessel. "Spell?" Cleopatra also groaned beside him. Evidently, after they had finished helping the crew, the players left aboard and Vannessa had had their own little party, and this morning everyone was suffering from nasty hangovers. It was an anti-hangover spell. Lox sipped on a flask of water. Magic, surely from the heavens. At the time, Vannessa joined them on the quarterdeck. "Good morning." Cleopatra eyed her. "How are you not hungover? You drank just as much as me and are half my size." "I just don't get hungover." Vannessa came over and forced Lox to scooch over so she could sit on the chair beside him. Lox eyed her carefully. Then it hit him. "Where is it?" "Whatever do you mean?" Vannessa smiled at him. "The stuff from Wonder's Edge." Lox sat up quickly, but winced as his headache intensified. "What stuff?" Cleopatra eyed them. "It's a hangover cure I forgot about." Lox glared at Vannessa. "She has it." "Oh, really?" Cleopatra sat up slowly and glared at Vannessa as she began to get up. "I guess we will have to force her to hand it over. Zerk, get down here." "Guys," Vannessa held out her hands in defense. "I was going to give it to you anyways." Vannessa produced the bottle they had bought and small shot glasses. She proceeded to pour 3 shots of the thick, black liquid. Bracing himself, Lox took it and knocked it back. The sweet flavor of blackberries faded, and he shuddered as the nasty aftertaste arrived. But it was worth it. Almost as soon as the aftertaste faded, Lox felt his headache clear and his stomach grumble, once again hungry. He sighed. "I am so glad we convinced him to sell us some of that." Xerxes and Cleopatra took their own shots as they saw the effect on Lox, each also shuddering at the taste. Xerxes coughed. "Man, that stuff is bad." He sighed. "But man, is it worth it." "I already gave some to Zara and Jed," Vannessa told them as she made the bottle disappear in her bag of holding. "So, you guys find out anything interesting last night?" "Surprisingly, yeah," Lox nodded. "We need to make sure our crew isn't as loose-lipped as those sailors we hung out with last night." Xerxes and Lox then proceeded to tell them about all the different trading ships and privateers they had learned about operating in the area. "I think we should hunt down the privateers once we are done here. It would more than double the ships working for Ambrose. "You are forgetting the most important part." Saul appeared. "Right. Thanks for paying attention, Saul." Xerxes elbowed Lox. "The 3 pirates." "Oh, right." Lox shook his head. "I must have had more to drink than I realized." "Well, it wasn't too much." Vannessa smiled at him. "You weren't pushing rope last night." Lox, who was about to say something, flushed red as Xerxes and Cleopatra laughed at his expression. "Close your mouth, dear. You will catch flies with it open like that." That made the other 2 laugh even harder. Lox took a deep breath and sighed. "Anyways, we came across 3 pirates last night at what I would call a dive bar. They are planning something tonight. It sounds like they are stealing something pretty valuable. They have a ship hidden in a cove nearby." Lox got up and moved to the map table and began to move it around, examining the coastlines near Halnenes. "What I was thinking is that if we can find their ship, we can lay an ambush and take them out as they head for it. Then we can claim whatever treasure they have stolen for ourselves. That or return it to make some friends in the city." Vannessa came over beside him and took over using the map. "You said a few hours hike, right?" Lox nodded, and she began to move the map around. Lox looked down at the cove they had just hiked to. They stood on a tall cliff that was one side of the cove. The clear blue water gently lapped on a pebbly beach that was in the middle of the cove. "Well, I guess it's not here." Lox glanced over at Cleopatra and Xerxes, who had accompanied him. "Let me shoot a message to Felix before we move on." Lox pulled out the message book Cyrus had given him and wrote a quick private message to Felix. "Nothing here. Moving on to the next." They had split into 2 groups after Vannessa identified several coves on either side of the city where the pirate ship might be located. Using his messaging books to keep in contact across the distance, they figured at worst they would just have to rush into position to catch the pirates. The process was slower because they had to move stealthily so the pirates would not know their ship had been found. They had just started moving out when Lox felt the message book, his hand pulsing slightly, indicating a new message had arrived. Opening it, he flipped to the page where he was messaging Felix. "We found it. The first cove. A large ship. Frigate class, at least." Lox excitedly waved for the others to halt as he scribbled a message back. "All right, you know what to do. Hold position and keep an eye on them. We will join you ASAP with reinforcements." Lox and his group rushed back to Halnenes and back to the Audacious. They found Vannessa arguing with a merchant in fine robes. Deciding not to interfere, Lox let her keep working while he began to help the crew finish unloading. Several minutes later, Vannessa came skipping over. "I assume that Felix's team found it, since you are here." Lox nodded after the browbeaten merchant who was crossing the gangplank. "Merchant? Yep, got him to buy most our goods." Vannessa started to help them unload. "Don't let his forlorn look fool you. He will be able to sell our goods for a tidy profit." "How did we do?" Lox lifted a crate with Xerxes. 250 gold, 85 silver, and 4 coppers. Vannessa jingled a bag in front of Lox. "Not too bad for a couple of weeks' work." "Indeed." Lox matched her smile before glancing up at the early afternoon sun. "We got a little time before we should head out. Ambrose good to watch the ship while we are gone?" Vannessa nodded. "Nobody recognized who he is, so everything should be fine, and every day he is getting more and more self-aware. I think he actually understood when I answered a question he asked me." Lox fiddled with a relatively simple solid spell in the middle of the path leading to the cove where the pirate ship was hiding as Saul hovered above him. The subtle glow of the magic lit the bushes and trees around him with a pale light as the sun had set several hours ago, so the glow of the spell and Saul were all the light he had to see by. Lox heard a ruckus coming up the trail toward him, so he quickly finished up the solid spell he had been working on. He moved the completed spell off to the side a little, the ball of orange light attached to the spell moving almost weightlessly. The spot where he stood on the trail was right after a set of sharp switchbacks. Locke stood only about a dozen meters from where the pirates would come into view of him. He had no doubt they were already wondering what the light was. With his monocle already in place, Locke examined the first person he saw. Hannibal Larth, occupation, pirate captain, soul level 45. Locke winced a little at that. It likely meant the entire group had average levels higher than his own group possessed. The name also caused Locke to pause. Hannibal was not a name that an NPC in this part of the world would likely have. That made it possible this was a player.
"Who are you?"
Hannibal snapped, already on guard.
"My name?"
Locke placed his hand on his chest and gave a slight bow.
"My name is Locke, Royal Privateer Extraordinaire. You are Hannibal the Pirate, are you not? What's it to you?"
Hannibal moved closer to Locke, more of his party coming out of the switchbacks.
"Well, you see, I got wind of you conducting a little operation in this fair town."
Locke nodded sagely.
"And being the upstanding privateer I am, I decided I could help relieve you of some of your burden."
"Oh, really?"
Hannibal sneered as he flicked his hand, sending some of his men into the woods.
"I do believe so."
Locke smiled at him.
"It is only fair. And, by the way, which Hannibal are you? The cannibal or the general?"
Hannibal paused in his advance forward.
"You are a player."
A cold smile spread across his face.
"Why don't you join me? My guild has a large base in the area and is always looking for new players."
A line of people came around the bend with hoods on their heads and ropes tying the necks and feet together. Locke's eyes tightened.
"Slavery?"
Hannibal shrugged.
"Some of them, but they are just NPCs, so who really cares?"
"You know," Locke let out a sigh, bracing himself as he slowly grabbed the barely visible threads of magic with his hands.
"I may not have joined, but I would have worked with you. If only you weren't slavers. The NPCs of this world deserve better than that."
"You bastard,"
Hannibal started to say, as Locke shut his eyes tight and did his best to block his ears with one hand, his shoulder tugged with the other. The magical threads were attached to a dozen simple solid spells hung in the air above this section of the path and the final two switchbacks. Pulling the thread was like pulling the pin from a grenade. A deafening explosion and a burst of light bright enough Locke felt his eyes sting, even with them closed, filled the area. Opening his eyes as soon as the light faded, Locke shook his head, trying to clear the ringing sound in his ears. He hadn't been able to protect his ears enough to avoid the sonic attack perfectly, but it had been enough to avoid the worst. The entire group of pirates on the path were stumbling around blindly. Hannibal had drawn his sword and was swearing as he stumbled around. A black arrow suddenly sprouted from his head, and the player froze before collapsing in a heap. Xerxes stepped out from the bushes behind Locke.
"Sneak attack, bitch!"
He helped Locke to stabilize himself before they both began to rain attacks down on the vulnerable. One of the things about WOM that had always set it apart was the critical hit system. Even low-level players could bring down a high-level player if they managed to put something in their brain. Locke heard the thunder of magic from the switchback as Felix and his magical corps rained death on the pirates coming up the switchback. Despite the difference in levels, the surprise and Locke's flashbang spell gave them enough of an upper hand to overwhelm them. By the time they had started to recover, Cleopatra, Vannessa, and Jedediah were leading the melee fighters through their ranks, cutting them down. The pirates that had run into the forest had been caught and stunned by the sound just long enough for the crew to overwhelm and cut them down as they rushed forward. The pirates that managed to regain their senses found themselves overwhelmed. A few of them surrendered as soon as they saw their situation. Looking at them, Locke was pleased by what he saw. It appeared that the casters were most likely to surrender when it was clear that it was that or death. He wondered briefly if that had to do with them having more advanced personalities, but pushed the question out of his mind for now. Lox came up beside Vannessa as the two of them headed for the cowering prisoners. While Lox was disappointed there was no treasure to be had, he was sure freeing a score of NPCs would gain them a ton of reputation. He took the dagger Vannessa offered him and proceeded to cut the people free. The first person he cut free, he noticed was wearing nice clothes that fit her well and looked quite functional. As she pulled the bag off her head, he saw she had tan skin and a head of thick black hair. "Thank you for saving us." Her voice was cultured and silkily smooth. "Angela?" Vannessa turned toward her in surprise before darting forward and embracing the woman. "Vannessa!" Angela let out a surprised gasp. "Why are you here?" Lox, not wanting to interrupt, moved on and proceeded to cut the rest of the prisoners free. Two men, one in robes of a caster and the other in black fighting leathers, thanked him and quickly moved to stand near Vannessa and Angela, watching the dark forest warily. By the time Lox was finished, with Cleopatra joining and speeding up the process, they had freed 25 people. Zara cast a few healing spells on the worst-looking people to help get them up and moving again. Lox moved back to join Vannessa. When he did, she turned to him. "Angela, this is Lox, captain of the Audacious. Lox, this is Angela Terradin." She nodded at Lox's unasked question. "Yes, that one." "Well, it is wonderful to meet you, my lady." Lox gave her a slight bow. "But we really must save the pleasantries. Their leader was a player and will be respawning in a few hours. If we are still around when he does, they will overwhelm us quickly." "Of course." Angela nodded in understanding. "Right. People, let us get organized and get moving." Vannessa stepped away after squeezing Angela's hand as she and Cleopatra began to shout orders. They set a brisk pace, returning to town, not so fast as to leave some of the former prisoners behind, but fast enough to hopefully keep ahead of Hannibal when he respawned. They had just reached the main road and were turning toward the city when Lox heard thundering hooves and saw several dozen torches rushing toward them. In seconds, a contingent of mounted warriors surrounded them with blades drawn and a spear leveled at them. Lox scanned one and gulped as he raised his hands. Garth Wilson, occupation, guard, soul level, 68. "Surrender, pirate scum!" a harsh voice snapped from the gathered guards. "And hand over Lady Angela." "Easy, Captain." Angela pushed past Lox. "These people just saved me from the crew that captured me." Lox thought he heard a sigh of relief pass through the gathered men. A large man dismounted and approached Angela. "My lady, I failed you. I give you my sword to strike my head from my shoulders." The man knelt, holding out his sword to Angela. "Quit being dramatic, Captain Thrace." Angela forced the man back to his feet. "There was nothing you could have done. I was betrayed by someone I thought was a friend." "Who would dare?" Thrace seethed. "We will flay them alive and leave them for the birds to eat as they thrash in the sun." Lox was a little aghast at the image that painted, but didn't let it show. "It is okay." Angela placed a hand on his shoulder. "They fell in the fight to free us." Angela gestured at Lox. "This is Lox. He is the captain of the Audacious." Thrace eyed Lox. "Likely for the best he has been slain. I thank you for saving my lady when I could not." Lox smiled at the big man. "All in a day's work." He barely muffled a yawn. "But that being said, we are all exhausted. It took all day to get things to work as well as it did." Before the pirates arrived, Lox had spent hours in constant work making the solid spells he had used. While the spells had been simple, he had made so many of them that he had been constantly depleting his mana pool for almost 5 hours. The adrenaline of running from Hannibal had kept him going, but now that he knew they were safe, he could feel his tired body demanding sleep. "I can see that." Thrace nodded and gestured for his men to dismount. They made their way back to the city with guards taking up the rear guard. At the docks, Angela thanked Locke and Vannessa again and promised to come visit their ship the next day. Locke hardly remembered falling into bed once he got to his room. He was pretty sure he was asleep before his head hit the pillow.